Hey up, it's Steve from that old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to episode 131 of Friday Night Appointment with Fear. And this week we're starting a little series that I'm going to do all about Hammer House of Horror, a TV show from the UK from 1980. 13 episodes. We're going to do 2 episodes a week for the next 6 weeks. The last one I'll have 3 episodes. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to do the first 2 episodes tonight. Witching Time and the 13th Reunion. It's really, really good. I love Hammer House of Horror, particularly the opening theme. But anyway, so as I said, it's a TV show from 1980, produced. It's not actually a Hammer film. It says Chips Productions, but a lot of people behind the scenes were connected with the old Hammer movies and stuff like that. But it does have that Hammer feel, although I don't think there's not any gothic horror. There's no Dracula or Frankenstein, any of that in these. They're all like contemporary horror / thriller tales. It was followed by another series, Hammer's House of Mystery and Suspense, or something like that. And I don't think I've seen that one, but I don't know if it's any good. But Hammer House of Horror really is good. Right, so before we start, don't forget, like and subscribe, share the videos, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already. I don't know what my audio's like. I've faffed again. StreamYards is, I don't know, it's playing silly buggers with audio lately. I've faffed with my little controls on here. I've changed it in StreamYards to, auto adjust the volume. So I hope I'm okay. And you know what? I'm going to check. What the heck? That rhymes, I know. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Did it, and my internet's gonna be really slow, do-da, 'cause it always is, do-de-do-da-day. I'm not super loud, am I? Not super loud. Right. Put the volume up a bit on them. I'll be really loud now. You can probably hear me. I've adjusted the volume. I'm going to come blasting out now. Yes, right, that'll do. Right, so, what was I saying? Right, before we start, don't forget, like and subscribe, share the video, drop a comment, hit the notification bell if you're subscribed already. Explore the description for links such as merch. New merch I've got on today. There's my TOYG alien style t-shirt with it's not a chest burster, it's a neck burster, innit? Whatever. There's that one, and many other designs that you can choose from. My books, hang on, I can't get to it, they're underneath my King Kong videos. Where are they? My books, come here. Mercury Rapids, light-hearted sci-fi action adventure about UFOs and stuff. And Silent Predator, short horror novella. My sister's reading this on holiday at the moment. She did a Facebook thing today. Silent Predator, short horror novella about genetically engineered big cats eating people in the North Yorkshire village on Amazon Kindle and paperback. Give them a whirl. What else? And there's other links for other stuff as well. Become a member, and then you get early access videos and exclusive videos and stuff like that on the YouTube channel. What else? Super chats and super thanks would be greatly appreciated. Help keep the lights on in this ever expensive world we live in. Is that it? Are we done? Oh my, we should be live on YouTube. Yes, we are. We're live on YouTube. We should be live on Rumble. Yeah, we are. And we should be live on Twitch. Yes, we're live on Twitch. Don't know why I keep doing Twitch. Right, so we'll get on with it, shall we? Obviously, we're not going to watch them, even though they are freely available to watch on YouTube. If you search on YouTube, at least on YouTube UK, all the episodes are there. Nice playlists of all the episodes, so you can watch them on there. But if I try and just play them, I'll get a copyright strike. I've tried that before. But anyway, so we're going to watch it in a series of stills, and I'll try and... There isn't a lot of information, so I'll just be basically giving my opinion on them, not giving any background information. But anyway, we'll do that. Right, so I shall make myself titchy tiny down in the corner any second now. Hey, there I go. And I shall add this baby to the screen. Right. I could be yawning a bit. I'm really tired. I didn't have a good night last night. I don't know why. These last few days, I don't know. Maybe I overdid it. I'd been doing work in the garden and stuff like that. I've only been cutting the grass and privets and stuff, but I'm getting old, and I think maybe I overdo it a little bit, and I make myself ill. But anyway, I'm all right now. Right, so I forgot what I was saying. I'm doing this full screen in this, and adding it to the screen. Right, off we go. By the way, it's in 4:3 because it's from 1980. So anyway, but there are subtitles. Right, we're going to begin. I said there's no gothic horror stuff, but it actually begins quite gothic in an old building with somebody in period clothes, and we're going to get a bit of nudity, so I'm going to have to be careful. I think we're all right on this bit. You just see a bit of bum, but there we go. That's Prunella G. There she is. I will zip by it, but there she is. Prunella G. It's quite famous in the UK in the late 70s, early 80s. It's been like a lot of comedy shows and stuff like that. I think she's most famous. She was a Bond girl in the unofficial Bond film, Never Say Never Again. She played one of the nurses or whatever at that clinic that Bond goes to in Never Say Never Again. That Bond seduces, she were in that. She was also in a series called Kinvig. I don't know if you've heard of that. It was written by Nigel Neal of Quatermass fame, and it was about a fella who fixed TVs. Who used to fix TVs and stuff back in the... I can't remember when it came out. Like about the same time as this, about 1980-ish. Used to fix TVs and all that. And these aliens arrived, led by her, and wanting him to fix their spaceship because it had all valves and stuff inside, and he used to fix TVs, with valves in from back in the day. But anyway, it was all right. I didn't mind it. Right, so Wingrace says, by the way, hello Wingrace, you guys and your television that allows such things. I know back in 1980. There is a bit more nudity later on that I'm going to have to be careful with. But I think it got edited out in an earlier release, and probably when it was showed, on TV and stuff. But this is it. Anyway. So there's Prunella G. There's somebody about to get her, and then it goes scream, and then we fade to black, and then we begin. I've got to play. I love this theme. It's just, I don't know. It gives me the chills. There's certain themes that I don't. It must be from when I was a kid and I got sent to bed. But you could still hear the telly downstairs. So there's themes like Match of the Day, probably mean nothing to Americans, but Match of the Day, The Sweeney, and this. And it starts. It's a great theme. I'll spin it on a bit. I don't know who that fella is, by the way. Looks a bit like Willie Rushton. Again, Americans have no idea what I'm talking about, but I don't think it is. I've no idea. This statue always scared the pants off me. Let me go back a bit, see if I can... there we go. For some reason. Probably because it's got no face. But it's the same credits for each episode. There was special guest star Prunella G. She's like one of the main characters, wasn't she? Special guest star. Probably because she hadn't been in movies at this time, but anyway. Right, we go. Directed by Don Lever. I think some of the other episodes were directed by Hammer chaps, maybe like Freddie Francis and stuff. I could be wrong. Probably am. Right, so we've seen this chap played by John Finch, who's got a face. If you're British, you've probably seen him in lots of stuff, TV series and stuff like that. He's a character called David, and he's working on. We learned that the scene we saw at the beginning is in a film. And he's working on the musical score for that film. Pardon me. There's his dog. Hang on, it does show it when it's ready. There we go. He's working on the musical score for the film, which stars... I've forgotten the name already. Mary. Which stars Mary, played by Prunella G, who happens to be his wife. And they're going through some problems. But anyway, he's obviously a musician. You can see he's got some gold, silver discs up on his wall. Wonder what they are in real life. Wonder whose they are. Anyway, so he's doing that. And then the phone rings. There's his dog. I can't remember what his dog's called. Billy, I think. Yes, his dog's called Billy. The phone rings. Good old-fashioned old phone. Now then, while we're here, that's supposed to be Mary. That's supposed to be Prunella G, and I don't think it looks like her. I thought it was Susan George. Remember that actress, Susan George? Right, I'm going to get a picture of Susan George. I've looked online. I've typed in, Hammer House of Horror Witching Time is the photo Susan George, not Prunella G, and I can't find an answer. But Susan George has been to like Straw Dogs and stuff like that. I bet I can't find an image where she looks like that. Let me find a photo of Susan George to prove my point, and I won't be able to do it, will I? Well, there we go. There's a photo of Susan George from Getty Images. I shall open that in a new tab and drag it across. For Pete's sake. What do you do that for? Or have I done the wrong thing? I could have done the wrong thing. Oh no, I opened link, not open image. I'm an idiot. Right, open image in new tab. There we go. Right, we'll do that. Don't you think she looks like Susan George? I think she does. Can you see that? Yes, that's Susan George, the actress. As I said, she's in stuff like Straw Dogs and other films. And I honestly thought that was Susan George, not Prunella G, who looks like that you can't really make out, but never mind. You saw her at the beginning. But I don't know if it is or not. I wonder, was Susan George cast first and had to drop out for whatever reason? I don't know. I'm just guessing. But anyway, there's the phone. Ringing away, and he answers it. And there she is, it's Mary. She looks nothing like that photo, does she? But she's very lovely, Prunella G. She's got lovely eyes. But anyway. She's talking about she's got to stay there and got to do some extra scenes and all that. And they're all very frightfully posh, by the way. We'll have a listen to their dialogue. They're all frightfully posh.
Can't it?
Can't it?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind. Blah, blah, blah. They're all frightfully posh. Anyway, so she's got to do some extra scenes. So she's got to stay in that London or whatever. So she hangs up. He's obviously not happy, is David. So she hangs up. But then we see, she's actually in bed with another fella drinking champagne. And we learn that this other fella is actually the family doctor, whose name is, because I can't remember, Charles, played by Ian McCulloch. So there we go. So she's been unfaithful to him. Brazen hussy. But it turns out, actually, she's not the bad guy in this episode. But anyway, right. So he's going to get drunk. Oh, he smashes the photo of Susan George, thusly. Any minute now. Oh, well, he did. He smashed it. Because he's not happy. He's got to go check on the horse. She's got a horse because she's a horse rider. She's a bit horsey. So he's got to check on the horse and make sure it's not going to get out. And then goes back to his work. He was telling her, by the way, I'm working on your death scene. So she says, well, that's a consolation for you. Anyway, so he's doing that. And he's faffing about. And I think he accidentally gets the music he wants when he puts his elbow on the keyboard, and it actually goes on a bit long, and it's annoying, like that. You're hearing that all the time, and then he keeps going back to the thing and thinking, "Oh, that works." Anyhow, the dog's not impressed, so he's going to get some more booze. He's not supposed to be boozing because he's on drugs for something to keep him calm or whatever. But then suddenly we hear thunder and stuff, so there's a storm coming, and then all the lights go out. There they are. The brightness changes, not a jot. But it's supposed to be dark now. The door blows open, so he goes and closes it. The dog's scared, so he goes down into the cellar, and he finds some candles. Oh, he checks the fuses, finds some candles. The horse is getting a bit... what's the word? Awry, not awry, I don't know. Bothered. Anyway, he's found some candles. Right, so anyway, Billy's not happy. Billy wants to go out, look. Billy's scared, so Billy goes running off. I can't. Do we see the dog again? Honestly, can't remember. But anyway, he hears the horse kicking off, so he goes and checks. Oh, he's asking for Billy. All right, then he sees that there on the straw, but then he goes, Billy? It turns out it's not her, it's Patricia Quinn. I think that's the name. Yes, Patricia Quinn, who plays Lucinda Jessup, a witch from the 17th century. You may know Patricia Quinn from Rocky Horror Picture Show. She was in that, wasn't she? She plays a witch, as in witching time. And somehow she's escaped. It's a bit like that Phil Warlock, you know, with Julian Sands, where he escaped to the future. She's done the same thing, but before that film came out. Anyway, so she's all like, oh, I did. She's all talking like that because she's from the 17th century, isn't she? And all that. Woodstock Farm, is it? Who be you? That's what she's talking like. She said, I live here, and she says, "Who's queen? Oh no, who's on the throne?" Don't know. I sound like Benny Hill for some reason, but anyway. So she's all happy. She knows she's escaped, and so he takes her in the house and shows her stuff and says, "I live here," and now it's the year 1980. I don't think it actually says; it just says 19 something. And she tells him straight off she's a witch. And says, "What do you do with witches now? Do you burn them or anything?" "No, we don't do anything to them." So they says, "I be a witch," and says, "I don't believe in that sort of thing." And then she tries to seduce him and all that. And so it says, "Go and lie down." But then the power comes back on and scares her, like that. She goes, power, no, ag. She says. So it just shows that, it's just the power, we control it. It is not magic or evil or whatever, or, power of God, or I don't know. So she's happy about that. Modern amenities scare her, because he shows her a flushing toilet in a minute. She's not, for some reason she tells him to close the cellar door, and I'm not sure why, but maybe we'll get to that. He shows her the flushes the toilet, but she's scared of that. But and then he locks her in the bedroom, and he calls his friend the family doctor. Did I say what his name was? I've forgotten already. It's not Ian, is it? No, it's Charles. Oh, his name actor's Ian. He phones his doctor friend Charles. Says, "Look at this crazy woman's here." There is. The Jolly Brewers, 269, that's the emergency numbers. Dr. Charles Henderson, 347. Back in the day when you could have just 3 numbers in your phone. What else has he got? Hang on, let's have a look. What else we got? Hospital. We do see, it's spelled hospital wrong. Hospital. Unbelievable. Which we do see later. 2401. Garage, Kevin. Cops. Cops. And do we see any more? No, just them. Right. I'm just curious. So anyway, there he phones Charles, says, "I'll be right over." So Charles arrives. Here he is. Probably stinking of sex. Anyway. "Were you Yorkshire 047? "Hello, Tiffington 219. "Oh, please." Anyway, where were we? Right, so he's arrived. So he's going to show him the witch. I think Charles notices the broken photo next to his. What brand of cigarettes is that? The gold ones. The Benson and Hedges. I think they're Benson and Hedges. Next to the Swan Vesta matches. They're bringing back memories of when I used to smoke. Not that I ever smoked Benson and Hedges very often. Anyway, so there we go. "I discovered this young woman hiding in the barn." So he goes to "I'll show you, I've locked her in the bedroom." "A witch or a duck?" Don't know. They do mention drowning, and I think they do mention ducking. Did they say ducking? They've tried that with her. They do that anyway. But So she's in here, but then the others think she's not. She's gone. She's disappeared. There's no way she could get out, but she has somehow. Because, you know, witch. And Quest is here. Oh, crack, what happened there? And Quest is... Where are you? There you go. Quest is here. I used to smoke Bens and Edges. Hey, guys. Hello, Quest. It's been a long time. I've missed you. That's where you are. Where you've been. That was a Monty Python joke. Oh, is it from Holy Grail? I've only seen that once. I love Monty Python, but for some reason Holy Grail has kind of passed me by. I've seen it, but I'm more of a Life of Brian person and the meaning of life. But anyway, well, what was I saying? Oh, she's not there anymore. So I says, Lucinda, where are you? And she's nowhere to be seen. So now he's checking up on him, shining the light in his eye and stuff. And he tells Charles that he says, I think Mary's got a lover. It's that director, I'll bet. But you know, we know it's this slimy bugger. Anyway. So he's going to, tells him not to drink, you know, with the drugs he's giving him, not to drink. And he's going to try him with some other drugs, apparently. They go, nervous exhaustion, that's what he's got. Oh, pardon me. Burping. Anyway, right, so off he goes. I think Charles has buggered off now. Then Lucinda's back. There she is. Says, you betrayed me. There we go. And so he's obviously terrified of her. But you called the witch finder. They just called the doctor, but anyway. He thinks he's hallucinating. That was close, wasn't it? There you go. She's taking her clothes off and all that. And she seduces him basically several times. I'm always nervous and tired. I'm pretty much as well. Dear. I suffer from, I used to suffer, well, I still do, I suppose. I'm on loads of medication for it, hypertension. Anyway, so she does a lot of laughing. He does record her, but I don't know when. Might be now, I don't know. He does record her laughing to like prove that she exists. Anyway, hello 3759. I don't do that when somebody phones up. I don't go hello and then send my phone number. I just go hello. Who is it? Unless it's me mate, and then they just keep saying hello. I can't hear you. And he knows I can't. But anyway, there you go. Charles is phoning. They're saying he's been over to see David, and he's in trouble and he's hallucinating. So he should get over and sort him out. So anyway, so she's gonna head back home. Meanwhile, Lucinda's having him. Congrats! Hyper is a cool word. Yes, it is. Hypertension. Something from a Star Wars scroll, innit? What they call it? That would call it crawl. Star Wars crawl at the beginning. Hypertension. Spaceways. Taxation, etc. Anyway. She's got him banging her. And she scratches him. How do we see it here? There we go. On his back. Go, look. Go. Ah! She scratches him on his back. Anyway, meanwhile, Mary comes back in her TR7. Remember them? Quest TR7s, eh? Bless them. Who made them? Triumph, wasn't it? Triumph TR7. Never had one. So she's back. She goes in. I just noticed that. Why is the blood there? Did he cut his hand when he smashed the glass? It never showed us, did it? But anyway, whatever. Or maybe it was wine. Maybe he'd spilled some wine. So I don't know. So anyway, she goes up and sees that he's in bed. No sign of Lucinda. And he's like, and he's like, I'm not well, etc. I don't know what's going on. He's saying, there's a witch and she's real and nobody believes me and all that stuff. She says, well, I'm here now. I'm okay. You're okay. And then she turns around and, she sees the scratches on his back. And so she says, right, I'm going to sort this out. I'm going to go and see Charles. And then she goes to see Charles and look, can't keep the bloody hands off each other. Anyway, look, she's saying that with vigour, isn't she? Deep, deep scratches. well below the line. And she's thinking, what? He must do it to himself. And that crikey, he's got a good bloody reach, hasn't he? Anyway. So there's worrying about him, thinking he's going mental. So he's going to give him some more, probably tranquilizers or something. Anyway, so here she comes. She's come back. He's back doing his work on the film score. And she brought some tablets for him. And anyway, so they're going to go for a walk. But it turns out they don't go for a walk. She goes out on her horse. But never mind. Yes, she goes up. Here's a scream. Yes, I forgot about this. But so she goes running up, and we see a dead bird. Oh, it's not quite dead because it's twitching, and she thinks he's done it. And he goes, it's only just dead. I was downstairs. It's not me. It's Lucinda, etc. How could I have done it? I don't know, but get rid of it. So she goes on her horse now. I don't know what a horse is called, but off she goes, pootling about on her horse in the woods. Meanwhile, he's digging a massive grave for this little dead bird, as you'll see in a minute. Look at that. Why has he built this huge, long... How long does he think this bird is? But anyway, never mind. Says, TR7, nice car. Even better if the pop-up lights actually worked. British cars from the late 70s to 80s, well, 70s and 80s were not renowned for their reliability, were they? But anyway. So he's burying this bird. But then we see... hang on, where is it? Lucinda's up to something. Where is she? Lucinda's up to something. No, that's it. I think we hear Lucinda laughing. And he's decided he's going to finish this bird off. It must still be twitching with the spade. We hear Lucinda's echoing laughter. And as he hits the bird with the spade, like that, we see Mary. Look, he sees Mary in the grave. And he's like, oh, no. But Mary, in real life, she gets an injury on her face as well. At the same time. But he jumps into some weirdly massive grave that he dug. And says, thinks it's Mary, and then obviously it turns into the bird again, so he's got bird blood all over his face. It's quite disgusting. Anyway, so he's like, it's Lucinda! He goes running off across the field. Anyway. Later that day, she comes back home or whatever. She's going to have a bath, so we're going to see Prunella G in her skimpies. That's what we want, innit? There she is in her skimpies. She's going to fill the bath up, but it fills up with blood. Because it's scary. And I think all through this we can hear Lucinda's cackling laughter. We don't see her, we just hear her. So she goes calling for David, there's blood in the bath and all that. But then as she's doing that on the stairs, there we go, the bust of, I don't know, Julius Caesar or whatever it is, is nearly going to fall on her, but not quite. Then I think we cut to a stunt woman falling down the stairs. There we go. Quest says, not here long, thought I'd say hi. Yes, you're very welcome, and sad you're not going to be here long, but anyway... I'm glad you popped in, but been worrying about you. Anyway, Wingrace says, that's the bloodbath I've heard so much about. Is it? All right. Keep doing that, don't I? Anyway, didn't hit her. She's fine, although undressed. Where's David? Don't know. He's not there. We can hear, as I said, we can hear Lucinda laughing. And it turns out it's coming from this tape recorder. There we go. So she goes in and turns it off, and the laughing stops. So she now thinks David's up to something. It's all something that David's sorted out, and he's trying to kill her. She's like, you pushed that statue onto me and all that, while she's stood there in the skimpies. No bloody hips, has she? But anyway, never mind. He's saying, don't be ridiculous, I didn't push anything, and all that. And she says, what about this laughter on this tape? It says, I recorded it to prove to you that she exists. But she don't believe she's had enough, look. She's leaving. No, it's all true. But then the bedroom all goes mental, look. Goes all poltergeist. Stuff flying about, look. Ah! So she now believes him. There we go. Because the bedroom tears itself apart with Lucinda's obviously behind it. So she's like, oh, David, I'm sorry. I believe you now. Oh, my darling, forgive me. Commercial break. Right, so what's happening now? Oh, she's back on her Popper G. It's got a name, but I can't remember what the name of the horse is. Does it say? Let's have a look. See if it says the name of the horse. I'll go to all cast and crew. I bet it don't. No, it don't. No, it doesn't. Does it have a trivia thing? Hang on, I'm just checking on IMDb. I think it does, but it's only like one thing. When John Finch opens his phone book, which we looked at, to the emergency numbers page, as well as a number for the cops, it also contains the numbers of a pub and a local off licence. And the hospital, spelled incorrectly, don't forget. You missed that bit out, didn't you? Anyway. Goofs. How many goofs is there? Ooh, 3 goofs. When Mary falls down the stairs in her underwear, an apparent stunt double clearly has bare feet, but in the very next shot, Mary has sandals or slippers on her feet. You know what? I never noticed. I wasn't looking at her feet. Anyway, whatever. Right, she's off out on her horse again. There's Lucinda watching evilly. There you go. She's going to get David now. She pulls the covers off him, and I think he's supposed to be nude because he's got his underplugs on. Basically, I think she's going to seduce him again because she's wicked. Mary's gone to see the rector. But there you go. That's Lucinda talking about Mary. You must get rid of that strumpet whore. She must be destroyed for some reason. I don't know why the subtitles are spelled wrong. I don't know. But she's controlling David. Anyway, she's gone to see the rector because she wants an exorcism. She wants to get rid of Lucinda. I think she thinks Lucinda's a ghost. Even though Lucinda has said that she's real, and she's obviously been seducing David, but they kind of suggest that she's a ghost or some sort of spiritual being. I don't know. But they say, I'd have to talk to the bishop. So now they're going to look at some records about stuff, which is very... It kind of reminds me of, as I mentioned before, Nigel Neal. Kind of reminds me of like Quatermass and the Pit and the Stone Tape. He likes scenes where they're going looking through old records of previous events. But they're going to look up like, what happened with the local witches back in the day. Because we know the names, the Lucinda Jessup, and she'd mentioned somebody else's name that had, tried to burn her at the stake. There we go, this fella, Amos Franklin. Born 1609, who died in 1666? Which was the day of the Great Fire, year of the Great Fire of London, I believe, wasn't it? I think it wasn't it. Anyway, so what's he got there? What the hell has he got? A gun with a silencer on? I don't know. But anyway, maybe it's a microphone. So anyway, while is he going to show it? Yeah, I think you just hear him going, oh! So obviously she's at it again with David. Now they're looking at dusty old volumes, looking about witch finders and stuff like that. Let's have a read of this. Trials in the year 1652, Anno Domini. One Thomas Farrington is... Oh, I can't bloody read. Is to... I don't know what that says. Farrington and at Quadrant Gate. Can't read it. So and so within the said quarter, he put to the water. That rhymes, doesn't it? I have to put this into the AI song thing. And don't know what that says. Proves and something proves. And put to the rope and hanged, according to the practice. Anyway. Oh, and there we go. Lucinda Jessup, who says to be, who something, I don't know, to be put to the water. Let's see if it, there we go. And thrice to the rope, did escape her captors and was never seen or something traced again near Woodstock Farm. So that's saying that she disappeared back in the day in 1652, I think that's supposed to be. So there we go. So there we go. Woodstock Farm. Because she said she was born there, by the way. She was born in Woodstock Farm back in the day. Anyway, I'm going to have to be careful here now because I think we see some Patricia Quinn boobs. Ooh, tell you. It's got to be quick. YouTube will go mental. But obviously she's using David and he's terrified and she's using his fear and all that and he doesn't know what to do. He thinks he's going crazy and all that. But anyway, she's just cackling and laughing at him. She's asked the doctor. She's agreed to meet him in the woods. I don't know, but she's asking him, Charles, to help. She says we're going to have an exorcism, and he says, I want you to be there. And he says, I can't be there. I'll be struck off. He says, but you're our friend. She says, I can't. And then she calls him, you bastard. She says, and he's saying, I can't take the risk. And so she's not happy, so she's breaking up with him. Anyway. So there we go. So she says, that's it, you stay away from me and all that stuff, or I'll blow it to every newspaper in the country. And you think it'd be worse for her? She's an actress, but anyway, whatever. She's the famous one. He's only a doctor, but never mind. Right, so he's obviously freaking out again. Having nightmares. Yes, she's riding through the woods, or a stunt woman is riding through the woods. There you go. Or stunt man, I don't know, because we never see the face. But it's obviously not Prunella G. Riding through the woods, and then, what's her face? Lucinda just pops up out of the bushes and scares the horse and makes it fall down. There she is, look. Arr! And the horse bucks and throws Prunella G off Mary. She bangs her head a bit. She's not dead, don't worry. I don't know about the horse though. Doesn't look well, does it? I don't know what happens to the horse. I don't think they even mentioned that. What's happened to the dog? I don't know. I don't know what's happened to the horse. Anyway, she wakes up. Apparently it's 3 days later. She's in hospital. Been in hospital for 3 days. And says, you can go home tomorrow. She says, well, I'm worried about my husband. He's managed for 3 days, hasn't it? God knows what's been going on in those 3 days. But I thought they were going to say something about, but you've lost the baby. And I'm going to wonder, whose baby? But he didn't mention that. But we learned she's got these aches and pains that won't go. Because the pains are still there in your arms and legs. And there's a reason for that. There's a clue there. But anyway, so enjoy the rest. So anyway, so she goes home. Taxi home in an Austin Maxi. I used to have one of them. I think it's an Austin Maxi. It looks like one, doesn't it? My first car, Austin Maxi. 1750L. 1750L. In blue. It were rubbish. But anyway. That horse looked like Snowball. The horse I learned to ride when I was a kid. Maybe it was the very same one. Could it be? For all I know. Let's say this is from 1980. Do the dates tally? I don't know. Anyway, she's back home. I said, we don't know what's happened to the horse. I'm hoping the horse is fine. Anyway, I'm home. Oh, hello. I'm doing din. There we go. I'm guessing Muffin is the horse. I'm guessing the horse didn't do well because he's saying I'm sorry about Muffin. So anyway, but what about the dog? Where were we? Yes. She's saying you didn't come visit me. She said Lucinda wouldn't let me, and all that. So she's telling him, no, you've got to fight her. Stop giving in to her. And then she's like crippled with pain, and she doesn't know what's happening. And so she goes into the bedroom, and we see has he done this or has Lucinda done this? I don't know. Written Lucinda's name on the door and scribbled Mary's name off, and in lipstick by the looks of it. But it stinks in there. But then there you go. Then she finds. Let's go and have a look. There we go. Strumpet and Horse. So has Lucinda wrote that, or has David wrote it? And whoever Whoever did that didn't know how to do like a 5-pointed star, did they? Like a pentagram. But anyway, she finds like a voodoo doll. Hang on. I think I was about 6. I was born in 1980, so possibly. So it's a few years after this, then, isn't it? It's a few, because this came out in 1980. So I don't know how long do horses live. It could be, maybe it could be. I don't know where this was filmed. Does it say? Hang on, let's check. Where was this filmed? Let's have a look. Does it say filming locations? It might do, it might not. Buckinghamshire. It was filmed in Buckinghamshire, in a place called Little Hampden in Buckinghamshire. That's where it was filmed. It doesn't tell us when. Probably in 1979. Where were we? Yes, the voodoo dolls. Fans of voodoo doll. I don't know, was that a thing for witches? We always think of voodoo. Always hated, don't we, in the Caribbean, voodoo dolls, but I don't know. Maybe they've got another name. So that's why she's got these pains, because Lucinda's made an effigy of Mary with pins in or nails or whatever. So she pulls them out. There we go, and causing her great pain, but then she's fine. And then she hears a noise from the cellar, and then David pushes her down the stairs into the cellar. There we go, shove. So she goes, a stunt person goes falling into the cellar, and he locks her in. Because remember, he's kind of being controlled by Lucinda, isn't he? She says, let me out, let me out. So she's fed up. For some reason, he's driving the car into the barn. Don't know why. Just is. She's found a candle. It's supposed to be pitch black in here, because it shows her like walking around. Oh, maybe there was another way. It showed her like walking around as though she couldn't see where she was going. You could perfectly see, but I think it was supposed to be dark. Anyway, so she's looking round for stuff. She sees a rat and freaks out, and I thought, bloody hell, she seems like a dead bird, and she's fallen off her horse, and this weird stuff's happened. But a rat freaks her out. Women. Anyway. He's freaking out over this rat. Meanwhile, David's got his machete out and he's clearing the garden. He should come and do mine. It nearly killed me. Only did the front. Got the back to do yet. But anyway, she's trying to find a way out. So she finds this metal thing that's attached to the wall. So she's going to get that off. And but we see David's building a bonfire with a stake. So I wonder what's going to happen there. And Justin34's here saying, hello, happy Friday. Hello, Justin. Welcome to the show. Oh, I haven't done this for a while. Hang on, let's have a look. If I can find the bloody thing. There we go. I said, welcome to my show. There we go. I haven't done that for a while, have I? Quest says, screw it, I'll hang around London. Well, you're very welcome, Melvin. You're very welcome. Anywho, where were we? Oh, yes, he's building a bonfire with a stake thing. So he's obviously going to burn somebody at the stake. We learn it's going to be Mary. But anyway, she gets that thing, a bit of metal, and she prizes the cellar door open with it. There she goes, and off she goes, running out. He's saying, "Will that do?" to Lucinda, and does she reply? I don't know. I can't remember, but. Anyway, so is this a working farm, by the way? Because like big bales of hay there. Is that for just that one horse that she's got? Maybe they eat a lot. I don't know. So here he is, chucking petrol or whatever. And look, he's got one of them. I've always wanted one of them. These black torches that they have in films like that. As the photo repaired itself, the photo of Susan George, it looks nothing like Prunella G. But anyway. So, got that ready. Should have done that. Should have kind of lit it. You don't light it before you put the person on it, do you? But whatever. Never mind. I think she's phoning the police. I think, but it's not helping. So David's grabbed her, but she shoves him into the the shed, barn, whatever the hell it is. Stable, it's like a stable, isn't it? Shoves him in, locks him in. But then, what's her face? Lucinda's there, He's going to show her. I was not on the right bit. Is it? There she is. Lucinda's there. Says, you are real. Yes, I am. Quest says, easy to make a torch. If you say so. It wouldn't be for me. It'd all go wrong, and I'd light it, and I'd hold it up, and then all the bit that's lit would just slip down and burn my hands. That'd happen with me. Anyway. So she's saying, you are real. I said, yeah, of course I am. And then she says, oh, look, I've got this voodoo doll. And I don't, this bit doesn't make a bit of sense. Look, she does this, look. She says, now it's you. Oh, look, she's got it, look. Oh, there we go. Now it's you. So I don't know what she did. Did she get a piece of Lucinda's hair or some of her clothes or whatever? You can't just say, now it's you, can you? It's got to have something to do with them connected to it. But anyway, whatever. I'm not a witch, I don't bloody know. But apparently Prunella G/Mary is. And anyway, she's going to throw it in the fire, but it doesn't happen. Meanwhile, petrol's knocked over and it's going near the stable where David's trapped. And it's going to set on fire in a minute. Yes, that went wrong as well. See, if I'd built a torch, if I'd made a torch, this had happened the one I did, look, the end had come off, like that did, and it had land, and set something on fire. It set the stable on fire, or the shed, or whatever the hell it is. So he's saying, let me out, and she, by the way, Lucinda's saying, fire is my master's tool, and all, because she's obviously Satan and all that. But now she realises, she gets water. She goes, no, not the water. And then she says, oh, yes, water can beat you, because she's the wicked witch of the West, it seems. That's what you can't take. So she's going to chuck water at her. And it's like, oh, I melt, what a world, what a world. So they have a bit of a fight again. And then she ducks her under the water, but never kind of puts her head in it. Every time it cuts to her doing that, she's like, and I was watching it, I was going, when you're trying to drown somebody, it helps if you put all of their face under the water. But anyway, she drowns her. There you go. She's not moving anyway. So she's got to go get David out. There you go. She saves David, girl boss, etc. Woke. Says, she's dead, you're free. But then they look in the thing, and she's not there, is Lucy. She's disappeared. And they can hear her. No, they don't hear her yet. David picks up the voodoo doll. There we go. He's got the voodoo doll. And chucks it on the fire. In the bonfire. There it goes. And then we hear Lucinda screaming. And I thought they should have shown Prunella G go up in flames, shouldn't they? That's what I'd have done. Don't want a happy ending, do you? And then we hear Lucinda screaming. And that's how it ends. Fade to black and the credits. By the way, I didn't realise until I've watched this, since I was a kid, that this tree is standing amid a pentagram or something. But anyway, there you go. She'll be back in 2280. Yes, she'll be back at some point in the future. Jump forward again, maybe. My favourite witch movie is The Witch, 1982, aka Superstition. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't know what my favourite witch film is. It's probably, I don't know, probably Warlock. Probably. I don't know, I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Apart from The Witch, which were alright. Witchfinder General's a good one. Anyway, whatever. So that's the end of the first one. It has a happy ending. They dealt with her, and she gone. I don't know if any of the others have happy endings, but anyway, we'll move on. It is a good one though. It's a good one to start off with. Is Witching Time, because it's as I said, it has a happy ending, and leaves you with a nice happy feeling, but then I think it all starts going downhill from here. Not in terms of quality, I'm on about in terms of happy endings, because the next one definitely doesn't have a happy ending. So we'll get on to that one. We will go to the next one, which is the 13th reunion. There we go. Right, so the next one is the 13th reunion. So off we go. We begin with a dead body and some chaps coming in. Here they come. Like undertakers. It turns out these are undertakers. And I know his face. What have I seen him in? What have I seen? I can get rid of that one now. Well, there's lots of faces in this that you know, but where is he? Where is he? I don't know. Ooh, oh, it is, yeah. Sorry, somebody else that we haven't seen yet. I've just realised who it is. I thought he looked familiar. I wish IMDb had have proper photos for people. Never mind, we'll find out at some later point. Anyway, they're here. So, dealing with this dead body, and he's saying, look, he picks up the thing and says, oh, he's got some contusions on his skin, but otherwise he's perfect. So he says, right, okie dokie. So, you know, we'll get on with it. And he picks up a meat cleaver and goes into the opening credits. Boom, boom. Like that. I love this music for this series. But anyway, this one stars Julia Foster. I always thought she was the sister of Barry Foster, you know, the actor. He's been in Wild Geese and Frenzy and loads of other stuff. I always thought she was related to him, but apparently she's not. She's not related to him whatsoever. Anyway, and with other people, Dinah Sheridan, Richard Pearson, and other people. I don't think they show anybody else. Oh, there we go. Norman Bird, Warren Clark, who you may know from, been loads of stuff, but I don't know, Firefox, who were in that. James Cosmo, you'll know him, he's in Highlander, wasn't he? Anyway, so there we go. Peter Sasday, there, I told you some Hammer alumnuses directed some. There's one, Peter Sasday. Right, so here's Julia Foster. She's supposed to be playing, well, she says her age, and this is 29. But obviously she doesn't look 29. And she isn't, because I checked, and I think she's like 38, or I think she was 38 or something like that, 37, when she made this. But, you know, whatever. It's just a film. Anyway, she plays a reporter called Ruth. Ruth something or other. I can't remember her surname. It does mention it, but she works for like a newspaper or a magazine. I think it's a magazine. But here she is near Dunkin' Uts. I didn't know there were a Dunkin' Donuts in. I presume it's London. Oh my, Fleet Street says there. Dunkin' Donuts back in 1980 in Fleet Street. Tell you, London. That London had everything. She looks so age appropriate that they could cast her in Grease. Yes, I love that film. That's one of my favourite films. Even though it didn't make my top 10, but never mind. Or did it? I can't remember. Anyway, so here she is in London, England. In the offices of where she works, some magazine. There's her editor, and she's going to send her on assignment to investigate this weight loss group. So people have complained about it and all that. So she's going to go check it out. So anyway, so off she goes. Subtitles not come on. Subtitles, right? There we go. So that's what she's gonna do. So, there we go. There we go. Think Thin. That's what it's called. Think Thin. But it's all a cover for something dodgy that's going on. So she's gonna go and investigate it. So off she goes. Anyway, right. So meanwhile, at this funeral directors, those two that we saw at the beginning. He'll meet this chap, who is called, where is he? Andrew. The actor's called Gerard Kelly, and you've seen him in stuff. I know him from, he was in that Extras. He played Bunny in Extras, but he's been in loads of stuff. But there's a young man there. He's a young man in this one. He gets suspicious about what's going on. Here's these two dodgy funeral directors. I don't know their names. Is it Basil and Cedric? It could be. Norman Bird. That might be Norman Bird. I'm not sure. But and that could be Georginus. But I'm not entirely sure. Anyway. Julia Foster is in the 2016 Dad's Army, is she? I don't know. I've not seen it. So I don't know. By the way, she's the mother of Ben Fogle. I've only found that out today when I was looking her up. I didn't know she was Ben Fogle's mother. The adventurer or whatever he does. Anyway, so they're talking about there's another big one coming in soon. So, they're like Burke and Hare. They're dealing in dead bodies, and he overhears this stuff, and he's suspicious. He's like their assistant. Oh, pardon me. Right, so, anyway, so here comes Ruth. What car is that? I can't make it out. Is it a Chrysler? I don't know. Is it a Sunbeam? Could be. I think it's a Chrysler Sunbeam. Does it say on the back? See if we see the back of it at some point. Never mind. I know that's a Citroen, isn't it? That's a Citroen something. And there's a roller. Not showing us the back of that car for me to read what it is. Anyway, so here she is. She's at some clinic, and there she goes. She's following the think thin signs. And here we go. Here was the James Cosmo, basically slagging off this poor woman, shouting her down, telling her she's disgusting and all that for being so fat. He's been horrible to her. And there you go. You ought to be ashamed to be seen in public, Joyce. And she's like breaking down in tears, and they're all just sitting there. And anyway, but it's all part of the putting them in the right mind. Because at the end he says, go sit down, we'll sort you out. It's all part of the shtick. But anyway, so there she breaks down. There he goes, think you've got the message, off you go. And then he gets Warren, what do I say his name? Warren Clark. It is Warren Clark, isn't it? Yes, he plays a character called Ben, who is a banker from that London. There he is. He's there to lose weight. Some of these people look fine to me. I mean, what's Julia Foster gone there for? She doesn't look needs to lose weight. I mean, that fella might do, but I mean, I could do to go there, to be completely honest. But anyway, he's overseeing this stuff, is this fella. He is Sir Humphrey something or other. Sir Humphrey Chesterton. He's the big bad. Anyway, so here we go. He's saying to Ben, you look like you've lost weight. And Ben says, actually, I think I've put a couple of pounds on. He says, well, you're thinking thin. It's been nice to Ben, unlike he was with the other woman. But so he says, so basically he's going to make him eat more. The thing is, they're fattening him up. It's about by the way, spoilers. It's about cannibals. Is this one? Well, remake this today with Ozempic. Is that weight loss thing? I'm not sure. Is that Ozempic that weight loss drug? I don't know. Boom, $1 billion movie. Yes. Anyway, they go. I've gained a couple of pounds. What you're thinking thin? Anyway, so he gets Ruth up and says it starts being horrible to her. It's maybe just horrible to women. He says, if you don't sort yourself out, you'll be dead by the time you're 40. So now they're at dinner. They're having some spuds. There you go. They're giving Ben stuff to fatten him up, and she's having salads. And anyway, so because he's dressed for dinner. Remember the days when people used to dress for dinner? I've never dressed for dinner in my life. Anyway, with ties and everything. But anyway, they become friends, not lovers, just become friends. There's Ben and Ruth. We learn he's a banker and all that stuff. So anyway, so they're drinking Vimto. Is that supposed to be wine? I don't know. But anyway, so they become friends anyway. So anyway, off they go. And he's going to go off in his car now. I think they're going to start. They're a bit. He's suspicious of the place as well. I think they're going to do some investigating. Oh, there is a romantic thing. I must have missed that bit. It gives her a kiss, And oh, I right. She writes the number on his hand. That's it. Is that it? 95316 something. Her car looks like it could be a Vauxhall Chevette. I don't think it is. I think it had the Chrysler thing, or maybe Renault, however you pronounce it. I don't know. Anyway, Shove It, Vauxhall Shove It. That's what they used to be nicknamed, didn't they? Dear. Anyway, so she's written her number on the back of his hand, and he's going to drive off, because remember, he's a banker, so he's got a Jag. So off he goes. What's that he's found there? He's popping a pill for some reason. Well, I think they might have given him a pill to help him, so he's popping it, but I think it's going to cause him to hallucinate. There we go. Sending him doolally, and he can't see and he can't drive, and he's going to crash. He's going to crash. So he starts seeing things, and he sees himself laughing at himself in his car in a minute, or whatever. But he ends up crashing. Is this it? There you go. Sees himself sitting next to himself, and goes, but then he starts laughing. I don't know why this van's chasing him, but anyway, he goes off the road and runs over this poor waste paper bin, this poor trash bin, and a rickety old bench. Knocks them over slightly. And then hits a tree. Bang! Ooh, they actually did crash a Jag, didn't they? No expense spared. So he's dead. He's dead now, is Ben, because he rolls out the car and he's quite dead. Yes, and just so happens that the two undertakers just happen to be there at the same time, so they can deal with it. So anyway, I presume this is her house. Terrible, very 80s, 70s wallpaper and matching curtains. Bloody awful. Anyway. Phone rings. There we go. It's his voice. You're acquainted with Mr. Ben Faraday? Yes, I'm a friend of his. Well, I'm afraid he's crashed his car and he's dead. I'm guessing it's the police. And he says, well, how did you know to phone me? He says, he had your number written on his hand. I says, oh, right. There you go. That's what she's asking. He's asking, do you know if there's any families? I'm sorry, I don't know. So anyway, there he is at the funeral. This is where she's going to meet Andrew. It's because she's got a press sticker in her car, so Andrew's going to go talk to her. There you go. Are you a reporter? Yes. So he's suspicious about what's going on at the Undertaker's, because he says this isn't the first time this has happened. There was another crash with somebody that connected with that place, and that they were there, just happened to be there on the same stretch of road to deal with it all. So he's suspicious about it. Is Andrew, and they deal with he's supposed to deal with the bodies and all that, but they've started to pushing him out and dealing with the bodies themselves. So he's suspicious about it. There you go. Mr. Cedric told Mr. Basil that there was another big one coming in tonight, and the same thing happened 6 months ago. And anyway. And saying the big fat men, but I wouldn't call Warren Clark a big fat man. I mean, he's not thin, is he? But anyway, whatever. So they're going to investigate it together, is Ruth and Andrew. Anyway, so they're going to go sneaking in. Here they are. He says he got the key to the family vault, Ben's family vault. So they must be rich. He's got the key to it, so they're going to sneak in and check the body and see what's going on. So he opens it up. Maybe it's Dracula. A little Hammer reference there. They open it up, and the mummy's inside. And he said, they don't usually do this. But anyway, so he said, we usually dress them in their best clothes. So he said, well, I'm going to cut the bindings off. Wingler says, love watching stuff from this era when a slight chub was morbidly obese. Yeah. more fatties about today, isn't there? Because I said we're not better fed, but we're more food about, isn't there? But back in those days, the winter of discontent and all that in the UK, etc. You know, we were lucky to get any food. Anyway, so he's going to cut the things off, and she's saying, you know, this desecration. She's saying, I care. He's saying, you know, he won't care. He's dead. He's saying, I care. It's desecration. Look, she's very Karen-ish there, isn't she? Get me the manager. Anyway, so he said, well, I'm going to do it anyway. So he cuts off the bandages. And we see there's nothing underneath. It's just a wire frame, look, or a metal frame. There we go. Takes the rest off. There's no body there. Just a weighted coffin. So there you go. So, what is a foot? That ain't got a foot, has it? Right, so she's saying, what going to do now? I don't know, but I think she's got to go back to the. It's a Renault 10 TS. Or was it 18? It's an 18. Renault 18. That's her car. Quest. You know, I've never had have I? I've had a Renault. No, I haven't. I've had a Peugeot. That was a nice little car. So when it caught fire, just randomly. Anyway, where they're going now? Back to the funeral directors, I think. They're going to go and scope out the funeral directors. I'm not sure what they're going to find, but they found. Yes, because it's obviously it's supposed to be. It was supposed to be in that family crypt thing, but you know, he's there with her number on his hand. He's still at the funeral directors, so he's going to go to the police, but you know they can't. So they're going to carry on investigating. She's going to go back to the clinic and all that. And I think he says here, it might be another time. There they are, taking out that coffin. She's going to follow them and see where they're going. So off they go, driving through the English countryside. I'm guessing Buckinghamshire. It'll probably be around the same place that the other one was filmed, won't it? Let's have a look. Filming locations for this one. Let's have a look. Well, there were Fleet Street, weren't there? So we saw that one. Hampden House, Buckinghamshire. Yeah, it's in Buckinghamshire again. I think it's the same bloody church. Ben's funeral seemed the same church that were in the previous episode. Wendover. Ruth follows the hearse, so they're in Wendover. And Newell Green, Berkshire. So it's all Buckinghamshire, Berkshire. And in Hereford, Hampshire and Hertfordshire, hurricanes hardly ever happen. Anyway, so she's following them through the lush green English countryside, and she comes to the Chesterton Clinic. There it is. Which is where she was before. You know, it's the place, the Think Thin place. So they're taking that coffin in there, and there's Sir Humphrey Chesterton looking on. She's like, what the bloody hell's going on here? And she asks, I don't know the name of his character, James Cosmo, I've forgotten. Where are you? Willis. Willis. I didn't notice actually in the opening credits. It might be in the end credits. It's credited as James Cosmos. I wonder if that is his stage name back then, or just a spelling mistake. But that sounds better, doesn't it? I am James Cosmos. Doo-doo-doo. Anyway, I think he's got it. Has he got, I don't know. Anyway, she wants to talk to him, and he says, you know, I don't know anything. I'm just a glorified PE instructor. So that's you know, his spoilers. He's feigning ignorance. There you go. The clinic pays my wages, and he says, well, I'm just a glorified PE teacher. Anyway, meanwhile, I forgot the names already. I've genuinely forgotten the names because I'm an idiot. Basil and Cedric, Mr. Basil and Mr. Cedric, are asking this chap, this doctor, where is he? Dr. Bradley, played, I think that's him, is it? Played by Michael Latimer. That's not his picture. Oh, let me check. No, it's not him. It's not him. Not Michael Latimer. Who else have we got? Oh, there we go. It's called Rothwell. Kevin Stoney as Rothwell. That's who he is. Rothwell's a town quite near me. Well, about 10 miles away. A suburb of Leeds. Anyway, where were we? They wanted more money from him. So they eventually agree, I'll give you 10% more. They eventually agreed on 10% more. So anyway, they were forced to increase our prices, Mr. Rothwell. Anyway, so it gives them more money. So, and then I think he's going to bump them off and go somewhere else. But anyway, it doesn't. 10 miles? That's across the country. Yes, that in that film, was it Jabberwocky? That film Jabberwocky, where it says, I once went to the, such and such a village, and she went, that's over 2 miles away. She went, oh, I'd love to travel. Anyway. Right, so there you go. Right. I know you Americans, you can just jump in your cars and you can just drive like 15 hours, and you don't care. You don't care. You've got the windows down and the John Mellencamp playing and all that stuff, and you don't give a monkeys. But in England, if you've got to drive more than like 20 miles, it's a slog. But seaside, for me, is like, 60 miles away, and I thought, that's like a major thing. Not that I can get my lad to go to the bloody seaside, but anyway. Anyway, right, so, where were we? Drinky poos. Just like they're having tea because they're all frightfully English. But it's proper tea as well. But it's not like, I bet there's no tea bags in that teapot. But it's proper tea leaves. I bet it is. Anyway, she's wondering what to do, and she wants to go to the Chesterton Clinic. Not the think thin part. She's done that bit. She's going to the main clinic, where we learn that they're doing like experiments. They've done like heart transplants and stuff like that. I think it's heart transplants they mentioned, and then now they're doing like limb transplants. So she's thinking, is that why they're getting these bodies for these transplants? So this fella's the doctor, Dr. Bradley. Oh, pardon me. And they're going to get him to write her a reference. So he's going to say, she needs a vein transplant for something wrong in the leg. So that's her. That's going to be her her cover story as she's going in. He believed it would not be long before the bionic man became a reality. That's not with transplants, is it? That's like having been a cyborg. That's Steve Austin, isn't it, the bionic man? Not Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was the bionic redneck, wasn't he? But anyway. So that's what they're going to do. Anyway, right, so there you go. Referral letter. So they would recommend a vein transplant. Right, she goes to talk to Andrew. He was really good as Bunny in extras. I think it was extras. Yeah, it was extras. Really good as Bunny. He also played. He was in More Bad News. Comic Strip Presents More Bad News, and he played the director of the music video that the rock band Bad News, Rick Mayall, Adrian Edmondson, and all them, Nigel Plain. For their video Warriors of Genghis Khan, and he was the director of that. But that's what I recognise him from. Anyway, that's by the by. So she's telling him what they're going to do, what she's going to do, and he's saying, no, it's got to be exposed. She says, well, I'm going in. He says, well, I've got to work tonight. I'll be there till 11. So if you need me till then, I'll be there. At the Undertakers, but they're watching. They know something's up. Anyway, right, so she's gone to the Chesterton Clinic and he's reading the letter, and I'm sure I've seen him in something else. I think he just looks like Joss Ackland. He looks like Joss Ackland in Lethal Weapon 2, doesn't he? I think that's what I'm thinking of. Diplomatic immunity. That's what he looks like, doesn't he? But it's not him. Anyway, where were we? I was reading the reference letter from Dr. whatever he was called, and So this is where she says, "What? How old are you?" She goes, 29. Yeah, of course you are, love. Anyway, right. So it says, "Well, we'll have to, we'll check you out." So he's gonna have a look at her legs and prodding and poking as she's making out it hurts and stuff like that. And said, "We'll need to do some more tests. How soon could you come in?" Says, "How soon can you take me?" And then bang, she's in there. Look. So now she's going to go snooping about. So off she goes, snooping. Now then, we'll see in a minute. She wants to get into this room. I think this is, I don't know if it's his office, but this is a room she wants to check out, but it's locked. Room 2. Right, so, oh no, it isn't. I thought that was steps. It isn't. It's just a gas bottle, isn't it? I thought she went down some steps. Because she goes round there, and I did honestly. I thought that was top of some steps because I glanced and I didn't look properly. Because then when she comes out, she's at ground level. I thought, hang on, I thought she went down some steps, but she doesn't. So I'm just pointing out mistakes that I made that you'd never have known. Anyway, she went counting doors, so she knows which window to go to. So she opens up this window. It actually looks like it's open, doesn't it? But she faffs about as though she's unlocking it and gets the window open and sneaks inside. Then we see it's a ladder. There's all bodies hanging like a ladder and stuff. So I'm guessing it's a cold room. But then she hears a noise, so she goes sneaking out. And here comes Rothwell. Just takes this one down. I'm guessing this one's because he carries this quite easily. So I'm guessing this is like a butchered body or whatever. It's not as heavy as a full body. I don't know, but anyway, so she takes that. He takes that. I mean, she looked at her hands. She touched it, and she got the blood on her hands. So she goes running off, and he was putting it in the back of that car. So he's going driving off somewhere else now. So she's going to follow him. That's theme for the professionals, in case you didn't know. So she's chasing him. She goes to this big house, which is just a minute. Warfield Hall in Newell Green, Berkshire. Ruth follows Rothwell to a large white house and is invited to dinner by Sir Humphrey. So there we go. That's what's going to happen. Yes, a classic Volvo. There it is. I've had 2 Volvos. I had a Volvo 343DL and a Volvo 345DL. Quite nice cars, but rust buckets. But anyway. So she is in a Renault, what was it, 18. Right, so she's arrived. See lots of snazzy, flashy cars parked outside. I have no idea what that one is. There's a Jag there, and a Roller there, and there's Volvo. No idea what that one is. Quest, what's that one? Can you make that out? What that says? Don't know. It's like a boat, doesn't it? Anyway. So she's arrived, and she's sneaking about. She's not very stealthy. She's just walking about in a brightly coloured clothes. But, whatever. And she sees the table is set for dinner. There she is. And there we go. Sir Humphrey Chesterton comes in and says, "What are you doing here? Are you stealing the silver?" Actually, looks like a hardtop TR7, to be honest. I have no idea. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe the same one from the previous episode. Who knows? Do you steal the silver? He says, "Oh no, sorry. I just happened to be driving past, and I'm interested in stately homes." And he says, "Well, would you care to join us for dinner?" I says, "Okay." And then she tells her name. Her name, yeah. So it's going to introduce us to everybody, and we see that Rothwell's there as well. So obviously she knows him. But anyway, so there you go. Ruth Cairns. That's her name. Peter Atkins, Joan Hubbard, Luciano Rossi from Italy. I think they could have guessed that from the name, couldn't you? Angela Rook, I'm guessing that's her. And Mr. Lim or something. Yeah, we've got Mr. Lim from Hong Kong. And then Mr. Rothwell, obviously. And Jack Rothwell. So there we go. And Rothwell says, that gammy leg of yours doesn't prevent you from using the clutch pedal, I see. So she's rumbled, basically. But she's got to go along with it. Anyway, she comes along. Whatever her name is, I've forgotten already. And says, they're a nice group. She's got a northern accent. She's from Bolton. I'll have a listen.
I'll have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming.
You pass, is he? Anyway, it turns out this lot, all these people, are survivors of a plane crash. She does mention it in a minute. There we go. From London to Marrakesh. About a year ago, or just over a year ago, whatever, their plane crashed. They weren't found for 2.5 weeks. And then she's like going, oh, it's until something like that happens, you never know what the person's willing to do. Stare. There you go. My husband for one. And they were killed. She got a couple of bruises, and then for 2.5 weeks before they were found. They go, the things they can bring themselves to do. That's how she says it. I think he comes in. Dinner is served. So they're eating the dinner, soup and stuff. No, she's not having any, because I think she's kind of suspecting now what's going on. But they're all tucking in. He says she's not touched her bread roll or her soup. Anyway, so they're going to bring the main course in now. I've also learned, by the way, that they have these reunions every month, the survivors of the plane crash. So they have and this is the 13th month, the 13th reunion, that's why it's called that. So, anyway, they come and have dinner, and remembering, those that were lost, and obviously got the taste for human flesh. Well, they don't actually show it, but never mind. Anyway, so they're going to bring in the main course. Here we go. Bring in the main course, yes, and they're all drinking their Vimto or whatever it is. And in it comes, and he's sharpening his knife, and he's about to open up the tureen. I don't know what they call them. She says, "No, I know what's going to be under there, but we don't actually see what's under there." So she goes running out. And he goes, "If she doesn't want to stay, that's her funeral." So she goes running off. There we go. She's driving back. There we go. V-Reg 1979. So it's quite a new car when this came out. V-Reg. The only reason I know V is 1979 is because my first Volvo, my 343 DL, what a V-Reg. Anyway, so she's arrived at the Undertaker's. Remember, Andrew said he was going to be there till 11 o'clock, so I'm guessing it's not quite 11 o'clock yet. I don't know, but so in she goes, and she finds Andrew, and he's under there. There he is. He's had his throat cut. Oh no, poor Andrew's dead. And then I forgot his name already. James Cosmos Willis. There we go. Willis comes in. What are you talking about, Willis? He comes in. There he is. Oh, pardon me. He comes in his dicky bow and tie, 'cause obviously we're going to go for dinner, and he says, "Yes, I was on that plane too." And then he produces, yes, I was on that plane as well. And then he produces a big meat cleaver. There we go, to which you see the shadow. And he brings it down. Oh, looks like he's used that already on Andrew, doesn't he? And he brings it down, and the episode ends. So that one didn't have a happy ending, did it? Dun dun. Yes, James Cosmos as Willis. I wonder if that's a mistake, or what is James Cosmos? I'm going to look that up now. I'm curious. James Cosmo. Not images. Oh, let's have a look. Wikipedia. Cosmo. His real name's James Ronald Gordon Copeland, professionally known as James Cosmo. Highlander, Braveheart, Trainspotting, Narnia, Ben-Hur, the 2016 one, and Wonder Woman 2017. I'm guessing it's a spelling mistake, so it doesn't say anywhere that he went under the name Cosmos. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say. So there you go. Television, have a look. No, don't say. So I'm guessing that's just it's a spelling mistake. They spelled his name wrong. Cosmos. Cashing in on I've got a blooming name now. And his spaceship of the imagination. Carl Sagan. Cashing in on Carl Sagan's series, which are around about the same time as this, wasn't it? Maybe. Anyway. So there we go. That's the end of 13th reunion. A fun like, thing. A fun episode where she's trying to get to the bottom of this mystery, and it leads to her doom. And I presume they end up eating it, although it doesn't actually show them eating people, does it? Which is a bit poo. They could have lifted up the tureen and or whatever it's called, and we could have seen Warren Clark smiling up at us, couldn't we? Something like that. I'm guessing it probably just looked like meat. Long pork, that's what they're having in it, essentially. But anyway, so there we go. That's the first 2 episodes of Hammer House of Horror. And both fun episodes. Anyway, a Jack Gill presentation for Chips Productions Limited. Oh, there we go. In association with Hammer Films. So there's a mention of Hammer. But there we go. So that's the end of that. So, right. Hey up, it's Steve from Old Yorkshire Geek, and welcome to episode 132 of of Friday Night Appointment with Fear. And this week we're on part 2 of my Hammer House of Horror series, I suppose you could say. Right, so that's what we're going to do. We've got 2 more episodes. The second 2 episodes tonight will be Rude Awakening and Growing Pains. Right, off we go. We begin. For this one, for some reason, has like usually they have like an intro sequence, and then they have the titles, and then they get on with the rest of the story. But this one's got like a coming up on this episode bit. So I wonder if they just didn't remember to make it, or the script didn't have an intro sequence, a pre-credit sequence. So they just did like a coming up on this episode. I don't know why they've done that. I don't know if any of the others do it. I've not noticed, but the next one certainly doesn't. But anyway, so this is what we're going to see in this episode. Anyway, right. So off we. Oh, I still haven't done yet. There's Lucy Gutteridge, super pretty. Right, we're off with the amazing music. I've got to play it. Bow. You ready? Here it comes. By the way, this features in Growing Pains. I noticed it. Somebody runs across a lawn, and that is on the. So I don't know if it was filmed at this house. I don't know. It might have been. But we'll remember what that house looks like in the opening credits, and try and remember if the Growing Pains house looks like that. Anyway, that's by the by. So, God, I still don't know who this fella is up on these battlements. I still say it looks like Willie Rushton. But anyway, off we go. Hang on, let's go back a bit. There we go. Started Denham Elliott, the late, great Denham Elliott. And he does things in this that shocked me. So I always think of Denham Elliott as, from Raiders of the Lost, Marcus from Raiders of the Lost Ark, or the butler from Trading Places. He grabs a woman's boobies in this, but anyway, off we go. Right, so directed by Peter Sasdy, one of the great Hammer directors. But anyway, off we go. Right, we begin. A high street. This is Great Missenden. Just let me just check. Yes, Great Missenden in Buckinghamshire. And it says here, in the filming locations on IMDb, it says 1 to 3 Station Approach, which is Norman Shenley's office, which is the Denham Elliott character. But if you look on Google Maps, which I did, I thought I'm going to look up all the locations on this just for a bit of fun. It's actually High Street in Great Missenden. So anyway, so there you go. Anyway, so we're seeing this is Great Missenden in Buckinghamshire, and it's not changed much, to be honest. I'll show you a picture in a minute. Here he is. There's Denham Elliott walking down the street. There he is, just walking down the street. I thought it was supposed to be scary. So here he goes round this corner. It's like a bend, and there he goes into his shop. We get another view that I'm gonna get another view later on. I'm gonna bring up a modern version from Google Street View to show how little it's changed. Anyway, so here he is in his office. There's Lolly, played by Lucy Gutteridge. I don't know what else she's been in. I don't know. I'll tell you in a minute. What's she been in? Lucy Gutteridge is a retired English actress. She played Gloria Vanderbilt in the television miniseries Little Gloria in '82, for which she received a Golden Globe Award. What else has she been in? She was in Top Secret. I've only seen that once. I know it's really funny, but yeah, not a lot. A lot of TV, a couple of films. Yeah, not a lot. Tales of the Unexpected. The usual British fare. Oh, The Secret Garden. Oh no, it's the 1987 version of The Secret Garden. I remember that when I was a kid in the 70s. There were an earlier version. Yeah, the usual stuff. Anyway, so there we go. But she's super pretty, she is. Anyway, right, so here she is. Morning, Mr. Shenley. And he's really cops a proper feel, look. The dirty old bugger. And then Mr. Rayburn comes in, played by, I can't remember, I'll tell you in a minute. James Lawrenson as Mr. Rayburn. He comes in saying he wants to sell a property. So they're a bit awkward at first because he's just caught him, flirting with his secretary. He is a married man, by the way, is Norman. Anyway, so there we go. He's got a place to sell called Lower Moat Manor, and he's saying he's the executor of the estate. He's saying the owner's passed away, and then he says, actually, she's not passed away. She disappeared, but now she's been legally classed as dead. So now they're getting rid of the family's getting rid of the estate. Right, so we're going to go over and look at the place. So anyways, off we go. It was very old, with 10 acres of ground, but not lived in for a number of years. So he's going to go and check it out. So there he goes. Oh, and he keeps saying to Lolly that he's going to leave his wife and all that stuff. He's giving him a map as well. Mr. Rayburn's giving him a map to follow. So anyway, there you go. This is super pretty. Lower Moat only. Right, so we're going to get a... this road has changed. Is it this one? No, not this one. Yes, this road has changed now. I'm going to show the... they've actually used 2 locations for this with this phone box. They use this location because he visits it twice or 3 times, to be honest. He visits it now, and then he visits it again, and it's not there anymore, but the background's different. So it's in a different location. So we'll get to that later, and then he visits it again, and it's like this again. But this road is totally different, and I'm going to show you now. So I'll have to just get rid of that a minute. It's amazing how things change over the years. Now then, if I can find the bugger. Where's my picture? Where is it? Is it that one? Yes, it's that one. Right, so here's my picture from Google Street View. I will add that to the screen now. That's what it looks like now. There you go. Totally different. The road's a lot wider now. It was a little one-carriage road before, wasn't it? But this is the place. I looked it up. I did look it up. This is the place. We can't go in up there because Google Street View doesn't go up that road, so we can't look in and see the manor. But the place that the film is up there somewhere. The road goes round, but it is that place. But like I say, it's changed. Oh, there you go. There's a little show the difference. But the grass verge is pretty much all that's the same. The trees have all grown and everything. Obviously, they widened the road. That telegraph pole's not there anymore. But yeah, so there you go. So that's where that is. Right. So we will continue. So anyway, here he comes in his car. I don't know what car he's driving. Let's have a look. Does it? Have a look. What is it? Is it like a Sunbeam or something like that? I don't know. I can't make it out. But there he's following the map. So here he goes. Was it a Ford? Is it an Escort? It's an Escort estate, isn't it? An old Ford Escort estate. I think that's what it is. So anyway, he's arrived here at... oh, for Pete's sake. There we go. So we get a look at the the old place, and it's still there. It's still knocking about. If you search for it, it's called. I've forgotten. Hang on, I've forgotten what it's called. Scott's Grove House. That's what it's called. It's still there. It's still there. It's pretty much the same. It looks pretty run down, to be honest. But I will show you a picture of that as it appears. Well, I presume it's as it appears now. It's next to, I think it's next to a place called Scott's Grove Farm. Open image in new tab. Oh, here we go. There we go. That's what it looks like. I presume it looks like that now. Not in particularly good nick, but anyway. But anywho, never mind. Well, I hope you can hear me, because we've been having problems, haven't we? You know what, I'm going to check and make sure we're going okay. Make sure everything's hunky-dory, because we are live, he says. Fingers crossed. Oh dear. He says. Yes, you can hear me. Right, Josh. I'm going to give Rumble another refresher, make sure it comes on. It's come on. Right, okay, we're live on Rumble. Hopefully from the beginning. Is it coming on? Yes, right. We're live on Rumble. Rumble's come back. Hopefully it's all there. We'll see anyway, won't we? If you're watching on Rumble. Right. Where were we? Oh, right, yes, he's arrived at his... I forgot what they called it now. Lower Moat Man, or whatever. I forgot what they called it. Anyway, as you can see, it's all overgrown and it's abandoned. Is it the same? Is it? No, it didn't, is it? No. I'm looking at these battlements here and I thought, is Willie Rushton up there? But no, it's a different place, isn't it? And here it comes to this door, and it all looks very, as though it's just been sanded, doesn't it, with sandpaper? And the door looks very, I don't know, unfinished. It needs a good varnish, doesn't it? But anyway, the keys he were given don't work, but then suddenly the door just swings open, so he goes in. It's all covered in fake cobwebs. But anyway, so he's looking round. He sees suits of armour and stuff like that. And like the Marie Celeste, isn't it? Anyway. And he finds one of those, those tubes where they go, send down the main course, and all that stuff. It's one of those speaking tube or whatever they're called, suits of armour. So he has a go at that. But then a voice comes out of the tube in this weird, spooky way. And we'll go back a bit. There we go. Comes out. Hang on, let's go back a bit. Hello. Hello. And he says, you shouldn't have done it. Like a robot, doesn't it? But it's supposed to, it's coming through a tube. Anyway, the voice tells him, you shouldn't have killed your wife. It says something like, you killed her on Friday the 13th. There you go. You killed her on Friday. She's alive. She made me my breakfast this morning. Anyway, but then the dumb waiter arrives and opens up. Hang on, here we go. Spilling his wife's body onto the floor because he goes and checks it, and it is his wife. And then one of the suits of armour comes to life, and then he wakes up. And it we're all a dream. And then his wife saying, "Oh, wake up! You're trying to kill me." And so, "Oh, it was a nightmare. Oh, you're sweating like a pig." Anyway, we learn that he's not in love with his wife anymore. By the way, I wonder how old Denham Elliott was when he made this. Because I'm probably going to feel old now. Let's have a look. Remember, this was probably filmed in 1979. So when were he born? 1922. So we're in his 50s. About my age, actually. Wasn't he? 57 then. No. Yeah. Yeah, so about 57. So about my age. So actually, it looks better than me, doesn't it? Oh dear, I'm depressed now. But anyway, so he's telling all about this nightmare he had and this dumb waiter and all that stuff. But anyway, he says, anybody? He said, the body that fell out of the dumb waiter. Anybody we know? No, never mind. So anyway, so he's getting up early to go to work, and she kind of accuses him. Says, "Oh, you're going to see that secretary?" And I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, right, so it comes round the corner now. This is the picture I'm going to... Right, see him come round the corner. And they've got another picture from Google Street View, so just bear with me. We shall get that ready. Which one is it? There it is. There it is. So I'll pop that back on the screen. So there we go. This is what the street looks like now. Well, from 2021. It looks like 4 years ago. And as you can see, this is Norman's office now, a barber shop, it seems. We just say there, look, 123 Station Approach. All right. But if you look on Google, it says there, look, High Street, 23 High Street. So this must be High Street there. Maybe Station Approach is the other side. But it doesn't say it on Google Earth, but never mind. Never mind. So there we go. I will compare them side by side. Hang on, where are we? You can see that building there is that building there. So they've obviously knocked these ones down and built those there between 1980 and now. But pretty much everything else is pretty much the same. It's even got the same windows in the shop. You can see the brickwork there. You can see those 3 bricks there. Well, 4 bricks. Match up with those bricks. So, all that's still the same. Just painted it. Put a different sign up. And that shop there is still the same layout. Whatever that is. I can't remember what it is. But it's just a different lick of paint. So nothing's changed in Great Missenden. So there we go. So I found that really interesting. So it's in Buckinghamshire if you want to go check it out. Obviously, they're not digging up the road anymore. They'll be digging it up somewhere else. So anyway, so there we go. So that's that. I just found it interesting. Plus, it pads out the video a bit, doesn't it? Anyway, right, where were we? Where were we? Right, where were we? All right, he's coming back into his office, and we'll see that Lolly looks different this time. It goes in. By the way, there's always this special fine art auctions postponed, and I don't know if that has any relevance. I have no idea. I don't know. Is it just to show he puts things off? I don't know, but anyway. So in he goes, and then we see Lolly looks different. There we go. She kind of got a punk rocker vibe going on now, for some reason. But apparently they're still in love or something. But it's telling her all about, you look different to yesterday. She's like, yesterday was Sunday. What are you talking about? But anyway, so tell her all about what happened. It went to that house, and but it were all a dream, and he saw heard ghosts and saw the body, and but then he says something like he gave me a map, and then he reaches into his pocket, and there we go, and he's still got the map. He says, oh look, I'll follow this map, and then she goes, hang on, Norman, if it were a dream, how have you got the map? There you go. How come you've got the map? And he's like, oh, I don't know, because it's Denham Elliott, and he's an amazing actor. But anyway, so he's going to go check it out again. So off he goes, and he sees, we see this shot, which is the same that we saw earlier on, but then we're going to cut to a different view, I think, now. We see there's a different gate, I think, to what were there before. There you go. The house is not there anymore. And he gets in the phone box. Remember them? Good old red phone box that you put 2p's in. You put 2p's in that side, 10p's in that side. I don't think I ever used a 10p in a phone box. And it, like in American ones, you put your money in first, or you pick it up, put your money in, and then dial your number. In British ones, you used to pick the phone up, balance your 2p in there, and dial your number, and then when somebody answered, it went like do, 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 do. While it were doing that, you pushed your money in. I don't know why it were different, but anyway, I don't think I ever saw a phone box with working phone books in. But anyway, he gets in there. I think is he phone in the office, or yes, he's phone in the office, and there you go. Then somebody down the phone says, why did you kill your wife? This mysterious voice. Then it all gets foggy. They go, you shouldn't have killed your wife. And it all gets foggy outside. And then he sees a tramp approaching, but we see the background's changed. For some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. Because it's totally different. It's not the same place it was before. There's a church in the background and the building there. And I'm going to show you that. How it looks now. So just bear with me again. I won't be doing this a lot. This is the last one for this episode. Anywho, where have I put it? We can't see the church, by the way, in this picture. Let me pop this up. We can't see. Well, we can, but just part of it. Right, so I'll add to the stage. There we go. This is what it looks like now. Well, from 2019. As you can see, that building is that building there. It's on Hog Lane. No, not Hog Lane. That's in the next episode. I can't remember. Oh, I can tell you can't. Aston Sandford. That's where we are in Haddenham, Buckinghamshire. And I'm not sure why they filmed it in a different place. I don't know. But you can see there's that church there in the background. You can make that out there, and it's there, but hidden by trees. But that is that same building. You can see it's still got the 2 doors and all that, and that's changed, the window there, but it is that same place. And so I don't know why they did that, but they just did. So there we go. I just found it interesting because I find that sort of stuff interesting. Right. Anyway, right. So that was all the locations that are listed in IMDb. So we will continue with the story now. Anyway, this tramp is ambling towards him, and he's saying, "Help, help!" And it turns out it's Mr. Rayburn, I think. He looks at him. There we go. Just doffs his cap, as they are wont to do, and just buggers off. And it's all filling up with smoke for some weird reason. But then Lolly arrives, a different Lolly, not the punk rocker Lolly. The French resistance Lolly, apparently. I don't know, that's from a lower or something. But she arrives and seduces him in the phone box. We don't see any nudity. It's not like last week. So they have a bit of hanky-panky in the phone booth, and then he wakes up again. And his wife say, "Oh, what are you up to? What's all that? Who do you love? And what's all that? You're making noises like kissing." Oh, that's another dream he's had. Anyway, so tells her all about that. Says he went back to that house and it wasn't there. But he says, I want a divorce. And she says, "I'm not giving you a divorce. Bug off." So anyway, so he goes to the office again. And then he sees Lolly in another guise as some sort of, I don't know, Trinian schoolgirl. Anyway, so I'm wondering what they're going to do. It's on about he's asked for his wife for a divorce. You know, he wants to marry her and all that stuff. But anyway, you know, either divorce her or kill her. But anyway, so he's going to go and try and find that house again, because obviously it'll make him a lot of money if he sells it, won't it? Because it's a big old place. So he's going to go looking for it. There he goes, sees the sign again. Goes past the phone box. And the house is there, but it's all nice this time. It's all lovely. And not all boarded up. So he goes to the door. There it is. And it looks painted. The door's been painted. That looks as though it's just been sanded. But what does that say? "The blessings of God be upon you." Oh, pardon me. Anywho, so he goes to the door. The painted door this time. I think before it just looked as though it was just raw wood. As though it needed a good varnish. Anyway, it's painted this time. Anyway, so he rings the bell, and a maid answers. There she is, and has to see. I forgot her name, Lady something or other. I forgot her name. Hang on. Lady Strudwick. It says the madam's at breakfast. So he gives her his card. And so anyway, so he goes in. I see there's some chap cleaning the chandelier. Remember, it was all cobwebby before, but now it's all nice. And he goes into the dining room. A dining room. That's a Resident Evil reference. So he goes into the dining room, and he glances over and he sees where the dumb waiter was. The suits of armour are still there. Where the dumb waiter was, there's a I don't know what he gives it a weird name. I'd call it a dresser or a whatever, but anyway. He tells her his story. He says, "Oh, it's frightfully exciting. I like a good tale." But there she is, look. It's got a great voice. I do like it.
Neck of the woods. What a delightfully colourful phrase.
high point of the episode. And Justy 34's here. Happy Friday, everyone. It's Marcus. Where is Indy? Yes, I know, I've mentioned Indy. It is Marcus. Marcus Brody from Indiana Jones. The late, great Denham Elliott. Anyways, talking to Lady... I forgot her name already. Strudwick. Is it? Is that what I said? Yes, Lady Strudwick. Old Lady Strudwick. Tells her the story that, a fella, well, Mr. Rayburn came and said the Lower Moat Manor was up for sale. And so he came and it were all dilapidated and abandoned. And there was a dumb waiter behind that thingamabob. There we go, that chiffonier. What the hell's a chiffonier? But that. There was a dumb waiter. Do you mind if I look behind it? So he goes, she says, okie dokie. All right, and he says, I came back the next day and the house wasn't here. There was nothing here, just a field. And she's like, oh, what a lovely surprise. Anyway, so he says, can I look behind it? He says, yeah, of course you can. So he looks behind and there's no dumb waiter there, but he starts banging on the wall and he finds a hollow thing. But then he hears a voice. Oh, there he knocks on it and he hears somebody say, come in. He goes, ooh, that's why he's going, ooh. Going all, what's the word? Kenneth Williams. Oh. Did you hear that? And then she says, oh, it's quite possible. I believe some stupid girl got herself walled up many years ago. Because she believes in ghosts and stuff like that. But it turns out he says she's a ghost. And she says, I believe you saw it as it was when it wasn't there, as it was in the past. In the phone box there. I don't know. Or I don't know, but when it wasn't there, within the future or something. What did she say? I can't remember exactly. First dream was a glimpse into the past. I don't get that, because it was like all boarded up and dilapidated. So how was that a glimpse into the past? And the second, when the house wasn't here, into the future. It's fair enough. But I don't get the first one. But Anyway, so she offers him a cigarette, but then the music box it's a musical box cigarette case, all the fancy cigarettes in, and then the voice comes out, you shouldn't have done it, you shouldn't have killed your wife. There you go. And then she says, I'm dead. He says, I'm a ghost. So he goes running out, and then Mr. Rayburn's there, and sticks a noose on him, and they hang him. So he's hanging there. And then he wakes up again. And his wife's trying to get the sheet from around his neck. Says, you silly thing, you wrap this round your neck in your sleep. Anyway, so she says, ooh. Anyway, right, so he's back again. I think a fella runs into him. I have no idea why. Is it this bit? Yeah. Sorry, mate. I don't know why. Was that genuine? Was that a fella that just happened to run past and bumped into Denham Elliott? I don't know, because he's not in it. I don't think he's in it. The rest of the episode. Anyway, so he arrives. There's Lolly again in another guise as some sort of, I don't know, disco dancer. I don't know, but wondering what's going on. So they're having a good snog with her. The thing through all this till the end is that they're in love and she wants him to leave his wife or whatever, or get divorced and go off and marry her. And, but anyway, she says, we've got to go and look at this block of flats. So we're going to go and check them out. And then go out to dinner afterwards. And then he says, but phone my wife and I'm going to tell her I'll be home late. So that's what they're doing there. So anyway, but she hangs up on him. And then he says horrible words to her. There we go. Says, ooh, Denham Elliott saying words like that. Unbelievable. Anyway, he says, one of these days soon... Right, so they're out with these blocks of flats. That'd have me worried if I saw one of these. But anyway, so they arrive in his Ford Escort estate, and they arrive to see the caretaker. I don't know why somebody's written 69 there, but whatever. Car 69. Yeah, there we go. So anyway, there's no answer. Press caretaker's bell, 8:36. But nobody answers, so they decide to go themselves. By the way, does it say... on the outside, can we identify the building? Because spoilers, they go in the wrong building. No, it doesn't show us, does it? It doesn't show us a sign or anything. It's supposed to be I think it said building C. It's supposed to be building C, but they're in building A or something. I don't know, but I can't see any pictures or signs saying building A. But anyway, she says she notices it. a sign. Anyway, they go up to the the roof or whatever. So they have a kiss and a canoodle in the lift as they go up. And then they get to the top, and they're having a look round. What does that say? Scotland forever, England a day longer. I'm sure that means something. I've no idea what. And on this door, does it show us or not? It shows a close-up on this door. It says something. Somebody is a. And then they've covered it up with tape, and I wonder what it said. We see it closer up later. Anyway, so she is describing. Remember, she's an estate agent, so he's describing how it's not in very good nick. And then she notices the big demolition ball, or a wrecking ball. She notices that, and says, "Oh, they're going to knock this place down." And then they work out there is they're in the wrong building. There's building C. And he says, "No, this is building A. I noticed the sign." And so they said, "We've got to get out." And then John is a. Somebody's written joke underneath. I don't know what that says. I can imagine what it'd say. A 4-letter word, probably. Anyway, they just covered it up with tape. The door's closed. They can't get it open. There you go. So this is where she says, "Campbell building C block." She says, "No, this is A block." I saw the sign, and then they start knocking it down. She goes running down. They get the door open. She goes running down, opens the elevator thing, the lift, and just plummets to her, we presume to her death. So it's like, "Oh no!" So he goes down the stairs. He's running down the stairs. He goes running down the stairs, and they're starting knocking the building down with the wrecking ball. And I was watching it thinking, this building must be made of the same stuff that the Starship Voyager's made out of, because there's all rocks falling from the ceiling. And it's like he keeps running around this same bit, and they just keep blowing stuff at him. But he's come running down again. Anyway, so they're knocking it down, and he gets to the bottom. It's where he meets the caretaker at the bottom. Here he is. And it's Mr. Rayburn, but he don't say that. He says, "I'm the caretaker. Caretaker." That's because somebody scribbled out the E. Oh, pardon me. And he said, "Let me wake." He thinks he's dreaming again. "Let me wake up." And then he shouts at him, "You shouldn't have killed your wife." Oh, it is building A. It says there, look, building A. It didn't show us that earlier. Showing it now as they're coming out. Anyway, he comes out and he sees there's Lolly in operating the wrecking ball. If it bloody shows it. There she is. And I think she's saying something. I don't know what she's saying. She's saying, "He's so stubborn." Oh, yes, that's it. He's hearing Lolly saying, "He's so stubborn. I think we should make an appointment." And then he wakes up and it's his wife's voice. His wife's on the phone. Just as Lolly's about to kill him with the wrecking ball. And his wife's talking to the doctor because she thinks he's ill. So, anyway, she talks him into going to see the doctor because of these dreams that he's been having. But anyway, so he says, "Okay, then we'll talk." And he asks for a divorce again, and she says, "We'll talk about it after." Anyway, all right. So he goes to the doctor's, and we find out he's got a tumour on his brain. Some X-rays, and he's got to go and be operated on immediately. So off he goes. Next time we see him in hospital with people that look very familiar behind masks. It's obviously his wife and Mr. Rayburn and Lolly operating on him. They're getting ready to cut him open. But then his heart starts doing all weird stuff. And he dies. His heart stops and they can't do anything about it. But he's still looking round. He's like, maybe he's anaesthetised, I can't move or whatever, I don't know. But he doesn't say anything. He's just like looking round. Sometimes he lifts his head up. But anyway, they said, "Nothing we could do, so call a porter and we'll take him down to the morgue." And the porter's on strike, we'll have to do it ourselves. So they take him down to the morgue and put him in a fridge. There they go. And then close it, and they all smile at him and then take off their mask, and we see that they're who they are. It's Lolly and Mr. Rayburn and his wife, and they shut him in, and then I think he wakes up again. There we go, he wakes up again. So... and then decides that's it, he's had enough, he's going to kill his wife. So picks up a cushion, a pillow, should I say, and smothers his wife to death. There we go. And I was like, ho, 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 because he thinks he's still having a dream now. He may have guessed what the punchline to this particular tale is going to be. But anyway, off he goes to his office. Oh, we see Lolly changes the calendar. Remember, you killed your wife on Friday the 13th. We see Lolly changing the calendar to Friday the 13th. So we all know what's coming, don't we? And she looks very prim and proper now, very librarian. This is librarian Lolly. Anyway, there's a phone call. She's looking out. He's late. She's looking out. He's not there. Then the phone rings and somebody says, "Is Mr. Shenley there?" Says, "No, he's not in. He's late. I'll call back later." Anyway, so she jots down. And then Mr. Shenley comes in. And he's all dishevelled, but he's got a gift for her, and she doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. He said, "I'm now free to marry you." He said, "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Shenley. And I bought you something." So he's bought her a diamond necklace. So well, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so he's trying to seduce her, but then Mr. Rayburn comes in and another chap. It turns out they're policemen, and been trying to find him. And it turns out that his wife's been found dead at home. His wife's sister found her. His wife's sister called at the house and found her dead. And he's saying, "It's all a dream. My wife doesn't have a sister." What's he said that for? But anyway. Obviously he's not dreaming now, but he thinks he's dreaming. But obviously he's seen this fella before. Oh no, he has seen him before. He says, "We have met before. You called 3 months ago when you had a break-in, and I dealt with that." So obviously, that's where he gets his face from. So it turns out his wife's dead, and he tells him about this dream, and says, "Oh, is everything okay when you left the house this morning?" So, "Oh yes, it was fine, apart from my wife was dead, of course." Anyway, and then he says, "You shouldn't have killed your wife." And he says, "Oh yes, that's what it said in the dream. But it said in the dream I'd killed my wife on Friday the 13th, and that was several days ago." And she goes, "No, today's Friday the 13th. So anyway, so they're going to cart him off to the station, and they don't know when he's going to come back. So there you go. So it's all gone wrong for him. He's killed his wife. Lolly doesn't love him, but she keeps the the diamond necklace, I'm guessing, because they cart him off. And then if the phone rings, there you go. After they have a little chat, going to make a statement and all that. And then the phone rings just as she's leaving. It says, "Hello, I'm Mr. Rayburn. I've got a property for sale, Lower Moat Manor, from the dream." And she says, "Oh, I don't know when Mr. Shenley will be back." And so, "I'm sorry." And she hangs up the phone. And there you go. And then before she leaves, where is it? There we go. Before she leaves, she snatches the diamond necklace. She's like, "I'm having that," because she might be out of a job. And there we go. And there it ends. So a really good story, because it's Denham Elliott, and he's amazing. He's an amazing actor. He's Denham Elliott, really good. But we all knew what was going to happen, didn't we? As soon as somebody says, "You shouldn't have killed your wife," at the beginning, we knew he was going to kill his wife. And these dreams, they all ran into. They were all the same dream. They all one ran into the other and all that. It's just. It's I forgot the name of that film now. Inception, isn't it? It's Inception. Probably where he got the idea, Christopher Nolan. But anyway, yeah, a really, really good episode. One of my favourites is that, but really, really good. I really enjoyed that. Really, really jolly good. Right, so we'll move on to the next one, which is called Growing Pains. So just bear with me while I get this one lined up. Is it coming on? Yes, it's coming on. Right. So this one begins, but it doesn't have a. Hang on, help if I added it to the stage, wouldn't it? But this one doesn't have a. This episode showing like clips from what's coming up. This one just starts. This one has a pre-credit sequence. So anyway, we see this kid. When it's ready. There we go. See this kid. Turns out this is William. I forgot his name already. I'm hopeless, I know. Growing pains. William Morton, the 10-year-old son of the main characters. And he's a little shit. Well, in my book he is. In fact, there's two kids in this, two main kids. They're both shits. But anyway, whatever. Here he is. He's gone into his dad's laboratory, DL83. And we see all these colourful things on the shelf. His dad's a botanist and is into like research. I'm just going to show you what he does. Look. He deserves everything he's getting, everything that comes to him. Silly little bastard. Sorry, I hate kids. I'm getting angry. Anyway, so he goes looking at the rabbit. There we go. Horace feed commenced 2nd. That's 2nd of April. That's not the 4th of February. It's the 2nd of April, 1980. Rabbits and stuff. Anyway, he starts feeling ill. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have eaten that stuff, in your dad's lab, for Christ's sake. It does explain it later on. But on the first watch, you're thinking, you deserve everything you get that's coming to you. And so he goes lurching out and just falls through this really flimsy window like a zombie. Anyway. His mother, I forgot her name, Laurel, something like that, I can't remember. Laurie, the beautiful Barbara Kellerman. I don't know how she wasn't a Bond girl, but anyway. She hears the noise. And she sees him, freaking out on the lawn. And she goes running out. And he passes away. He expires on the grass. In his dad's arms. So he's like, oh, bloody hell. Maybe he should have locked his laboratory up, shouldn't he? But anyway, so there we go. So that's how that pre-credit sequence ends. They have lost their son, William, because he ate his dad's poisonous stuff. And then we dun dun dee 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 dee. Oh, that scary statue. Scares me every time. That statue is a bit like, I forgot the name of it now. Belloc. No, not Belloc, doesn't sound right, that. Of Star Trek, from the First Federation. Was it Belloc? I can't remember what they call it now. That scary alien in the original series. I always showed it in the end credits. I close my eyes every time for that. Don't sound right. Never mind. If Windgrace were here, he'd tell me, but he's not. Anyway, right, so guest stars Norman Beaton, we may know from Desmond's popular British comedy series. You probably know him when you see him. Anyway, right, Francis Megahy. I don't know that name. Just let me check. Go back to list of episodes. Francis Megahy. No, it just says he died in 2020, by the way. He was a British film director. And that's all it says. He did his filmographies, 5 films. Don't mention any TV work. Freelance, Great Riviera, Bank Robbery, Flashpoint Africa, Real Life, and Taffin. Oh, I've heard of that. I've heard of Taffin. Have I? Oh, it's Pierce Brosnan, isn't it? Yeah. I thought I'd heard. I might have seen it. Pierce Brosnan and Alison Doody. I had to look that up. 1988. Anyway, whatever. So, but he's not. This is not a Hammer director, it seems, like Peter Sasdy was. Ballock. Well, yeah, that anyway. Yes, I know what I mean. But it always scared me because it always showed it in the. Well, not in always. In one of the end credits for the season of Star Trek, the original series, it popped up, didn't it? And I always closed my eyes at that bit. Anyway, where were we? Right, so we begin at the Nesbitt Trust Children's Home. This is now we're going to do the old and I'm going to show it on Google Maps. I don't think on two of I've got the 3 locations used in this episode that's listed on IMDb. But for 2 of them, we can't get to them on Google Maps. Like a street view. We've got to view them from above. But this is Rossway Park in Berkhamsted, Hertfordshire. That's where this is. So it's in the building there. There's like I think there's like a maze or something around there. You see like they're going through hedges. So just bear with me. I will. I think I found where that is. Which one is it? Is it that one? Is it? No, it's that one. Yes, I think it's this building here. I forgot what it's called. I've just told you, haven't I? Because I'm stupid. Rossway Park. Yeah, I think this is. I think they're the hedges that the people have just walked through to get to that, whatever that is. And I think this is the building. I think, but according to Google Earth, this is Rossway Park. This building. So anyway, but I said there's no street view of it, so I don't know. Anyway, so there we go. As I said, I think that's this building, and I think, hang on, where are we? Where are we? And I think that hedge is there. I think looks like it to me. Anyway, whatever. That's what it looks like now. Anyway, right, where are we? Just bear with me. Right. I'm just getting ready for the next one. Right. Were it first season credits in original series? I can't remember. But it used to scare me. Anyway, right, so she's here at a children's home and she's basically buying another kid. Technically, she is. Because they keep saying, but because they're a rich family, by the way. Your checks come in very handy. So they're basically buying a kid. Who's called, I've forgotten his name as well, because I'm stupid. James. They're adopting James. So they're having a little chat there. So here comes James, super creepy kid. He's super creepy. Carries a little bunny rabbit with him, called Bugsy apparently. But there he is. They're all frightfully posh because it's England. But anyway, so apparently she's not just claiming this kid. She's been visiting and seeing him for a while. There's been a passage of time, and she's been seeing him for a while, so he knows him now. And apparently he knew we were being adopted by him, and now they're expected him to call her mother. But anyway. But he keeps calling her Mrs. Morton. So there we go. And I think he's been to visit them as well. Because he knows their dog. They've got this dog that looks super vicious. And it seems fine with him. So I think he knows their dog. So I think he's visited their house as well. But now the day has come when he's moving in with them. So off they go. In a Ford Capri. But there they are, driving away, apparently down a road called Hog Lane. They go past a cemetery, a graveyard, which I didn't find on Google Earth, but see a freshly dug grave. So that much time can't have passed, can it? Because it looks fresh, does that, doesn't it? Because that is William Morton's grave, their son. So that much time can't have passed. But anyway, suddenly the car goes out of control. There we go, Ford Capri. Goes out of control. And it's, oh no, she can't get control of it. And it's as though the wheel's whipping it out of her hand. Why don't you just stop the car? But anyway, whatever. She's just screaming and going, like that. And anyway, but this was filmed on a place called, hang on, I've missed a bit. There we go, there's a van there. And I think I found this stretch of road on Google Earth where this van goes on the grass. I think it's this bit. I will show you, so just bear with me. It's not the last bit. It's the second to last thing that we'll see. Hang on, I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. I think it's this. I'll show you in a minute. I'm trying to find... Oh, no, whatever. Right. There we go. I think it's this stretcher. It's called Hog Lane, which is in Ashley Green in Buckinghamshire, where Laurie Morton loses control of the car. That's what it says. And I think it's this stretch of road. Obviously, there's more grass in the series. Obviously, this fence is there. Pardon me. But I went all down it because, you know, on Google Street View, you can go all down. It's the only part of the road I think that matches that bend. So it kind of goes round and then to the right and then to the left, doesn't it? Which is what that does. So I think is that hedge there. I'm thinking it is. Obviously filmed in April 2019, and this was obviously filmed in the summer or whatever. I don't know. But as you can see, there's a lot more grass back then in 1979 or whenever it was filmed than there is here. But I think it is that bit of road. I think. Because it was the only bit that seemed to match. So I'm going to say it is. I'm going to pat myself on the back for my detective work. Anyway, right, so that's that. We've just one more to look at in a bit. Full screen. Right, so there we go. She nearly hits a Transit Luton van. I don't know why they call it a Luton. I have no idea. Transit Luton's had this like box over the cab. I don't know what is that called. That must be called a Luton. I don't know, but anyway, that's what that is. I'm guessing Hammer must have had some deal with Ford because it was a Ford Escort estate in the episode that we watched earlier on. In this one, they've got a Ford Capri and a Ford Escort Luton van. Anyway, so they don't quite crash. Sorry, I'm just looking at that. That's Cholesbury or something. Don't know. I wonder if that sign's still there. I'm going to look on Google Earth now. I'm going to look on Google Earth. See if it's still in my history. Bear with me. Did. Now then, Hog Lane. I've loads of things for Hog Lane. Right, I'm just going to go down Hog Lane. Right. Oh, I just landed right on that. But which end is it at? Oh, no, I thought I saw it. Oh, hang on, did I? No, that's not it, is it? Is it? No, that's a different sign. So I've just found a sign that looked the same. Right, we'll keep going down here. We're still on Hog Lane. You can't see, but I can. I'm looking to see if that sign is still in this area. Keep going. I mean, this could be said somewhere totally different for all I know. The magic of television. It could be that sign could be nowhere near where they filmed it. Could it not? Did it? My sense of direction is terrible. If you watch me playing games, these open world games, my sense of direction is terrible. So I'm probably going totally the wrong direction. Not that you can see what I'm doing. I will drag it across. Sod it. You can follow me as I explore Hog Lane. Right, so here we go. I'm just going to see if this sign is at the end of the street or the lane. Bloody Hog Lane goes on a long way, doesn't it? It's a long lane. I suppose that's what lanes are supposed to be, isn't it? Long. Go on, then go. Why are you not going? Get to the end. I want to see if there's a blooming big sign there. I think we're near the end now. There isn't, is there? There isn't a sign there. North Church Lane. Oh no, still on Hog Lane there, look. But there's no oldie worldy sign there, is there? But it looks like, is it the same? Is it where they crash? Hang on, let's have a look. have a look. Don't know. Don't think so, is it? Never mind. Anyway, whatever. Right, so there we go. The car comes to a halt. And she's all freaking out. He's totally calm because he's creepy. And she says, "Oh, I'm sorry." But anyway. Cut to, I forgot his name now. Is it Terence? Terence Morton, I think. Yes. Played by Gary Bond. I've no idea. I don't know if I've seen him in anything else. He played, He were in Andrew Lloyd, Tim Rice and Andrew Lloyd. He played Joseph in the original Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. There you go. Anyway, he's playing Terence. The botanist is trying to solve world hunger by making rabbits grow to enormous proportions. No, it's not Night of the Lepers. Which is a film I haven't seen for a really long time. But speaking of Star Trek original series, it's got DeForest Kelly in it. We'll have to dig that out. Anyway, so here he is giving his compounds to the rabbits. This is his DL83, and what he's doing, the compound, is making it from this plant. It's some sort of fungus or something he's growing that is nurtured or whatever. I don't know where he got it, but this is his pride and joy, his work, that he gets all of his stuff from. He's feeding these rabbits. Anyway, Laurie's showing James to his room. I don't know if this was William's room. I think it was, because he finds something later. But they've redecorated it, apparently. It's not even cold in his grave, is he, it seems? But never mind. He asks, "Have you seen my jackknife?" I thought, what the hell? Jackknife's what Laurie's doing it. But anyway, whatever. I think he means like a penknife. Back in my day, we called them a penknife. Americans would call them like a pocket knife or whatever. I think that's what they mean. Not a jackknife. But anyway. He says, "No, I don't know. Apparently there's a list of his belongings that Matron left. And it's not in there. But anyway. So she's worried about James because, he doesn't show emotion and all that stuff. And the scary thing happened. And the car were malfunctioning and all that stuff. And so he says, "I'll take it down to the garage in town, in the village or whatever." Anyway, right, she's making dinner. There we go. She's slicing some cucumber and having tomatoes. And apparently there's steaks under the grill. Apparently. So in he goes. Has a little chat. They're having their Vimto or whatever it is. It's like the same stuff they had last week in that 13-3 Union episode. Must just use the same wine or coloured water or whatever it is. But anyway, it's glugging that down. And they're having a chat about this, that and the other. And he says, "Put your rabbit down. We don't have rabbit here at dinner." And he's still in his shirt and tie. I say, creepy kid. That'd terrify me if I lived there. I'm not a statue person, particularly statues of people. But anyway. Right, so dishing out the grub, and they put the steaks on the plate, and he says, I don't want it. And me, he says, "Why?" "Because I don't like the things that are on it." And there we go. We see there's maggots on his steak with his not very appetising looking potatoes. But there you go. And the look on theirs, there's maggots on theirs as well. So, "Oh no!" And she blames him because he looked at it under the grill. So she's blaming him for putting the maggots on. But how did she not notice when she was dishing it out? But anyway, whatever. So he says, "It wasn't me, honest, mother." He started calling him mother and father. Anyway, so he's gone to bed. Anyway, she's brought him a new rabbit. By the way, it's called that rabbit Horace. It was called Bugsy before, according to Matron. But now he's just changed its name to Horace. I think Horace was the rabbit. It was the name of the rabbit the stuff that William Morton ate and that killed him. That was that rabbit, wasn't it? Was Horace. And he says, "I don't know, it just came to me." He says, "I've got you this new rabbit. We'll call this something else. I've forgotten what. I'm gonna take." Hang on, let's go back again. Hang on, does it in a minute. And she takes the old rabbit, Horace, He said, I'm going to wash it. You can have it back tomorrow. I'm not sure if we see it again. I don't think we do. Anyway. There we see him checking his rabbits. So he's being creepy again because he's a creepy kid, and then she's taking the rabbit away. You can have it back in tomorrow. And he says, I'll be out tomorrow. I've got a very busy. I'm going to London. I've got a very busy meeting, and all that stuff. And Terence has got some important people coming to see him from the World Food Organization or something. So that's basically the gist of this story. Is they're very busy people. They've no time for their kids. That's basically the gist of it. By the way, he's got a cool racing car bed. I'd want one of them now, to be honest. If they did them in adult sizes, I'd have one of them. Anyway, he gets out of bed. He gets out of bed and leaves his room. We see the rabbit twitching for some reason. Look. And we see on the chair that's the jackknife apparently. Anyway, she hears a scream because she comes out. He comes in and he screams. He sees something. So she goes running up, and we see. Oh no! The stuffed rabbit's got all its guts hanging out. We'll not dwell on that. So she blames him, obviously. He says, no, I didn't do it. He said, well, why were you out of the room? I said, I went to the toilet. And he says, well, you know, they had the knife and all that. I said, well, you saw the list. It wasn't on this. It's not my knife. So, you know, denying all knowledge of it. Anyway, next morning, she's saying, it was horrible. And I've got to go for this meeting and stuff. And he's tidied his room. She got rid of the rabbit with its guts hanging out, even though it was just like a stuffed one. I don't know. They don't really explain it. Anyway, so they're telling him that, you know, it's basically got to bog off for the day because she's going to London for some meeting. And he's got important people coming to see him in his lab. So he says, what am I going to do? He says, take the dog for a walk. The dog's called Nipper. Take the dog for a walk. All day, apparently. I don't know. But, you know, they're not good parents, are they? Anyway. Oh, and he says, I've seen that knife before. I don't know if it shows it. But he says, I've seen it before. But I can't remember where he says he's seen it. Have I got he's looking at it there. I've got subtitles on. Does it say? Pop subtitles on. What does he say? This knife, I know I've seen it before. It isn't his. I think that's all he says. I don't think we find out whose knife it was. Maybe it was William's knife. Maybe it was. I don't know. Anyway, right, he's out walking Nipper, who I think, is it a Rottweiler? And by the way, PR Hans motor engineers can't spell foreign. Just noticed that. Foreign eigen cars. Stupid man. Beware of the dog. You must have a dog in there. Anyways, walking Nipper. He's checking the car. Remember a Capri that went out of control. He's checking that. His whatever he's called. Anyway, so he helps him a bit. Does James gets in the car and turns the wheel and all that. But anyway, he's out walking the dog. So off he goes in a minute after he does that. Yeah, it says he's got to take the car down to his garage and really strip it down. So anyway, right, so off he goes. Meanwhile, these important people are coming in there. I don't know, is it a Bentley? I think it's a Bentley, isn't it? Yes, by the way, this is their house, the Morton house, which is called Megacut Court in Dudswell. And again, what's happened here? Not that. I forgot to get rid of that. Which, like Rossway Park, I couldn't find a street view of it, but yeah, I do have it on. Hang on, bear with me. We can see it from the air. So just a minute. Where the hell are we? Is it? It's not that one. It's that one. Megacut Court. You can't see it because I haven't put it on. Hang on. There it is. you'll see here, that's the front of the house. See this, it's like got like this circular drive, which we can see. Hang on. There we go. They've got this circular drive there. That's the front of the house there. Megacut Court. But as I said, we can't see it from the street view, from the road. So there we go. But somewhere on this lawn or somewhere, there's the tree from the opening credits. Anywho, never mind. Right, so we'll go back to full screen and we shall continue. These are the important people arriving. Norman Beaton is playing some African ambassador or something. They're from the World Food Council or something, I don't know. And some other chap. Anyway. So they're going to have a look round. Meanwhile, he's going to the cemetery with Nipper. He's telling them all about his work and, you know, he's wanting to feed the third world, essentially. But he's not happy about it. He's Norman Beaton. I can't remember the character's name. Just bear with me. Does it say? Oh, crack heavy all this. Where's Norman Beaton? I'm looking at the wrong thing, that's why. Mr. Nagenko. There we go. And the other fella is Charles Austin, apparently, I think. Yeah. Played by Tariq Yunus. He's not convinced. He's saying, you know, in Europe you've got loads of food. You have, you know, food, butter mountains and wine lakes. I remember the days when we used to talk about that in Europe. We had it because they used to hand out free food. Because Europe genuinely did have the European Union when we were in it. A butter mountain and wine lakes, not real, not actual, you know, lakes of wine, but they had all this surplus food that they didn't know what to do with, so they give it out to people who were like, you know, the low paid or people on benefits or whatever. Every now and again, you'd get like a voucher, and somebody come round and, you know, take your voucher, and you'd get like a big box full of tins of steak and blocks of butter and stuff. Didn't get any wine. But it was cool when that happened. That was a long time ago. But anyways, talking about that, saying, you know, but now you want to do all this stuff instead of just giving us your surplus food. You want to make these chemicals, feed us with chemicals. But he says, "Oh, I'm doing my best." Anyway, meanwhile, James is looking around the cemetery. I don't know where this was filmed. It doesn't say. It doesn't say on IMDb where this was filmed. Pardon me, what cemetery? So I can't help you there. He's asking about this DL83. He's asking if Dr. Morton would eat the DL83. But I think he's basically saying no. Oh, there you go, from the World Food Council. And then he's saying, you know, is it poisonous? You know, we've heard that somebody died after eating it. And obviously talking about William Morton, his son. But I don't actually mention that. But he did have a painful death. So, but obviously none of his rabbits are dying of it. So I don't know. Anyway, right. So he's looking round the cemetery. Is William, and he finds James. He finds William Morton's grave. He's talking about the accident, has similar properties to LSD, but I don't know how they say that. But anyway, there he was found, William Morton's grave, 1969 to 79. Rest in peace. Like I say, it looks fairly fresh. Anyway, there you go. So he looks at that. Who were you, William Morton? What do you want of me? Because he's a child actor, that's what he's like. Oh, now we'll play it. Go on. Oh, press the wrong button.
Who were you, William Morton? What do you want of me?
That child actor's great. What do you want of me? It'd have been in Harry Potter, wouldn't it, if he was a bit young. Anyway, all kicks off and wind whips up and the gravestone starts shaking and that look like that, and the dog runs off and he falls onto the soft earth, and the grave digger comes running up. Oh, you're desecrating that grave! Never mind that it were all shaking and it was like something off Quatermass and the Pit, but never mind. So he said, "Where's my dog gone?" He ran off over there. So he goes to get the dog. There you go. "Where's Nipper?" Sorry, I think a ghost just walked past me then. Genuinely, it's got a sudden blast of air. Isn't that weird? It went off over there. So he goes and gets the dog. Meanwhile, he's still talking to these two. Then the dog comes and it just lets the dog go. I think it's this bit. It's saying heel, look. It just lets the dog go. It comes out of the bushes and it just lets the dog go. The dog's running off, snarling and growling. And I'm sure they've got Percy Edwards. I don't know if you know who Percy Edwards is. He was popular on British television in the 70s. He did animal impressions, like farmyard impressions. There were also on shows like Blue Peter and stuff like that. But all these animals to me all sound the same. But I think they got him in, or somebody like him, to do the sound of the dog barking. See if we can hear it. Probably won't be. Not that. That. I don't think that's the dog, is it? I think that's Percy Edwards. I don't think he's it credits. Maybe he is. Let's have a look. Go to all cast and crew. Let's see if his name's not in. No, it didn't. Does it have any other credits? Sound department. No Percy Edwards in there. Additional crew. No. Oh, is it Jack Gill? You know the fella that says in the opening credits looks like Willie Rushton. It just says Jack Gill, presenter. So is that, or is that just, does it mean because it's presented by Jack Gill? He's the main producer or whatever. Whatever, I don't know. No, never mind. Right, where were we? Anywho, right, the dog goes into the lab because he never keeps it locked. The door can just be pushed open by a dog. Anyway, he's going to get all the rabbits. He comes running out with a rabbit, look. So they'll go running. All the rabbits are dead apart from one. They've all been ripped apart. And how did he get into the cages? Don't know. But, oh, he seems such a nice dog, says James, creepily. At least that's what I thought. Oh, for God's sake. Right, anyway. Right, so she comes back. It's not in her, she's borrowed his car, by the way. Remember her Ford Capri's in the garage. This isn't a Ford, it's a Volvo, isn't it? T-Reg, which is 78, I think. Yes, 1978 is a T-Reg. There you go, T-Reg, Volvo. I only know that because I had a V-Reg. I had a V-Reg Volvo, actually. Same colour as that, but not that make of car. I had a Volvo 343 DL. A V-Reg, which was 1979. And V came after T. There were no U-Reg. Anyway. So she's back from whatever she was getting up to in London. Probably having an affair. Probably. I don't know. But we learn that the dog's killed all his rabbits apart from one. But they're still here. The people from the World Food Council, and he's giving them coffee and stuff. There they are. Anyway, the dog's going to come back any minute now. As they sit there, here comes the dog in a minute. There it is, and it attacks Terence and all that stuff. So they basically get the dog into the cellar. They've got like a door that leads to a cellar there. So they shut the dog there. We go in the cellar. They shut it in there. So all fun and excitement for the World Food Council chaps. Anyway, they decided, I'm going now. So I don't know if he's going to get his grant or whatever. I don't know. But they seem to part on happy terms, even though, there's just seen loads of slaughtered rabbits and a mad dog. But anyway, off they go. Oh, dear. Now, so he's putting the stuff that killed his son at the beginning, he's putting that on a lump of steak that he's going to feed to poor Nipper. Get that name right. This isn't Dam Busters. If you know, you know. Look, he's trying to get out. Look. It's like Cujo, isn't it? Anyway, so he gives it to the dog. There we go. What you put on it? Poison GT28. Sounds like a car. But anyway, so that's what killed William. But anyway, so they feed that. So the dog is presumably dead pretty quickly because, there we go, he's buried the bugger. Got his wellies on as well. But kept his tie on. Because, got to keep a tie on while you dig a grave. And Winggrace is here. Saying, hola. Because he's gone all Spanish for some reason. Welcome. We're just watching a fella bury his dog after he poisoned it to death. So anyway, so he says, goodbye, Nipper. Or something. There we go. Rest in peace. But that's not the last we'll hear of Nipper. They're at dinner. They're not eating. Is that because of Nipper? What does this say? Yes, they're trying to explain that they had to put him down because he'd gone, vicious. Anyway, so he's lost his appetite, so he's off to bed. And she's saying, there's something evil in this house. Oh, look, you can tell. Anyway, he's learned from the chap in the garage that there was nothing wrong with the car, so they can't explain that. But luckily, he's still got his one rabbit, his massive, huge rabbit that is left. Anyway, yes, he says he went to the cemetery and he saw the grave of William Morton. He says, who was William Morton? And she tells him, who was our son and he died, and all that stuff. Anyway, so she says, you're creepy, I don't like you. I want to take you back to the children's home. But anyway. Meanwhile, we hear, we don't have like a pet cemetery sort of thing happening, but we do hear Nipper. I think they do hear him howling. There we go. The Hound of the Baskervilles. They do hear him howling, but anyway. But William Morton's grave's all shaking again, look. Anyway, right. What happens here now? Is this where he finds... he's got Nipper's lead, and he's keeping that for some reason. Don't know why, but he is. Puts it under his pillow in a minute. But he's rooting through his drawers, and he finds a book. There you go, William Morton Private. There it is. And there's a poem in it. Oh no, the gravestone's cracked for some reason. Anyway, looking in the mirror, you can guess what's going to happen soon. And he's reading from the book, and it's basically William Morton doing a poem about how his parents are always too busy to be bothered with him, and all that stuff. Which is why he went into his dad's lab and he ate the stuff that killed him, thinking it'd make his dad pay attention to him or something. And then there he appears in the mirror. Right, so he's checking his rabbit. But she wakes up and then she thinks it's James, but it's William. Goes into her room. And he's talking about the poem that William Morton is out of sight and all that stuff. And she puts the light on and it turns into James, and he says, I thought I heard Nipper. But anyway. So she goes and asks about the book. She says, where'd you get this book? Says, I found it in the drawer. Said, did you care about William? Said, of course we did. Just didn't care about him enough to lock his laboratory with his poisons in. But anyway, never mind. Anyway, so there we go. So I says good night and takes the book. Yes, right. So he's on the phone now to Sir somebody or other who's really important to do with his work. I can't remember his name. But she wakes up. We can hear Nipper howling and all that. She wakes up. She's like, oh, it's driving me crazy. She goes running downstairs and she cuts him off. And so he gets angry with her. That was Sir Arthur Blunt talking about a fellowship. Can't you hear? It's Nipper. For God's sake, listen. He says, I don't know what's going on. And James hates us for some reason. But anyway, he goes to his lab and you see the ghost of William there with the rabbit in his hand. And he says, I can kill this rabbit really easily. Somebody showed him. I can't remember who. He does say, don't come any nearer, father, because I'm frightfully posh. What does he say? There, I can break there we go. I can break a rabbit's neck. A farm worker showed me. It's country living, innit? Josh Temple can do this blindfolded. But anyway, he kills the rabbit in front of him. There we go. No! Oh, judo chop! Kills the rabbit. Oh, God. And then he picks up I forgot what it was, DL83, whatever it's called, the big fungus thing that's been getting all of his potions of. Takes that and runs out. Oh, this is where we see, there we go. We see, look, the tree, it runs past and it's got the same like pentagram design that we see at the beginning of each episode and the end, which we'll see in a bit. So is this the same? Or is it just, I don't know if the tree's the same. We'll have to look at the end. I thought the tree had a thicker trunk. Have they just cut this to look like that? I don't know, but anyway. Right, so he goes running out, this ghost of William, into the woods. They're in hot pursuit. He's at Nipper's grave. Oh, look, he's all gone, his arm's gone manky. Anyway, so he goes running off again, into the cemetery this time. And remember, earlier on, we saw a grave digger digging a grave earlier on. And he's just left it unattended in this day for night shot. It's obviously filmed in the middle of the day, isn't it, with the filter on, but never mind. Oh, there's just a really bright moon. And all he's bothered about, he wants his plant back. He's not, give a jot that the ghost of his son is there. He just wants his plant back. But there's no, and he falls into that grave, and it sounds like he's falling for ages. I'm going to play it. I'm going to go back. There we go. Right. He falls into the grave. Now count how long it takes before he hits the ground.
He said it's fine.
Like 4 seconds or something. Is it like a 20-foot grave? But then when we see him again, he's there. I don't know what happened there, but anyway. Maybe gravity went doolally. I don't know. But anyway, he's in the grave. And he's dead, mother, says William. So anyway, it just disappears. She looks over at... I don't know if I missed it. It's kind of spooky. I don't know. I find stuff like this spookier than if he like faded away slowly. He goes, bye, mother. It just disappears like that. And for some reason, that freaks me out more than if he just like faded away or turned into smoke or something. Just gone like that. Freaks me out. I don't know why. Anyway, so that's William's, I don't know, unfinished business is finished, I'm guessing. Anyway, she goes over to William's grave and we see that James is laying there amid the plants, I don't know, the DL83 plants or whatever, I don't know. But he just gets up. Why are we here? And she says, I don't know, I do know why we're here. Stuff growing on William's grave. Oh, mate. Yes, he died from falling into that shallow grave. Apparently. I don't know. Well, I don't think we have to overthink it. Anyway, so and off they go. Walking off. But then the grave's changed, look. It says Terence Morton and his beloved son, William. So obviously they've got stonemasons there really quickly. And then it ends. It's all right, it's that episode. But it might be that same tree, look, with the pattern that we saw in that episode, Growing Pains. Is that their house? I want paint. No, it isn't. It's a different house, isn't it? Because their house that we saw in that episode had a proper roof and stuff. It didn't have battlements, did it? So it must be a different place. Maybe that's just superimposed. It kind of does look superimposed, doesn't it? Anyway, whatever. So there we go. An okay episode. I didn't mind it. The kid were a bit too creepy for me and a bit everybody's frightfully posh, but at least in the other episode, Denham Elliott tried to put on a bit of a Cockney accent and all that, but but in this one they're all frightfully posh. I didn't care for that one because of that death. It was a bit naff, wasn't it? It was. I mean, it just fell in and then he's dead. Did he smash his head? If they'd have shown like there were a rock or something in the bottom of the grave and he smashed his head on it and there was all blood everywhere, you'd think, fair enough, wouldn't you? I'm going to look back and make sure that we didn't miss anything. Oh. Let's have a look. Make sure there isn't like a stone that he smashed his head on. Let's have a look. But you never... Oh, that's what he's saying. You never saw... It was your life, but you never saw me. No, I can't see any blood. But it'd help if it were a bit more brightly lit. But they could have put a rock there or something, couldn't there, with blood on? Or something. I don't know. Or they could have buried him alive or something. They could have just... The earth could have just fallen on top of him, supernaturally, and buried him alive. Or whatever. They could have done that, couldn't they? Maybe they were just running out of time. He's dead. Just say your lines, that's it, the end. Or if it was as deep as it sounded about 20 foot deep, didn't it? Like, ah! Oh, mental. But it's okay. It's an okay episode. I didn't mind it. Not as good as the Denham Elliott one. But she helps because this is one of my crushes from my youth with Barbara Kellerman. As I said, I saw her in a film called The Monster Club and Quatermass. The one with John Mills as Quatermass. She was in that as well. And Simon McCorkindale played her husband. But yeah, and I want to know why she was never a Bond girl. She should have been. But never mind. Anyway, right, so there we go. So that's it. All done and dusted. 2 more episodes in the bag. What's the next 2 episodes? I can't remember. Hang on. The House That Bled to Death. This might be the most famous episode of this series. It's one that they're in a house and all blood's coming through from the walls and stuff like that. Nicholas Ball stars in this one. Or that one. So that's next week. And Charlie Boy. I can't remember that one. It's I think is it Charlie Boy that's it's essentially a rip-off of Trilogy of Terror, the Karen Black one. I think it's that one, like an African statue that attacks people. I could be wrong, I can't remember. It's a long time since I've seen it. So that's next week's. We're watching the House That Bled to Death and Charlie Boy. Who stars in Charlie Boy? Lee Lawson, Angela Bruce, Michael Culver. Nobody that stands out. Anyway, right, so I'm being cool in a bandana tonight with skulls on for the Appointment with Fear motif. But anyway, we're on part 3 of my Hammer House of Horror. I don't know how many parts there's going to be. 6, I think. Sexology, or whatever it is. And this week it's going to be The House That Bled to Death and Charlie Boy, episodes 5 and 6, I think, yes. Episodes 5 and 6. So we're halfway, just about. Right, we're off and running. It begins in 4-3, because it's from 1980, so it's old, just like me. What's that? Cadbury's... Oh, cocoa essence. He's making some cocoa, is this chap. Don't ask me his name, I have no idea. And look, he's putting something in one of the cups. Some form of drug, I imagine. There's his missus, knitting, a purple whatever. Now boiling up some milk. Proper cocoa, not this instant cocoa that we all make do with these days. It's proper cocoa with milk, boiled in a pan. There he goes, pouring it out, stirring it up. There they go, gives it to his missus. Notice he doesn't drink his, but she drinks hers. And then promptly dies. There we go. She clutches her throat and passes away. She can't reach her pills, and then she dies. Just leaves her. And then he gets one of these off the wall. They're called kukris, aren't they? Something like that. Kukris. They keep calling them swords in the script. I think they're called kukris. They're what? Gurkha knives. That's another name for them, isn't there? isn't it? But anyway, we see picks that up, gives it a sharpen on his oil stone, and he's basically going to chop her up now, because he's going to set off to chop her up. And then we get then we get into the opening credits. We'll have a little listen. We'll watch Willie Rushton up there. We'll have a quick listen, because I do love this theme. I know I say it every bloody week, but I do. It's one of those themes that fills me full of nostalgia. There we go. It's all going wrong. By the way, you saw there starring Nicholas Ball. Hang on, let's go back again. There we go. Nicholas Ball, who you may know from, he's been in loads of stuff. But I know him from, I can't remember now. Was it Lovejoy? Was it Lovejoy? Or was that somebody else? I'm going to have to check now. I'm going to have to check. Just bear with me. Hazel. No, it was Hazel. That was it. There's that many, these British detective series back in the day. I get them all mixed up with like Bergerac, Lovejoy, Hazel, others. He was Hazel, wasn't he? And Rachel Davis, who she's been in loads of stuff on, on British television. I don't know if she's done any films. She probably has, but she's not the spitting image, but bears an uncanny resemblance to Margot Kidder, who starred in the 1979 Amityville Horror, which is, I think this story is a direct kind of a dig at the Amityville Horror and how fake it was, or maybe it was. It depends on what side of the argument you fall on. Anyway, that scary statue that always scares me. Anyway, so here we go. Directed by Tom Clegg, who's done. He directed the two Sweeney. Speaking of the Sweeney, did I mention Sweeney? I don't know. Whatever. Directed the two Sweeney films in the 70s. Not the new one, which I've not seen. I think it's Stan Winston. Not Stan Winston. Ray Winston in that. Stan Winston's the makeup chap, isn't he? He directed those two films anyway in the 70s, and also directed the Sharp miniseries stuff. In the 80s. We see him being. Anywho, so there we go. Right, we begin. It shows us where we are. Who's that? That's not Nicholas Ball, is it? It's supposed to be. It doesn't look like him to me. Anyway, here we are. On Coleman Road. Except it's not Coleman Road in real life. It's called, I've forgotten, Chebra Road. Something like that. Yes, Chebra Road in High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire. It's on some sort of, pardon me, English housing estate. At first I thought there might be, council houses, but apparently they're not because they're buying this one. But anyway, it's obviously a real place. I will show you what it looks like now, Willa, because I did this last week, didn't I? So I'm going to do it again this week. Sod it. So here we go. If I can remember where I've put the blooming thing. Press the wrong button. There we go. I found a website, by the way, called Cult Film Locations, which makes it a bit easier than sifting through Google Maps, because they do it for you. So I found this thing. So here we go. There it is. So I'll put the link in the description. I haven't done it yet, but I will do. Cult Film Locations. So here we go. The Peters House. They're the main characters. That's what it looks like in the episode. There we go. Coleman Road. And that's what it looks like now. There it is. It's still there. They have changed stuff, obviously, but it is the same place. Because later on, we look out the front door. I think it was entirely filmed on location, no studios. We look out the front door. There's a shop across the road, and if we, I hope it'll let me do this. If we'll go this, there you go. They see a shop there. Look, mini market, and I think it still says that. I think it says that in the episode. So, 40 years later, it's just the same. But what have I done there? I've done something, haven't I? I don't know what I've done. You won't let me let go of it. Stop it. Anyway, so there we go. So that's on Chebra Road in High Wycombe. Right, so there are other locations for us to explore coming up. Right. Back to the flick. Right. Oh, press. What the heck happened there? Go away. There we go. Silly thing. Right, so anyway, here we go. They're arriving. Not Nicholas Ball, although it's supposed to be. Or is it? Or is it supposed to be the other fella? It might be supposed to be the other fella. There's another chap whose name escapes me. I've forgotten his name. Brian Croucher. Is that him? No, not Brian Croucher. It's not Milton. Is it? I thought Milton Johns was somebody else. Let me check. What does Milton Johns look like? Why is there no picture of him on Wiki Bleedingpedia, for crying out loud? Just bear with me. I've got to check this fella now. Oh, right, it is him. Yes, it is Milton Johns. Yes, he's been in Star Wars. An Imperial officer in Star Wars in The Empire Strikes Back. But anyway, we'll see. I think it might be supposed to be him. Anyway, right. So he's arriving in. Is that a Cortina or is it a Granada? Can't tell. A Ford. Out the pop. Hang on, we're gonna show him. There we go. There's Nicholas Ball. Oh no, it's supposed to be him, isn't it? That's Milton Johns. There's Nicholas Ball. There's Rachel Davis. They played the Peters. Forgot the names because I'm stupid. Just bear with me. William and Emma Peters. They're arriving at their new home. They've got a daughter called Sophie. But anyway, so off they go. Well, they're going to buy it. They're buying this home, and he's the estate agent who's basically selling them the home. They tell the daughter to wait in the car. She'll be fine. She's the spitting image. Do you think she's the spitting image, more or less, of Margot Kidder, Lois Lane from the Superman films? She also played Kathy Lutz in Amityville Horror, 1979. That one. I think she looks just like her. But anyway. So she waits in. They have a look in the house. This is the house that we saw at the beginning of the film, the episode, by the way, where the chap killed his wife. It's the same house. But I don't know how much time's passed. I don't think it tells us. It might do, but I don't know. I'm guessing some time has passed and the house has remained empty. But anyway, so they're buying it. And obviously they're not rich. But he says everything should be okay. Apparently he's got a job as a hospital porter in the area. So anyway, so there we go. We see they've got a cat. There's Sophie feeding the cat, giving it milk. Don't give him milk. Maybe it's cat milk. That's special stuff. I don't know. Pardon me. But here they are, sorting things out. Look. Getting all ready in the house. There we are. There she's smoking because it's the 80s and everybody did it. Late 70s, early 80s. But they're all resting. There's you. She's got a doll and something weird happens. He gets shut in that room. He can't get out. She starts smelling gas. There's a gas fire. She can't turn that off. And poor Sophie sees some blood coming out of the wall. There she's saying. She can't turn it off. She's like, like that. And there Sophie sees blood coming out of the wall. Anyway, then she screams, and they all get out and they check it all out. And he says it's not blood, it's rust from something. Although it was definitely blood, wasn't it? It doesn't really explain this stuff, by the way. It tries to, but you've got to give them a bit of leeway. But anyway. Just spoilers. Sorry, I'm going to spoil it right at the beginning. Spoilers. It's all a ruse. As I said, like Amityville Horror, if you think they faked it all. I'm kind of on the fence. I don't know what happened. But it's all a ruse and it's all a setup. So anyway. There's no smell of gas. It's not leaking or anything. But I'm not sure what relevance this has to the main story. Because you think, hang on, but they're in on it. As I said, it's all a ruse. The stuff that happens is all faked to get money and stuff. So you're like, well, hang on, but that don't make sense. Why are they doing it? There's nobody around. There's nobody around to see this stuff happening. But anyway, just them. And they're but whatever. Here comes the neighbour. Can't remember her name. I will tell you. Joan. It's Joan. What's Joan's husband called? Is it going to tell us? George. Joan Evans. They live across the way. So she's welcoming her with a basket of goodies. They go, oh, thank you. All very kind. By the way, even though it's supposed to be like this run-down, semi-run-down housing estate, they're all frightfully posh, as you will hear, if they say anything.
William! Come through into the kitchen.
Come through into the kitchen. We'll have tea. They always do that, don't they? They always have frightfully posh people. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, by the way, she's super attractive, by the way. You see her boobs in a bit. I'm going to have to be quick there, aren't I? But anyway. She's looking round, is Joan. She knows what happened in this house whenever it happened. What happened? The old fella obviously murdered his wife. It doesn't explain why. Murdered his wife and then, with this poison, and then chopped her up and buried her in the garden. And then I think the police came or something, and he barricaded himself in the attic. But it doesn't go any further. That's all we know, and it's got no relevance really to the story what he did. But anyway, right. Sophie's there doing stuff. What's she looking for now? She's found some pictures. Who are these? Is this the? Oh no, it's mum and dad. Anyway, so they're having a cup of tea. He's found an old tablecloth or something, so they're going to use that. But apparently, that's from the old people. The fella that murdered it was from their house, but they're going to use it. Anyway, so they become friends with Joan. They find one of these and they put it on the wall because there's a mark where they used to be. These are the weapons that chopped up that woman, or are they? Who knows? Anyway, there's the cat. Anyway, it's all nice. New neighbours, blah blah blah. It's all fun. I think there's a broken window somewhere that they point out. But anyway, off they go. They find another one of those, so they put it with the other one. But anyway, then meanwhile, later that night, Joan and her husband George, played by Brian Croucher, he's one of them faces that you've seen in loads of stuff. What have I seen him in? Particularly in the UK. Brian Croucher. Let's go back up, just bear with me. Brian Croucher. Been in EastEnders, been in Blake 7, like I said, been in loads of stuff. What could he be most famous for? I don't know. I don't know. But he's been in loads of stuff. Doctor Who, etc. Minder, Chinese Detective, The Gentle Touch. These are all British TV detective series. The Bill. Every British actor's got to be in The Bill or Holby City or Casualty. It must be some, equity, law. Anyway, in Grange Hill. That might be where I remember him from, Grange Hill. Played one of the teachers, didn't he, in Grange Hill? Right, anyway, whatever. Anyway, he's sneaking a look over because he says, one good thing about new neighbours, they haven't had a chance to put the curtains up. And he has a look, and then out there he sees, I've got a name already. Emma, is it? I've forgotten the name. I'm sure it's Emma. Yes, Emma. Taking her blouse off and gets a nice view of side boob. But anyway, right. So there we go. And he sees them canoodling, etc. She says, come to bed, ooh! But she's having a good look as well. So I imagine they're going to get on with it now. Anyway, so what's happening now? Sophie's asleep. There's the cat. There's William looking on. Don't know where he's going with a pillow. Don't know. Where's he going? He's going, I don't know, he's sleeping downstairs. Oh, that's a clue. That's a clue. Remember, that it's all a ruse, remember. They're going to set stuff up because they're in it for the money. They're not husband and wife. So that's a clue. They're not sleeping together. Yet. As I said, it's all a show. Anyway, so here is George pulling out in his Austin Maxi. I used to have one of them. Not N-Reg, mine were an R-Reg. My first ever car I bought, I think it was like £216 or something like that. And I didn't have, I had, that was all the money I had in the world, and there were no petrol in it. And I think the petrol had to put like something like 60 pence worth of petrol in to get me home. Eh dear. Anyway, he's going to give William a lift into work. They haven't been there long, but they've already got a bloody milkman, haven't they? Anyway, sorry, Justin's here. He's off to a family get-together. Cool. Hope you have a nice time. Don't be fighting. There's always fights at family get-togethers, isn't there? So just behave yourself. Anyway. Where were we? Oh, they've got a milkman. They've been there 2 minutes. They've got a milkman. It took me years to get a milkman because I kept, not bothering. I had to actually wait until a milkman came knocking on the door, or put a leaflet through the door, and they said, "All right, fair enough. We'll have a milkman." I used to buy it at the shop. But anyway, right. So I was going to give him a lift into work, and they're going to learn a bit more about right. So they're having the breakfast. There, they've got the cookeries. She's going to feed the cat. I think the cat's dead now. Maybe she's going to have a shock. Is it? She's looking for the cat. She can't find it. Look, poor little girl. By the way, the little girl's not in on it. Justin says he will behave. I don't believe you. Is she going to find the cat now? Oh, she's going to scream. Eek, is she? No, she still hasn't found the bloody cat. Where's the blooming cat got to? Oh, there it is. She's found the cat. But this doesn't bode well, does it? Because that doesn't look like a real cat, does it? But anyway, so, oh, here, kitty, she says, and then scream, and the cat's dead on the glass. I said there were a broken window. So the cat's dead. Oh no! So she grabs that to cover it up with, or with which to cover it. Anyway, so obviously little Sophie's obviously beside herself, and I think she knows there's blood on one of the knives, but they don't believe it. They think it killed itself on the broken window somehow, got its head stuck or whatever, and in its struggles killed itself. Anyway, so obviously Emma's now taking sleeping pills or whatever. Should never smoke in bed, by the way. You should never smoke in bed. He's never smoked at all, frankly. But anyway, there's Sophie looking out the window. Oh, she sees William burying the cat, and that kind of freaks her out a bit as well. There we see the window that was broken, so they're going to have to get that fixed now, aren't they? That's why you should rent rather than buy. But anyway. So they're all talking about, oh, crikey, it's all terrible, but, it was an accident, etc. Checking on the kid. They don't know what's going on. But then suddenly the picture of William sets on fire, and so that, oh, no, and oh, what's going on? It's the house that's doing it, because it's like Amityville or whatever. Anyway, so they're all worried, and they're saying, I think they're telling him now about, what happened here? That old fella murdered his wife and chopped her up, and he's like, what? Anyway, so all our money's gone into this house, just like in Amityville Horror. All their money had gone into the house, so everything we have has gone into this house, so we can't move out. But they've got new friends and neighbours, so everything's lovely. She's going to stay over with them, is Joan. But she wakes up in the night to see a pair of false teeth and some glasses. I think these are supposed to be the old man's. But he's even got teeth missing in the false teeth. On that side. And I think on the other side there's something else. There we go. On the other side there's the knitting that she was doing beforehand. So she screams, and then she says, then this is where we learn all about it. Let's have a look at there's the headline. Carve-up killer convicted. Albert Clement butchers wife's body in house of blood. Meanwhile, Councillor Ward urged the council to write to the county, but Councillor David Bishop felt the County Highways Authority, see where they've like pasted over the photograph. The photograph. You can actually see the line, can't you? Seemed reluctant to do anything. I tell you, bloody useless out of the council. But you can see there that they just pasted the photo. They just take like a newspaper and just pasted over this photo. Well, that bit as well, I imagine. And they just covered up the text there. Up the coach at several points at no extra charge. Very good. Anyway, so there we go. So that's what we're learning about what happened in the house before. But spoilers, they knew all about it. As I said, it's all a con that they're doing. William and Emma. Anyway, so obviously William saying he doesn't believe it, and he's saying he thinks she hallucinated it, so she's like saying, "No, you're saying I'm a liar." And no, and George is saying he doesn't believe these spooky supernatural things, are real. There's a logical explanation, blah blah blah. Anyway, so I said, well, we better be going. I'll go get Sophie. And she said, no, Sophie can stay here for the night. Okie dokie. So they're going to go back, and I think this is where they're starting to fall in love now, because, as I said, they're not husband and wife. They're pretending to be, but now they're actually going to start falling in love now. There we go. Actually. And there's Sophie watching from across the street. Anyway, passage of time. I don't know how much time's passed. But he's sorting the garden out, he's painting the window frames. It's all looking much nicer than it was earlier on. Emma and Sophie are going to the shops, and they meet Joan there, so she's going to walk with them to the shops. I don't know how far the shops are, but in real life, it's quite a hike. I mean, she does say to him, it'll be about an hour, so maybe that's why. Because the shops, there we go, the shops that we see there, are on a different street. I mean, there's a shop across the bloody road, isn't there? We've seen it, and we actually see it in the episode when we see out through the front door. But anyway, but there are shops. Obviously, this is a real place, and I will show you, thanks to the wonders of Thingamabob. Then where are we? Right, here we go. The butcher's shop. This is where they're going to. Oh, hang on. Help if I put it on, wouldn't it? There we go. That's what we're seeing in the episode, the butcher's shop, and that's what it looks like now. There it is. I don't know what it is. Can we make it out? It's Osborne Spice. So it's obviously a takeaway of some sort. And the butcher's is it looks shut down now, doesn't it? But it was a halal meat and grocery. So there we go. So that's but that's on hang on, what does it say? Mentmore Road, which is a fair hike. If I go over here, right, there we go. That's where Mentmore Road is, in High Wycombe, and Cherburgh Road, where the episode is filmed, is there. Can you see my mouse pointer? There it is. Is there. For zoom in there. That's where we're filming. Is it this? Hang on, where are we? No, it's not quite there. Hang on, where are we? Boom. There. I think it's there. Is it? No. I'm in the wrong place. What am I looking for? The house numbers are wrong for some weird reason. I've found this before. Hang on, no, I'm not wrong side of the road. That's why. That's why I'm a stupid idiot. By the way, the house says number 42 in the episode, but it's actually number 51. It's there. Look, I forgot to. There we go. I'll show you. Look, there it is. It's number 51. So I don't know how they changed the house number, but as you see, it's over the road from the mini market. But anyway, I was showing you how far away it was. So it's yes, it is there. And the butcher's shop is way over there. So did they get a bus or something? I don't know. But I'll show you. This is where the butcher's shop is, on Mentmore Road. There it is. That's from August 2022. Is that the newest one? Yes. What was it like in 2008? Oh, look, it was a tenant participation project and a tandoori takeaway. In 2009, it was the same. 2012, it was the same. 2018, it had become a halal meat and grocery. But the tandoori place was still there, or shut, whatever. It probably opens at night. And then 2022, it became Osborne Spice at some point. Express Indian takeaway. I'm hungry now. Now I've said that. By the way, I got a curry last week. It was bloody awful. What manky. I'm sure they sent me the wrong one. The place that got it, they usually do really nice curries with really big chunks of chicken in. And the one I got with little tiny bits of chicken, it was bloody awful. But, I'm not going to get another. Anyway, so there we go. So that's that. So we shall continue with the episode. Hang on. Right. Now then. Oh, help if I added it back, wouldn't it? There we go. So here they are. They've come to the shops, even though they've got a shop directly across the road. Maybe it was shut. They go to the butcher's. And she says, "I'm going to get George some liver. Oh, that liver looks nice." So she has a look at the liver. In a minute. There we go. She has a look at the liver. I've had liver for a while. Liver's a thing that it's nice if you haven't had it for ages. You have some nice liver, some liver and onions or whatever. But if you have too much, it kind of puts you off, doesn't it? You know, you can't have too much liver, and you don't have it again for ages. That's how you have liver, isn't it? But anyway, she sees that, and it reminds her of the cat. There you go, like that. And so she faints. So is all this an act? I don't know, but at the end, it kind of suggests that it's kind of half an act. She's in on it, but she's not wholly in on it. Pardon me. She knows what they're doing, but and she knows it's all part of a plan. But she doesn't know exactly what's going to happen. Apparently. Anyway, look, freezer prices. Hind quarters, £1.08. 4 quarter, is that 68p a pound? I don't know. I'm guessing that's per pound. Tor bits. What the hell's tor bits? Oh, top bits. It's top bits, isn't it? 94p. Half a pig, 62p. Is that a pound then? I don't know. That's a bit cheap enough, half a pig. New Zealand lamb, 75p. I'm guessing that's 75p a pound. I don't know, because it's 1980, so I don't know. All cuts at a discount. Lists free. What does that mean? I have no idea. Anyway, so she faints. There we go. Swoon. All the tins of Del Monte pineapple chunks or whatever are rolling across the pavement. Anyway, so they get her back home. Here they are. By the way, Whitelands Road. I want to check and see if it's Whitelands Road. So bear with me. The other road, is it called White? Or have they changed that name as well? I want to find this one. I didn't check it earlier on. I forgot. So I'm going to do it now, just out of curiosity. Right. So here we go. We're not on Mentmore Road anymore. We're back over to Chebra Road down here. It is Whitelands Road. Yes, it is. Right. So bear with me. I'm going to show you that by the wonders of technology. Where the hell am I? Alright, so they're there. Right, that's over here. Right. There we go. So over here now. That's the house. That's the mini market. And they're walking up this road here, aren't they? Yes, it's there, isn't it? So if I do if I do that, hang on, and do that, go side by side. There you go. You can see there, can't you? But there's no. What have I done now? What have I done now? Bloody Windows 11 and it's stuff. How do I make that bigger? For Pete's sake. There. That's it. Pointing the wrong way now. There we go. Where were we? Yeah, there's no tree there now, is there? Oh, I tried to scroll out there. There is a tree there. Look. So I'm guessing is that tree that? Probably. Because see, that house is that house. There's no street sign anymore. But it looks like there should be. It looks like are they the post for an old street sign? Probably are they? There's no sign there anymore. the lamp is still there. Street lamp is still there. Cool. So there we go. So yes, it is on Whitelands Road, and that is what that road is called. For some reason, they've changed the name of the road they're on to Coleman Road or something like that, haven't they? Rather than Chairbury Road. Maybe they thought Chairbury Road were a bit much. But anyway, right, so off we go again. She's recovered somewhat. She says to Sophie, "Don't tell your dad about this." She never says, "He's not me dad," because he's not her dad. But she was like, "Okay." But anyway. So, there we go. So anyway, so as I said, there's been a passage of time, don't know how long, a few weeks I'm thinking. And so go back in, I've just made a cup of tea, come in. And then something happens. Because they're going to make a cup of tea. She notices that they've painted, it's decorated in the house. They've got rid of the knives. But anyway, they go in there we go. She says, go get the milk out of the fridge, Sophie. So she goes and looks in the fridge. And hang on, here we go. Goes and looks in the fridge. And we see... Hang on, it's going to show us. Have I missed it? Let's try again. Hang on, it does show it. There we go. A severed hand! Now, is it a real one? Or is it a fake one? We know he's got a job as a porter in the hospital. So has he stolen a hand from the hospital? I don't know. It doesn't explain it. I'm guessing maybe it's supposed to be... Maybe it's a fake hand. I don't know. It doesn't explain it. Anyway, he goes running in. And then he blames her. He blames Joan. He says, nothing's happened in all this time since the last time you were here. And he tells her to get out. So they're falling out with Joan. Says, get out. And so off she goes. And leaves all her shopping, I think. But Sophie goes and has another look at the severed hand for some reason. Anyway, another passage of time. William's in the pub. Don't know where this was filmed. It doesn't say, I don't think, in the thingamabob, in the filming locations on IMDb. So I don't know where this pub is. And it doesn't say on that website either. But anyway, so he's gone to the pub with a very attractive young barmaid. And he's gone to see, I don't know his name, Mr. What's-His-Face. Bear with me. Mr. Powers. Mr. Powers. He's going to see Mr. Powers. And he's asking if he can help them. And it's a estate agent, isn't he? How can he help them? I mean, they should be playing number with him, saying, you didn't tell us all about the murders in the house and stuff. But it turns out, spoilers, he's in on it as well. But, so, anyway, so he's going to help them. Meanwhile, George and Joan are in bed. What's he reading? Michael Underwood. I can't read it, I tell you. Shem's Demise. Oh, no, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Anyway, he's reading. And they said, well, leave them to it. You know, she said, oh, well, no, all that stuff, leave them to it. She doesn't look happy, but she's super attractive. But they're falling in love. Look, there we go. There, blah, blah, blah. Kissing and canoodling. And she's having a wicked little smile. Right, so another passage of time. I don't know how long. But it's Sophie's birthday, and I think it's her 7th birthday, because I think they count 7 candles on the cake. We've got all kids from her school. There we go, look, Wayside Stores. Wayside Stores. Is it still called that? I think it still is, isn't it? I think, mini market now, isn't it? I think it's called Wayside Mini Market now, isn't it? Let me check. Just a minute. Wait, we're there, aren't we? Oh, where are we? Wrong way. Yes, Wayside Mini Market now, selling halal meat. But it was Wayside Stores back then. And they sell, what is that, a Walls ice cream thing there. But looks like everything's out there, look. But it smells of spring onions. Bet it does. We've got a shop by us that's like one of these, you know. The proprietors will be of South Asian descent, you know, Pakistan, Bangladesh, etc. The shops always smell of spring onions. They just do. Anyway, right. There you go. So here come the guests for the party. We're getting near the end now, by the way, don't worry. So everything's going swimmingly. Oh, look, they've got presents and got a little penguin there, little wind-up penguin, and all the mothers and stuff bringing the kids and all having fun, having some licorice all sorts. I used to love them as a kid, licorice all sorts. I did for years. All having fun and games, and there we go. It's all lovely. And hang on, so I've got to go. But she is Margot Kidder, isn't she? Just like Margot Kidder, the late great Margot Kidder. Anyway, there's some kid nicking some sweets. And his mother tells him off. But anyway, but she opens a prezi. There we go. She opens one of the prezis, and it's got one of them bloody cookery knives in. So she kicks off. Does Emma? Says, "Oh, give him this! Get out!" And, and all that. And then she apologises. Eventually, says, "Oh, I'm sorry, but give him this knife." And they just leave it as a mystery. We don't know who wrapped up the knife in a thing. But anyway, she says, "Well, I'll make a cup of tea." This woman, but she says, "No water coming out of the pipe." So William says, "I'll go upstairs and check the tank." So they're all having fun, the kids. And says, "Right, let's go and have something to eat." So they're all having the jelly. The jelly and the buns and all that. And the kids are all having fun. They hear the pipes knocking. He says, "What's going on?" William's gone to check the water pipes. So anyway, so they're all having fun. And then the knocking on the pipes gets louder, and they hear all this gurgling. And there we go. There we see this pipe. There just happens to be one of the water pipes. Just happens to be exposed. Anyway, it breaks open. And gushes blood all over the kids. There we go. Yay. All over them. So she's screaming, is Emma. Apparently she didn't know this was going to happen. And it kind of freaked her out a bit. But in the story, I don't mean in real life, I mean in the story. So she ends up in hospital, in shock or whatever. And Joan's gone to see her. Even though they're kind of fallen out, but she's still gone to see her. And back at the house, Sophie's gone to have another look at the carnage, and we get like a one last jump scare. We hear a noise. Who's going to do it? One last jump scare. And she looks out and sees it's the penguin that's moving by itself. Black and white and red all over. Is that what they're going for? I don't know. But, a chopped up penguin. I just made that up. I know it's a sunburnt penguin, isn't it? Anywho, right, so, there you go. The house is empty now, look. There you go. Nobody in it. Because apparently Sophie and William are somewhere else. But the local news have heard about it all, obviously, from the other parents. So they've come knocking, but there's nobody there. And here they are. These are the reporters. He looks familiar. I've seen him in stuff. I don't know what. But they're all talking to each other, and talking about what happened before and all that stuff. There you go. Murder House Strikes Back. You saw Mr. Powers there lurking. Murder House Strikes Back. George is reading that. Anyway, so they've gone to visit Emma. There she is. And then she wakes up. And we learn that William and Sophie had visited her in the middle of the night for some reason. But anyway, she's happy to see her. And then she points out a note. "See Mr. Powers, he's trying to help." So she goes to see Mr. Powers. This doctor comes in. He's got a face I've seen on something else, but I don't know what. It looks really familiar, but I can't think from where. But he kind of looks confused. I don't know why. We don't know why either. He doesn't go back to it. It's a mystery. Anyway, so he's talking to them, is Mr. Powers, about what's gone on, and he's just asking them about did they know the old fella that chopped up his wife and all that. Not really, but anyway, what's happened here? All right, Joan. Well, they've gone to see Emma, but she's not there. It's some old biddy, and says, "Oh, she's gone. She's been discharged." But she says, could I ask you a question? Did you know them? Says, well, only since they moved in. And this is where we learn that they're not actually married. Because they call them the Peters. But checking her, medical history or whatever, she couldn't find her name anywhere. Emma Peters. And says, it turns out they're not actually married. So anyway, then cut. Apparently it's 3 years later now. They're in a swimming pool in California, apparently. Although it's not California, it's actually, I will tell you, somewhere else. It is, hang on, I keep going to the wrong thing. There we go. It's, the Peters Ellie house is at Dareham's Lane, High Wycombe in England. There we go. Obviously there isn't it's that house there. Hang on. There you go, room to scroll. It's that house there. But obviously there isn't a street view of it. But there we go. That's the pool. I don't know whose house it is, but it's very nice and it's got a pool. So that's where this bit's filmed, not in California. Right, back to the flick. It's looking very nice in the bikini. Is Rachel Davis. But anyway, so there we go, drinking their orange. And we learned that they've got $1 million for the film rights. Mr. Powers wrote a book called The House That Bled to Death. And got them loads of money for that. And they've got another, share of the money or whatever. $1 million for the film rights. So they're all rich and they're all happy. And she's saying, look, I fell in love with you and all that. Sophie's grown up a bit, by the way. It's a different actress playing Sophie now because she's a bit older. And there you go. She's reading the book by A.J. Powers, The House That Bled to Death, a true story. So she's reading that. There you go. World bestseller. What does it say? 1 million copies in hardback, it says there. So obviously, this is a riff. It's got to be a bit of a jab at the Amityville Horror, hasn't it? But anyway. So they're all having fun and games. There you go. Saying now, they're not married, but she fell in love, and they were hired by. I think Mr. Powers set it all up. I think he found them and brought them all. He said, "I'm going to write this book about this, all this. We're going to set all this up and make lots of money." Because Tim, cut out the. Sorry, I'm wondering what book it is we're looking at. Her mouth fell open, her arms crossed, and her chin came to rest in the palm of her hand. Just like that. Wonder what book this is. Don't know. Be funny if it were Amityville Horror, wouldn't it? It could be for all I know. I don't know. I'm trying to work out if there's any clues. There's no names, is there? Anyway, there's a photo of Timmy, the cat, that's just been cut out and stuck in a book. Jumping hell. Oh, dear. But anyway, they're at it, look. And Sophie goes out. You can tell they're in America because there's a sports car outside. But Sophie goes into this room and finds this. We'd seen this earlier on, by the way, in the episode, this red suitcase. She opens it up, and all the stuff is in the suitcase. There we go. From the ruse, the con thing, the tablecloth and the doll and the knitting, and she's looking through all it there. The glasses. We don't see the false teeth, but she finds that, and obviously she's going to find something else. They're smoking in bed again. Because they've just done it. But then in comes Sophie. Says you should knock when you come in. But then Sophie, there we go, she pulls out one of the cookery knives and kills William, and blood sprays up on Emma. There we go. And she screams, "Ah!" And then we freeze frame and fade to black, and that's the end. It's a good one. It's a good one, is that? But a not so sly dig at the Amityville Horror. I don't think they thought that were real, the Amityville Horror, do you? But anyway, it is a good episode. I do like it. It is. I think it's the most famous episode, probably because all the blood spraying everywhere during the children's party and all that. I think that's why. But it is fun. It is fun and good and fine and all that stuff. So there we go. That was The House That Bled to Death. Right, so we will press the wrong button. I will sort out the next episode in a minute. Bear with me. Which is called Charlie Boy, not starring Kathy Tyson. Why do I think this actress is Kathy Tyson? I have no idea. I always did. Whenever I see her in anything, I go, who's Kathy Tyson? Anyway, right, so we begin on the next one. Hang on. Why did I make myself big then? I have no idea. There we go. Put myself down there again. Next episode's Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy. So, off we go. This one's about like a cursed doll. It looks a bit like the doll that you see in Trilogy of Terror, the Karen Black TV movie from 1975. But it doesn't run about and kill people. But it does kill people. It's kind of like a voodoo doll, sort of, ish. But anyway. Right, so we begin on this big old mansion. I don't know where it is. I will tell you. It is Hampden House in Buckinghamshire. So I'm sure we'll have a look at that in a minute. But anyway, we see there's some fella up there. There he is. This is Uncle Jack, whoever Uncle Jack is. He's super rich, lives in a mansion. He's fixing the TV aerial. There you go. Basically, obviously this happened before. There were a popular British comedy star called Rod Hull back in the day, and he had a puppet called Emu. He used to get up to all sorts of stuff with Emu, Rod Hull and Emu. And Rod Hull died. He fell off his roof fixing his TV aerial. So is this kind of a foreshadowing of that? So I'm sure that happened after this. That was in the 80s when that happened. I'm sure it was. It might have even been the 90s. Anyway, he's fixing the TV aerial. Is Uncle Jack. That's his what they call him? His housekeeper. That's the word. I think she's his housekeeper. Is that what they call her? Gwen. Yes, she was Uncle Jack's housekeeper. She's called Gwen. She's there. Anyway, this chap's coming. I can't remember what he's called either. I'm bloody hopeless. What am I like? Heinz Hoffman, played by Marius Goring, is an antiques dealer. He's coming to see him. But anyway, let's go. It's a fine house, isn't it? But let's have a look at what it looks like in real life. I don't think it's going to have a street view of it, is it? But let's go and check it out. Here we go. Hampden House, Great Hampden, UK. So that's what we're just looking at in the thing. And there it is on Google Earth. Obviously, there must be no street view of it. Oh, pizza. So let's have a zoom in. There it is. Which part are we looking at? Will it be down here or on this side? I have no idea. But or it could be over here. I have no idea which part we're looking at because there'll be no street view, will there? But anyway, never mind. Never mind. Oh, shall we go and look for it? Shall we go and look for it on the thing? So what we're looking for? Great Hampden. Great Missenden. Do a lot of filming in Great Missenden, don't they? Right. So let's go looking. Let's go looking in Great Missenden. Just type it into Google Earth. Sod it. Great Missenden. There we are. Why are we on that? We want to be on that, don't we? There we go. And what we're looking for, Hampden House, isn't it? So it's in here somewhere. Can you see Hampden House? I have no idea. What we called? Where is it? Hampden House, Great Hampden. That's all it says. Oh, keep bloody thing. Oh, it says here. HB169RD. Can I copy that? And will that take us to the postcode? There we go. Yep, there it is. Hampden House. Now then. No. Nowhere near, are we? In the street view, look. They like their privacy. It's up there somewhere, isn't it? Never mind. So there we go. That's Hampden House. No, so fair enough. Right, where were we? Hines is coming to see him. Oh, there's Gwen looking at That's Charlie Boy. It hasn't been named yet, but I don't know why she's looking at it. But maybe it's I don't know, a red herring or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, here he is. Where's Jack? Oh, he's up fixing the TV aerial at his age, he says. Anyway, so they go inside, and he was apparently selling some of his stuff to Hines, I think. Or maybe Hines has got some stuff for him. I can't remember. But whatever, he's gone to visit. But Jack falls to his death. There we go. They hear the noise. And he falls to his death. There we go. And Jack is no more. Right. All right. And for some reason, Charlie Boy fell over. So did Gwen do something? I don't know. She reckons she loved Uncle Jack. But I don't know. And then we begin. Dun dun. Meow. Dun dun. Charlie Boy. Starring Lee Lawson. Who's been in Space 1999. He's got one of those voices that you know. I've heard his voice somewhere else. The only thing I've looked in is what he's been in. The thing that I've probably seen him in is Space 1999. Anyway. And Angela Bruce, not Kathy Tyson. But anyway, there's that statue that scares me. Directed by Robert Young. Oh, God, I looked him up. He directed Vampire Circus for Hammer. Right, so begin. After the passage of time, Uncle Jack has left everything to two brothers. That's Lee Lawson. Two brothers, Graham and Mark, and all he's left, poor Gwen, is like 500 quid and a car, something like that. But here's Angela Bruce as Sarah, who is Graham's wife. I thought she was, for many years, I thought she was Kathy Tyson. Until today. Because I saw the end credits and I thought, where's Kathy Tyson's name? She asked for it to be taken off, and I learned that it's not her. It's Angela Bruce. There she is. She did a lot of TV, British TV, and I thought she was in Mona Lisa, but she wasn't, because she's like, that's Kathy Tyson. But anyway. But I think she's supposed to be playing a Geordie in this, because she keeps saying pet, and she's got a little bit of a Geordie accent. But she's actually from Leeds, is Angela Bruce, which is near me, because I support the team, Leeds United. But anyway, so they're getting rid of all the stuff, obviously, and Hines is helping. Being an antiques dealer, he's sorting all that out, I suppose. But anyway. But I think most of it's going to his brother, Graham's brother Mark. I think he's going to live there or something. So there we go. But I forgot her name. Sarah takes a liking to this voodoo. This voodoo doll. It's supposed to be what they call it, a fetish doll. She takes a shine to it. I don't know why she particularly likes that one and not any of the others, but she likes that one, and calls it Charlie Boy. So they're going to take that. There we go, Charlie Boy's on the way home. In there, Mark II Ford Escort in red. Anyway, I don't know, have I missed a bit out here? Just bear with me. No, I haven't, have I? This is weird. Right, so they're driving along the road. There's a Mercedes behind them there. I've just noticed. But then something weird happens. Because they're driving away. He's not really paying attention. He's a really bad driver. There we go. And they come bombing out here in front of a Mercedes. The one that were just behind them. Do you think that's a continuity error? But anyway, they cut up this fella with a scar on his face. So he gets cross with them. So we have a bit of a duel thing going on. Oh, hang on. There we go. Can't see what's going on. We have a bit of a duel thing going on, so he's not happy. He's behind them, tooting his horn and flashing his lights and stuff like that. And then they're on this road here. There we go. And this road is in Great Missenden again. But he drives in front of them. And this is the Road Rage Road. So we're going to look at that now. Here it is. Where are we? The Road Rage, number 1. on Rignall Road, Great Missenden. That's where they came bombing out. Nearly, ran into him. So that's there. There it is. That's what it looks like now. Oh, for Pete's sake, give off. Give up. What am I doing? Pressing the wrong bloody button. Stupid. What have you gone off it for? There we go. God, I'm an idiot. That's all I was saying. You can see that building there is just exactly the same colour and everything. Obviously, the street signs have changed over the years, but it's pretty much the same, isn't it? It's pretty much the same. So there we go. So that's that. And then the bit here that we just saw, there, where they pull over by this hedge and this wall, that's still there as well. But there we go. You can even see there's a little, what they call it, a little, I don't know what they call them, a little notice or whatever. What they call them? Showing where there's a fire hydrant nearby. It's kind of leaning over. And it's still like that because it's there, look, leaning over. But anyway, so there we go. So that's where that is, on Rignall Road in Great Missenden. Anywho, right, so we'll carry on. We will carry on. So he's not happy, is this fella. I'm sure he's got a name. Does he have a name? We'll find out, won't we? We will find out. Just bear with me. What am I looking for? Charlie boy. Do you know what? I don't know. I think it might be him. Is it? I have no idea. Anyway, whatever. Obviously, he's playing cat and mouse with them, and he's slowing down. He won't let them get away, and then they stop, and he drives off. But he comes back. Oh no! And he's scaring them. And then so Graham gets out eventually and says, "Look, I'm sorry. I apologise. We're all a mistake, and I'm sorry." See, he's got a big scar on his face. Turns out he's a bit of a gangster sort of fella in a dicky bow. But he drives off. He reverses out. And then nearly runs Graham over, leaps onto the bonnet of his Mark II Ford Escort. So anyway, they go home then. So he's boozing in his brand new jeans. He hasn't had them long, has he? So anyway, so he's having a drink because, he was scared. So he was only trying to scare you. Well, he did a good job of it. Anyway. So I think they're messing about with Charlie Boy, and they think it's like some sort of voodoo doll, and that joking about, said, to get that fella, and Charlie Boy will get him. But then he gets attacked by this bloke, and he gets stabbed and everything. There's this man. There we go. He gets stabbed and killed. There we go. And so there we go. And there, I think he's all bleeding to death, and they're at it for whatever reason. I don't know why it's showing that, but anyway. Right, then. Passage of time, I don't know how long. Graham and his mate Phil have gone to see Graham's brother Mark, who's played by Michael Culver, who you may know as Captain Needer from The Empire Strikes Back. There he is. He likes his horses, and he's going to use the money left by Uncle Jack to start his stud farm or whatever. But they were hoping that Graham were going to help Mark were going to help Graham and Philip set up a production company, because Philip's a director, and I've seen him in something else as well, but I don't know what. But it looks familiar. And they're going to, like a commercial production company or something like that. But he's kind of changing his mind. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to focus on horses and stuff like that, because that's what he prefers. So we learn he's told Gwen to leave because he don't want her around anymore. So Gwen doesn't like him. Anyway, and now Graham doesn't, and Phil don't like him because he decided, that he's not going to help him with their setting up their new business, which is unfortunate because Graham's quit his job because he thought it were all in the bag. So he ain't got a job now, so he's fed up. So anyway, so he's angry at that. So anyway, she said, "Well, come to bed." So I can't sleep. So who says anything about sleeping? So that'll be along in a bit. Anyway, so he goes into the drawer, pulls out a photo a nice photo of them all having fun. There we go. There's Mark and Philip, Phil and Gwen and Sarah, and over here is it's not going to show it. Is Graham. So he's looking at that. Oh, and then they got a memory now of him taking the photo. They say, "Where's Uncle Jack? He's in the house. Come on, Jack, have your photo taken." But he doesn't come out. It doesn't come out. This is when they're all promising to, be a team. So he gets cross. He gets crossed as Graham, and he stabs the picture. There we go. He stabs the picture of Mark. And then he starts stabbing Charlie Boy as well. There we go. So there we go. Stabbed Charlie Boy. So now things are in motion. Anyway, there's Gwen leaving. Mark's gone out riding on his horse. We'd previously learned when he was in the stables before. This particular horse, I think, is one that's a bit frisky and dangerous to ride. And he said, well, we all like a bit of danger and all that. So he's going out riding. He's saying to Gwen, "Are you still here?" basically. So she's saying goodbye to the other staff that are still around. And off she's driving off. There you go, in a Suzuki. Cool. There's another one of the, I don't know, some farmer or something. I don't know. Somebody she knows. She stops and goes and has a quick chat to him. Meanwhile, Mark's on his horse. He notice when he comes over here, he jumps over this fence and knocks this fence pole off. There you go. I hope they fixed it. So there he is, riding away. It's like Black Beauty. Din 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 din. There he is. He goes jumping over hedges. He thinks he's doing the Grand Bloody National. But then we see the farmer, who we're working on his tractor just now. That's next to his tractor, a big, ploughing device, plough. There it is next to his tractor, showing us. I cut a bit too soon. Then here he comes. Here he comes, jumping over. I think the horse actually, the horse stops and throws him over the hedge, and he lands on the plough, quite dead. There we go. Oh dear. So that's the end of Mark. So they're all obviously they've been to the funeral because they're all dressed in black, and so now they've got to get rid of everything. Graham saying Gwen's stopping on, to help, liquidate the estate or whatever. She says no, she's happy to help, and she's feeling guilty because she didn't like Mark and she wished him ill. And Graham says, "Well, to be honest, even though I'm my brother, I'm not exactly heartbroken, but I was saying it's not your fault." Anyway, she says, I'll be happy to stay and sort all this out and stay for a few days with my memories. And she looks at the photo of Uncle Jack, who I think she loved. But anyway. Right. So Graham's wondering if something to do with Charlie Boy. He tries to take out the knife that he's stuck in, but it won't come out. It won't come out. So he thinks, it was Charlie Boy that did it, and she doesn't believe him. Meanwhile, Phil is on a job doing something to do with William Tell. Because I remember he's a director, so he's going on about stuff. Excuse me. He's telling them all about there's no mountains in Norfolk. They're in Norfolk apparently. No, so that's why the camera's high up. So they're looking down at the non-existent mountains. Meanwhile, there's a very buxom lady there, look all smiley and showing off her boobs. Anyway, Graham phones up and talks to Phil, and he says he's busy at the moment, and there's that buxom lady again. He was talking to Graham about stuff and nonsense. Meanwhile, this fella's setting up some crossbows. William Tell used crossbows, didn't he? So he's setting these up, look. It's like Final Destination, isn't it, basically? So he's setting that up. He tests that one. That works. And then he sets another one up. He winds this one up with that. And puts a bolt on it. And then there's a bit of string or something holding it back. Does it show it? There we go. There's a bit of string there holding the firing thing back. But meanwhile, something pointed directly at Phil. He's sorting stuff out. Look, and as you can see, something we all know what's going to happen. There you go. That's the kid that's going to have the apple on his head. Don't worry, the kid's fine. It's Phil that gets got by the crossbow bolt, and he dies. Oh dear. So they think, oh heck, Phil's dead now. Who's next? And this is where, not Kathy Tyson. Angela Bruce nearly showing her boobs. I think it's where he says he gets the picture out. And by the way, yes, she'd said people die and villains die, because he described the fellow with the scar as a villain. Oh, Brian Edward Murray, 42. Was found in the storeroom of his club with stab wounds early this morning. Murray was recently found not guilty of charges of conspiracy to murder, so he were abandoned. That were in the paper. So he says, we did that thing with Charlie Boy, and then he died, and then I stabbed the picture of Graham, and then stabbed Charlie Boy, and then Mark, and then Mark died. And then he gets the picture out now. He was showing them. So that I stabbed the picture of Mark. Is he going to show us? So I stabbed the picture of Mark, and then Mark died. But next, for some reason, death moves from left to right. It's like Final Destination, isn't it? Did they get the idea from this? I don't know. Probably not. But then next in the photo is Phil, and then he died. Said, we've got to warn Gwen. So they try and phone Gwen up, but she's not answering her phone. There he is, trying to phone Gwen. She's not answering. She's just sitting, being sad by herself, crying. So anyway, said, I'll try again in the morning. So next morning, she's still sat there. I think she's been up all night crying, I think. Poor Gwen. There you go, they've just got up. I'm trying again. She says, it's the crack of dawn. She says, I can't wait, I've got to phone her. But she's not answering. Well, she answers the phone, but she just lets it drop like that. And he's going, hello, Gwen, it's Graham. Hello. So she's answered, but she's not saying anything. I'm going over. There we go, dun, 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 dun. So he's going to go over and check on her. It's there saying, I'm going. Wait for me till I get back. I think he says, then I'm going to go see Hines or something. But anyway, she's looking at Charlie Boy. Now, something weird happens here, and I don't understand why this thing happens. But anyway, I'll try not to skip over it. Off he goes. Gwen's filling a bathtub. A really dirty, well, not dirty, but a stained one. Off he goes. Hang on. There we go. Needs to get some blooming that stain off that bathtub, doesn't she? Anyway, not that it matters, but she's filling up her bath. He's driving like a maniac. There you go. She's getting into the bathtub with that doesn't look like a very sharp razor, does it? But anyway, but it doesn't show her using it. Maybe they did shoot her using it, but I don't know. Does it show it? No, it doesn't show. It cuts away, doesn't it? There you go. There you go. And then we see somebody, I'm guessing Sarah, not Kathy Tyson, doing that on Charlie Boy, look. Why would she do that? I don't know. Why I don't get it. But it shows her doing it on the other hand as well, look. And then Charlie Boy's bleeding his clear blood or whatever. I don't get it. Why is Sarah wanting Gwen harm? I don't understand. Anyway, he arrives. There's Graham. They go, Gwen, you're there. And he goes, finds, obviously, maybe hears noise in the bath, whatever. Checks the bathroom, gets in. Hang on. And she's dead. Look, she's killed herself in the bath. So poor Gwen. But I don't get why Sarah were doing that to Charlie Boy. I don't understand it, because it doesn't mention it, and she doesn't say anything. I don't know. But anyway, he's gone over to see Hines. And he's saying, tell me what to do with, because Hines had told them all about what the doll was, a fetish doll and all that. So he thinks he knows what to do. And he says, well, all you can do is take out the knife that he started it with. You know, when he stabbed the picture of Mark, and then he stabbed Charlie Boy, and he's take out the knife. So I tried taking out the knife, it won't come out. He said, well, all you can do then is just burn the effigy, burn the fetish doll, and that will lift the curse. So, all right, fair enough. So that's what he's going to do. Oh, it tells him Gwen's dead. So that's sad. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the at Graham's apartment, there we go. Flat numbers 9 to 12. There's some chap taking all lots of paintings out, and there we can see Charlie Boy's in there as well. So I'm watching this thinking, is this all a plan by Sarah? She just waited for Graham to leave and she's just selling everything. I don't know. It doesn't tell us. Anyway, the van's backing up. He arrives. This fella's saying, "In you come. Thank you, sir." Being all very nice, look. But I think the robbers. He goes in. Everything's been cleared out, and I thought she'd done it. You know, we saw her getting rid of Gwen and all that. I thought it was all some plan from Sarah to get all that money. Get money off. I don't know. But anyway, it's gone. And there goes. But she's sitting there. She doesn't know. She said she'd gone out for 15 minutes. But she doesn't say where. So did they change their mind in the script? Well, that's supposed to be what had happened. Sarah's supposed to be kind of a baddie, but then they changed their mind, but kept that bit, what they'd filmed in. I don't know. Anyway, he's the policeman who's taking notes. Says, everything should have been insured. He said, well, whatever. We just want Charlie Boy back. Why? Well, can't really tell you. But anyway, so I said, we'll track him down. Anyway, so he's going to go over to see Hines again, to see if Hines can help him. So off he goes to see Hines. There he is. By the way, this is a shop in because we'll do the old filming locations thing again. Here we are, the antique shop in Hill Avenue, Amersham, UK. That's where that is. There it is. Which one is it then? Which one is it? It's one of these shops, but I don't know which one. Can we tell from the door? Is it the same door? Do you reckon it's that one? That's all floors now. Do you reckon? Don't know. Could be. Maybe not. I don't know. Could be that one for all we know. No idea. Because we don't see it from the outside. Anyway, so that's where it is on Hill Avenue in Amersham, England. So there we go. Right, back to the film. So he meets him outside, and they go in, and saying they've got to get Charlie Boy back, and they said, I've just had a phone call from some chap who works for the mafia, who were after a fetish doll, and I kind of told him all about Charlie Boy, and I'm like, hey, are you in on it as well? But I don't know. So he gives him his address, and so off he goes to talk to this fella. I forgot the name, but actually we've got subtitles on, and I don't know why subtitles aren't on. I keep forgetting to switch them on. There we go. Tells us his name. There you go. Peter Mercado. So they're going to go over to see him, or he is 69 Queen's Drive, Maidenhead, Berks, Berkshire. So anyway, right. What's she phoning up for? I can't remember. What she's phoning up for. But she's going somewhere, and I can't remember. Right, she's phoning him up. Graham's just left. Have you seen Graham yet? She's very concerned. Oh, thinks he might do something. Oh, because we learn that this Mercado chap's a bit crazy. So I think she's going to go meet him there. Anyway, so giving the address, and she's going to get into her Mini with a duck on the side. So off she goes. She's got it taxed until the 31st of January 1981. Good girl. If you don't know if you're in America, that's a tax sticker. But don't have them anymore, do it, because it's all computerised now, and you don't have to display your tax, tax disc. You don't have to display your tax disc anymore. You used to have to show that you paid the road fund licence. Tell you. Anyway. Right, so off she goes, bombing down the roads of, I think nearly run, well, kind of nearly, not really nearly runs him over because he's just crossing the road, shaking his head. I reckon he's a grip or something. But this is obviously this. We're going to do the old. Hang on, where are we? Where is it? There we go. This crossroads here. This crossroads is a real place, obviously. So we're going to do that one as well. By the way, Graham and Sarah's house is Peterlee Manor, Presswood, UK. There it is. Oh, I keep forgetting about that. There it is, Peterlee Manor. Is it flats in real life? Don't know. But where the hell's Peterlee Manor? Oh, Amersham. We just mentioned that, haven't we? We just mentioned Amersham somewhere. Up here, isn't it? Yeah. Hill Avenue. Right, so where's Hill Avenue on this map? Amersham. Great Missendon's there. Where's Amersham? It can't be that far away, can it? Oh, I keep forgetting about that. Anyway, whatever. And here we go. That's where Sarah's driving her Mini with a duck on the side. Past that sign. And then Graham's going to go bombing across it as well, or nearly. But here it is. Here's that crossroads in real life. Look, the signs there. Look, is it the same? Can't really make it out. Can we get a bit closer? Yes, we can. Hewenden, South Mandeville, Butler's Cross, great town name, Speen, Great Missenden, Presswood. Right, I want to see. Can we see this sign? Presswood. I don't know. It's a slightly different sign, isn't it? Is it? Or is it the same one? Can't really make it out. Can we make it out on here? Let's go back a bit. I think the sign has changed. It's a bit different in it. Presswood, Great Missenden. Yes, it's changed, hasn't it? But it's in the same place. But it's we've got a newer sign now. Anyway, where were we? Right, so that's that. Anyway, so there we go. Yes, so that's that crossroads there. Still in use by cars today. And then we're going to see an accident in a minute. Right. Oop, pressing the wrong button. That's it. She nearly, not nearly, runs this fella over because he's like miles away from her. Look, he's way over there. Look. But, anyway, whatever. But she's driving away. He's arriving at, I forgot his name already, Peter Mercado's house. Does it tell us where this is? On here? Don't think it does it? No, it don't. Don't tell us where Peter Mercado's house is. I wonder where that is. It'll be in that area somewhere, won't it? I bet it is. I bet it's in that area. Anyway, whatever. Right. Clicking on the wrong things. Right. So he's arrived at Peter Mercado's house, wherever that is. And it's this fella. You see him in loads of stuff. He's an American actor. One of these American actors that lives in Britain. He's always popping up in comedy stuff as an American. Don't ask me his name. I have no idea. Aylesbury Road, Great Missenden. Right, we're going to find it. Graham visits. It says Peter Picardo's house. Peter Mercado. Aylesbury Road, Great Missenden. Right, we're going to go looking for that bugger now, tell you. But anyway. Oh dear. Half of the bloody review is me looking up stuff. Where were we? Aylesbury Road, Great Missenden. Where are we? Where are we? This one. Great Missenden, where are you? Is it here? Where are we? Presswood. Is that what I said? I've forgotten already. I'm bloody hopeless. Yes, Aylesbury Road, Great Missenden. Right. Where's Great Missenden? It's round here somewhere, isn't it? It's all filmed in, like, you know, the roughly the same area. Where the blooming number is it? I'm going to have to type it in again, aren't I? Right, that's where that is. That's in Great Missenden. Where's the rest? Aylesbury Road. I'm looking for, aren't I? Aylesbury Road. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Can we see it? Is it going to be easy to find? Probably not. So I'll just type it in. Aylesbury Road, Great Missenden. There we go. Oh, see, you're quite close. Look. Now then, we've got to find that blooming white house, haven't we? That's in the thing. So how long's Aylesbury Road? It says London Road there. All right, it becomes Aylesbury Road there. Can we see a white? Oh, right, it goes down there. A white house. It becomes High Street there. Right, so we start there then. We'll start there. I'm going to go down Aylesbury Road till we find this blooming house. Oh, is that it? Oh, I found it straight away. Amazing! Look, it's there. Found it straight away. Cool. Just double check. Hang on. Let's go back again. There we go. Yeah, it's that house, isn't it? It's that house. Just exactly the same, although that might be a different colour. It's a school, look, a gateway school it's called, and there's a fence and stuff and all that. So there we go. So that's real, isn't it? What does it say there? There we go. Gateway School, Great Missenden. Co-educational independent school, 2 to 11 years. Cool. So that's what that is. But in this, it's Peter Mercado's house. If I can find me thing. There we go. Works for the mafia or something. And he has got Charlie Boy. So it's my friend of Heinz Hoffman, he sent me. So they're going to start fighting. There we go. Going to start fighting. And there we go. There's Charlie Boy. He gets him and he whacks Peter Mercado with Charlie Boy and runs out and drives off. There we go, he's got Charlie Boy. You just stay there, you little bastard. Make sure we're still going. I hope you can hear me as well, by the way, because I'll be faffing with the audio, so I'm probably super quiet knowing me. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, right. So he's now heading back to the flat, his flat, where he and Sarah lives. Because he doesn't know Sarah's chasing after him. And he's nearly gonna, it's not a stop sign though, is it? So if nothing's coming, you can just go bombing across, can't you? It's not a stop sign. They're just travelling at nearly 60 miles per hour, 56 miles per hour in his Ford Escort Mark II. And almost nearly forcing a van, Transit Luton again, off the road. I think we're on the same road. No, we're not, because that were a different one, wasn't it? That were in last week's episode. Anyway, he comes across an accident's happened, and the policeman lets him through. And at first I thought that there was Sarah's car, but it's not. So he just drives through, they let him through. See, the towing, the pulling her car out. Oh no, that's Sarah's car. And she's gone through the windscreen. And what the hell's that? I don't know. Is that the... No, I don't know what it is. But, so she's dead. All the guts hanging out, look. So she's had a nasty accident. So she's no longer with us. Maybe she shouldn't have cut blooming Gwen's wrists or whatever. I don't get that bit. But anyway. I go, I'm taking him to the boiler house. He's shouting, Sarah, Mum, I'm taking him to the boiler house. Because he thinks Sarah's in there waiting for him. So I thought we were going to bring him down to the boiler room. I thought there was going to be like a furnace there or something. I'm going to chuck him in the furnace. But no, he's just going to set fire to the boiler room. It seems. He's going to start smashing up bits of wood, look, with a chopper he's found. He's using the wrong way around, but never mind. I think he does hit himself in the face with it because he's an idiot. Look. Stupid bugger. And he throws it away, look, and then it lands on the steps, and then he's going to just set fire to everything in the boiler. Basically setting fire to the house, isn't he? What an idiot. That'll make you burn, he says. So he goes and picks up Charlie Boy, and then trips, there we go, on the axe, and lands on the floor, and now he's being impaled. Because remember, Charlie Boy's got all them other needles, whatever, nails sticking into him. So he's landed on them. So he's basically impaled himself, obviously through his lungs or something, with Charlie Boy. There you go. So he pulls Charlie Boy off, and then basically just falls to his death, falls into the flames. Hang on. There you go. Oh, fall! Oh God! And then he falls and into the flames, and then starts burning. Goes ag, and then Charlie Boy. I don't know how Charlie Boy ended up over there, but he's there. Is Charlie Boy going to burn? Probably not. Don't know. Maybe he will. I don't know, but. He did his job. He got rid of everybody in that photo because that's the end. That's the end. Yeah, cool. I want a Charlie Boy to run about like that one from Trilogy of Terror, like that voodoo doll in that, or whatever it was. But he didn't. But anyway, so there we go. That's the end of that episode. It's a fun one, is that? Even though it didn't have Kathy Tyson in. All my life I've thought that actress was Kathy Tyson. Welcome to episode 134 of Friday Night Appointment with Fear. You know, I almost forgot. I thought it was Thursday today. Genuinely, I did. Anyway, welcome to episode 134 of Friday Night Appointment with Fear. We're on part 4 of my Hammer House of Horror series. We're up to The Silent Scream and Children of the Full Moon. Only 2 more episodes. No, 2 more episodes of Friday Night Appointment with Fear to go, and then we're done. And off we go. Add it to the screen, and we will begin. Remember, these are in 4:3. You know, they're not widescreen. There we go. So we begin on a lion in a cage. Hang on, Wingrace says, it's rained non-stop here for about 4 weeks. Ha ha, he says. Justin says, Peter Cushing is awesome. He's amazing. Spoilers, plays a baddie in this episode. Anyway, right, so off we go. There's a lion. There's a tiger. They're all in cages. There's a panther. Again, in a cage. And we're going to see something happen. A door goes open. Here we go. There's some sort of electrical switch. There's Peter Cushing. And what we see happen is something not right. Like, he's checking things. Look, he's been all scientific. And the tiger, which has got a chain around its neck for some reason. And there's a leopard. Is it a leopard? Probably. The tiger goes over to the opening. In a minute. There we go. It's going to go over to the opening, look. And it's not supposed to. And there we go. We see a flash. And we look round. It says, oh no, says Peter Cushing, with his bow tie on. And the tiger's dead. It's been electrocuted to death. And there's not much left of it. It's all charred and burnt. He says, why did you do that? Because he's trying to train animals and later people into like having prisons without bars. That sounds very David Icke, doesn't it? But anyway, Justin says Madhouse with Vincent Price in him was great. I don't think I've seen that one. I probably have, but I can't remember it. I will have seen it. I will have seen it at some point. Anyway, so there we go. So he's got lots of exotic animals, and one's just killed itself by going through an opening. I'm not exactly sure how that works. It doesn't really explain it. But it's like a force field or something, but I don't know. And there's the dead tiger. And the other animals watching on. And then we begin. Dun dun. Dee dee dee. I've got to do it, haven't I? I love that music. Spin it on a bit. Oh, there we go. The Silent Scream. There we go. Anyway, so there we go, starting Peter Cushing, Brian Cox, the original Hannibal Lecter, and Elaine Donnelly, who's got one of those faces where you think, I've seen her in loads of stuff. But I didn't know her name. I looked her up. But she's been, especially in Britain, because it's an English thing, isn't it? So she's been in a lot of soap operas, British TV shows, stuff like that. Anthony Carrick, etc. Right, so off we go. Directed by Alan Gibson, who also directed, I think, can't remember, one of the Hammer's Dracula films. It may be Satanic Rites of Dracula. Let me check, which is my favourite one. I'll tell you now, honest. Right, let's have a look. Alan Gibson, Yes, all right. Satanic Rites of Dracula. He didn't direct Dracula AD 1972 as well, did he? Let me check. Oh, yes, he did. He directed both of them. Directed Dracula AD 1972 and Satanic Rites of Dracula, my two favourite Hammer Dracula films. I know I'm in the minority there. I'm in the minority there, but just says if you have it, or if you have not, it is so good. Or if you have not, it is so good. Dr. Death and about Madhouse. I will have seen it, but I can't remember. I will have to look it up. Put it on the list. Is it on Shudder? I subscribe to Shudder, and I keep forgetting to watch the blooming thing. I'm hopeless. Anyway, off we go. Right, we begin. With a car dropping off Brian Cox. There he is, a young Brian Cox before he became Hannibal Lecter in Manhunter and all the other stuff he's done since. But he's been dropped off. There we go. At this house, which is the Wilson house, where he lives with his wife. It's in the middle of nowhere for plot reasons. But we're going to do what we always do. This is a real place, obviously. I shall tell you what it's called. It's Pump Lane South, Little Marlow in Buckinghamshire. And we've got this website again, this cult film and TV locations. I've put the link in the description. So I'm just going to drag the bugger over and I'll show you what it looks like, except there isn't a street view version of it. So anyway, there it is. But there it is. But that's what it looks like on Google Earth. There it is. Ooh, I keep forgetting about this. Got to scroll. There it is. Look, but there isn't a. Does it do it on here? It doesn't do it on here. I tried to do it with a street view thing, but there isn't a street view. It must be a private road, and there isn't a street view of that. But anyway, that's the house that is there. So there we go. Right, where were we? I shall just. Get rid of that. Justin says, Dracula AD 1972 is my favourite. Yay! Not many people say that. However, the best in my view is the Horror of Dracula, aka it was just called Dracula in the UK, and Blood of. You mean Taste the Blood of Dracula? Is that what you mean? Taste the Blood of Dracula. I like them all, but my favourite is Satanic Rites because it's kind of I don't know. It's like a cop show mixed, or a spy thriller mixed in, like James Bond meets Dracula, sort of. And ironically, not long after, I think, what was it, 2 years later, Christopher Lee would go on to play a Bond villain, wouldn't he? But in Man with the Golden Gun, he'll play Scaramanga with his 3 nipples. Right, anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. Brian Cox has been dropped off on a busy dual carriageway. He's got to find somehow to get there. There he goes. There he is, running. Yay! He's a prisoner or an ex-felon. He spent 2 years in prison. So he's running to his house where his wife lives. There she is, Annie. By the way, he's called Chuck Wilson. She's Annie Wilson. And here they are. Greeting, hey, you're home, yeah. Look, she's got one of them faces, hasn't she? We've seen her in everything. Usually playing a housewife, I imagine. But anyway, we learn she's fallen on hard times. Phone's being cut off, electric keeps going off, and all that stuff. And she's had to stop smoking. It says later on, it will either stop smoking or get rid of the car. She needs the car because they live in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, right. And there we learn that he didn't like confinement. He spent 2 years in prison and he didn't like confinement. I just can't take being shut in anymore. So we also learned he'd been visited by Peter Cushing's character, which I've forgotten the name of, Martin Bluick, or I don't know how you pronounce it. He'd been visited in prison by him and, struck up a friendship with him. Right, Justin says, Satanic is good. All that was after AD 1972. Yeah, it was a direct sequel to it. It was like the last one, yes. It was a direct sequel to AD 1972. Dracula AD 1972 had the good thing going for it, for having Caroline Munro in it. which is always a good thing. And Stephanie Beecham. Unfortunately, Stephanie Beecham didn't return. She played Van Helsing's granddaughter in Dracula AD 1972. We did both of them, by the way, at Friday Night Appointment with Fear a while back, in a double bill. But Joanna Lumley played Van Helsing's granddaughter in Satanic Rites. I don't know why they couldn't get Stephanie Beecham back. But she's well fit, but that's by the by. Anyway. Right, so, where were we? Right, so he's talking about it, all this stuff. There's no money, he's got to find a job, etc. And then we're talking about this prison visitor. Oh, he's giving him some money, Martin Bluick. There you go, giving him some money. So he's going to go and thank him. There we go. Better go around and thank him. So here we go, round to, he owns a pet shop. There's Martin. I'll just call him Martin because I don't know how to pronounce his name. And so that means we've got to, where the hell have I put it? Just bear with me. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? There it is. There we go. The pet shop, there it is. And that's what it looks like today, or whenever this photo was taken by Google Street View. It's now a halal meat and grocery store, but it's the same shop. You can tell it's still got the same. It's got the little gateway to the side, little doorway to the side, which is there. There was an arch there, but they put a gate up and whatever. You can tell with the windows. It's the same building. Look. So there we go. It's now a halal meat and grocery store. Also, 1972 had the Stone Ground back. Yes, the Stone Ground. It looked like this. You feel, the Stone Ground should have been, because it's the Stone Ground should have been this massive pop group / rock group, shouldn't they? But never heard of them again. But anyway. Anywho, and it also had, I forgot to put my name now. I've forgotten his name, never mind. The fellow that played Johnny Alucard. Yeah, the minute was always fun. Right, so there we go. So that's that location. In real life, there we go. In Chesham, in Buckinghamshire, I think. Is it? Yes, Broad Street, Chesham, in Buckinghamshire. That's where that is. They were kind of big in the States. Oh, right, so they made it big in the States. Right, fair enough. I've only ever heard of them from Dracula AD 1972. That's all I've heard of them. Anywho, right, where were we? Right, so it's going to say thank you to Martin. Here he is. I wonder if he says his name so I can know how to pronounce it. I'm just spinning forward.
You'd come.
I knew you'd come. Come on, say his name. He's gone to thank him for all his help in prison and that, and the money. Excuse me, he's not going to say his name, is he? Never mind. So this is where we learn that, he's a bit of a bad man. Apparently he was a safe cracker, is Chuck, and that's what he was in prison for. But anyway, so we learn that he didn't like being locked up. But anyway, he's out now and he's going to go straight and all that stuff. The singer was also in the Beau Brummels. Oh, right, okie dokie. Again, means nothing to me. Obviously, I've heard of Beau Brummel, but not the Beau Brummels. But anyway, right, so he's there saying thanks and all that stuff. They have a little chit-chat, and it's where we learn that he was in a concentration camp, but we get more information about that later. Sod it. Spoilers. He wasn't in a concentration camp. He was kind of running the concentration camp. But anyway, that's by the by. Anyway, right, so he says he's got to go and find a job, and there he goes, giving him a list, a rehabilitation list, places to go where they can find him work and all that. So, but Martin says, come in the back with me, turn the closed sign round and lock the door and come in the back with me. And he's going to show him his animals in the back. There you go, this is where it all happens, he says. Right, how do you pronounce it? Oh, bloody hell.
Son, I don't think you're going to get very rich, Mr. Bluick.
Oh, Bluick. There we go, Mr. Bluick. Right. So here he shows him all his animals, and he notices all the cages are open, but they're not coming out and getting him. Is this some kind of zoo? Says, no, it's my collection. This must have cost a fortune. And yes, it is, and all that stuff. And he says, the cages, they're all open. So he's training them. As I said, he's trying to, like, let's say, contain animals without bars. He says, imagine zoos without cages and all that stuff. So he's essentially making the animals so terrified that they won't move until they hear a bell. It's Pavlov's dog. That's what it is, isn't it? Right, so here he is going to feed them now. Chopping up some meat for them. And what does he say there? I saw it somewhere. Where was it? A trainer do not tame. He says they're all wild animals. Where was it now? Oh, whatever. Anyway. So, he's invited him back there because he's basically offering him a job. He says he's got to go away for a few weeks, and he wants Chuck to basically keep an eye on his animals, and he's going to show him what to do and all that stuff. So he's showing him what he does, puts the food down, and he goes and turns off the electricity. Look, he's even got a little, I presume that's a wallaby, not a kangaroo. It's only little. All right, and he goes to touch the opening. Look, oh no, don't touch that. And that's it. He electrocutes himself a bit. Works better on tigers. It killed the poor tiger, but it doesn't kill Chuck. It just gives him a bit of a shock. Look, but anyway, never mind. Best not to think too much about that. Anyway, so he goes and turns off the electricity. Look, there he goes and turns it off, and then rings a bell. And then all the animals are free to go and get their dinner because they hear the bell. I think there's a buzzer. That means the electricity's on, and the bell means it's safe to get the food. So there we go. So that's what he's got to do. Right, so next day, later that day, whatever, passage of time, he's been shopping with the missus. Here he is at the Super VG supermarket, which is... I've got to show you. There it is. The Jumbo Market is 34 Park Parade Centre, Hazelmere, England. There it is. Which is, I imagine that's in Buckinghamshire as well, I'm guessing. High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire. That's where that is. And that's what it looks like now. What's that? It's a Florence Nightingale hospice charity. In time, whatever that is, established 1966. Oh, right, so that should have been there, shouldn't it? It is a supermarket. Well, this is just that bit that's the supermarket. But anyway, whatever. It says there, Jumbo Supermarket, Super VG. What does VG stand for? I have no idea. It says, always liked old UK-made cars. Yes, there's lots of them there, isn't there? That's like a Hillman Imp or something. Is that a Volvo there? I don't know. Obviously, Volvo's not UK, is it? Swedish, but anyway. So there we go. So that's that place. It could be over here for all we know. I don't know. But anyway, I think it is that, isn't it? Stop it. Oh, there we go. A better view of that. What is it? It's like a card shop or something, isn't it? And a Costa Coffee, because they're everywhere. I've never been to a Costa Coffee. I've been to Starbucks once, but it's £10 for... And this was going back a few years, so I'm kicking off about that, for 2 cups of coffee and a flapjack or whatever the hell it was. Anyway, it's probably more than that now. Anyway, so there we go. And that's it for this episode, so that's all we're going to see. Right, back to the film. Vegan? I don't know. VG? I doubt it. I don't know. Super VG. Maybe. I don't know. Vija. It could be Vija Wingate, couldn't it? Yes, I was a big Top Gear and Grand Tour fan. Yeah, anyway, so there we go. That looks like, I don't know, Ford. Don't know, maybe. Anyway. Right, so I come round to her car, which I think is a Hillman Imp. I could be wrong. Right, so it's telling her all about what the animals. What said it stunk because obviously animals smell, don't they? Essentially, for the most part. And he says they never made any noise, so which were weird. But anyway, so he's got a job, and I think it's seen the safe. Martin has got a big safe up on an upper level. Obviously, him being a safe cracker, it does. He did notice it. Anyway, right, so here he is, feeding the animals, doing his stuff, and all that. So looking round. Got to remember to ring the bell. Does it show him noticing the safe? He does look up, and I think he does notice the safe. Oh, there we go. Notices the safe. Look, and he thinks it's a that he could crack in no time. But so he's got that. He's thinking about that. He's run out of cigarettes as well. He does say, there we go, the word that you're not allowed to say anymore.
You got any facts?
Oh dear. No, they've run out of cigarettes. Anyway, so he's saying he's thinking of cracking, old man Bluick's safe. So she gets cross with him because he's just got out of prison. But anyway, that's what he's thinking about. So he's basically good. He's going to go and have a look at this safe and see if he can get into it. So here he goes. There you go. He has a turn of the dial, but it's all a trap. It's a trap, and he ends up falling down a. Look, he even gets into the safe. Look, there we go. But it's a trap. There's a trap door. Literally, there's a trap door. And he falls into a cage of his own, a metal cage of his own, and he's stuck in there. And it's like the other. It's like electrified, and there's a one-way. Why do they say two-way? They call it like a two-way mirror, don't they? But it's obviously it's not. It's just one way, isn't it? But anyway. She's waiting for him to come home as his dinner getting cold on the pot, and obviously he's stuck in there. She's waiting. Look, poor Annie, wondering where is he, and he can't get out, so he's trapped, much like Hannibal Lecter in his cage. Anyway, yes, here's the thing goes up. There's a plate of dinner, but he doesn't hear a bell. He's not been trained yet, has he? He doesn't hear a bell. Puts his hand in, gets an electric shock. Then he starts shouting and bawling, "Let me out," and all that stuff. Then he hears a bell, checks it with his belt or whatever that is. I don't think it was a belt, was it? It was some sort of strap. It's big for a belt, isn't it? But anyway, and he can get to it, so he starts eating his dinner. Next day, Annie goes to see Mr. Bluick in his pet shop. She's watching. She's looking. Oh, they're doing some filming over the road. I bet she's saying that she's on the phone, doesn't she? They're doing some filming over the road. I bet that old lady looks round. Do you reckon she's going to look round? No, she don't. She don't. Or does she earlier? Or is she? Do you reckon they're extras? They could be extras for all we know, couldn't they? But anyway. So she goes in to see Mr. Bush. She says, hello, and he's asking, can he help her and all that. He says, I'm Annie Wilson, I'm Chuck Wilson's wife. And Mr. Bush says, oh, yes, he visited him in prison and all that. And he's asking how he's Chuck. He says, I don't know, he didn't come home last night. He said he were coming here. And he denies all knowledge of it, does Martin. There he is. He denies all knowledge. He says he hasn't seen him since he were in prison. And all that stuff. Obviously, we know he's telling big fat porkies. And obviously, he hasn't been away, has he? He said he were going away, and Chuck were. So I said, we're all a ruse. But he says, no, he hasn't seen him and all that stuff. But she sees Chuck's coat hanging on the back of the door there. So she knows something up, but she doesn't say anything just yet. Anyway, so. There we go. She said, I suppose you didn't give him any money either. And he says, he shakes his head. So she goes to the police. She goes to see this police inspector. What the hell's his name? Forgotten. Aldridge, played by Anthony Carrick. I think he's Detective Aldridge. So she goes to see him. There he is. He's having a dispersible aspirin because he's got a headache, apparently. And he basically fobs her off. She's saying, no, he hasn't been home. Says, well, he's probably gone out somewhere. He'll turn up. And, he fobs her off because he's got a headache and he can't be bothered with her. So, anyway. So she goes in a bit of a huff. So she decides to go and investigate herself. Still shouting, let me out, etc. Getting cross. Throwing himself at the walls. And all that. But that night... Now we see him locking up. Look, she's watching. She watches the light go out upstairs. He must live above his shop. And she breaks in. Although she does, I don't just really understand this bit. She goes round to the back and she tries the door. The door's locked. And I thought, oh, she's going to pick this brick up here that's handily placed there. On the windowsill there, just a handily placed brick. I thought she's going to smash the window with that, but she doesn't. It's like a red herring brick. We hear a buzz, and the door just unlocks. So I thought, oh right, so this is obviously another trap. He's setting up another thing, but that doesn't happen yet. But anyway, whatever. So she gets in, she sees the animals, and she goes up. She sees Chuck. And she runs upstairs, says, oh, it's me, and says, oh, can you help me climb out? Says, well, not really. And so she gets a broomstick, or a broom, there we go, and says, can you climb up that? But he just breaks it there with the handle breaks off. And she says, I'm going to go to the police. He says, no, don't get the law. And he's explaining what happened. He tried to open the safe. He didn't try to, he did, didn't he? And he ended up in there. There you go, it was a trap. So he's going to... she's going to go and find something for him to stand on to climb out. And he tells her not to touch any of the cages because they're all electrified. Anyway, so off she goes. She goes into the front of the shop looking for stuff. There she is, looking for stuff. The parrot or whatever it is, macaw, I don't know. Starts kicking off. And Martin comes down to investigate. Here he comes. So she hides and he's having a look round. I was thinking, is she supposed to be there? Does Martin know she's got in? Because the thing with the back door just unlocking weirdly. But anyway, whatever. He gets a key out there and looks at the front, opens the front door and looks out. So anyway, he goes away and she gets the key and she goes out the front door. And Martin goes to see Chuck with the puppy, little puppy there. And he says, maybe you need some company. And he chucks the puppy down into him. There you go. So he's got a puppy to keep him company. And he says he's training him. Prisons without cells. All the prisoners, not moving because they're too terrified to. Go away, fly. Anyway. Right. So, and says, will you let me out? No. And he says, stop shouting and all that and don't be naughty or I'll close this trap door and even the loudest scream won't be heard outside. So anyway. Right, so she goes back to the police, but the detective is not there because apparently it's the middle of the night and he's gone home. So she says, oh, never mind then. So anyway, she tells him that she's found a husband, but she doesn't say he's trapped in that pet shop. So she goes back. There we go. She finds I think it's a washing line because it's got some pegs on it. And she goes back. There we go. She throws the line down, but there we go. Peter Cushing arrives and pushes her down. Well, pushes a stunt woman down, or stunt person with totally different hair into the cage, whatever you want to call it, cell. But and this is where it says, for God's sake, Bluick, the concentration camp. And it says, no, I wasn't. I wasn't an inmate. I was not a captive. I was a captor. So they were a natch. Anyway. So, and he's closed the trap door as well. So they're trapped in there now together, along with the puppy as well, which I don't think we see. Oh, no, she's got it there in her hands. The puppy. They can't get out, so they're stuck there for now. The policeman next day comes and checks out the shop. But obviously he's saying he's not seen anybody. But anyway, so he leaves, does the policeman. telling her about, there's a bell and there's a buzzer and all that stuff. Like I said, it's like Pavlov's dog. Anyway, so he's asking him what Martin spoke to him about when he visited him in prison, and so where she thinks he's going to get his kicks watching them doing it. That's why there's a one-way mirror, two-way mirror, whatever you want to call them. But anyway, suddenly this trap door opens and it's outside. And they're thinking, oh, crikey. But he says, and the bell had gone for the food. So they're thinking, can they get out? So they're unsure. So anyway, he sends the dog. He throws a spoon out for the puppy to get. And the puppy runs out. Looks saying it's a trick. So the puppy runs out. And it's fine, is the puppy. And just as they're about to run for it, the buzzer goes off and it's electrified again. The dog comes running back, and they say, "No, don't come running back." But it does, and kills itself. And so she gets cross with him. "You killed my dog." There we go. So do you want hers? Really? Was it? But anyway, so they're stuck in there. But the trap doors open, so at least they get some fresh air. Anyway. He's gone out for a drive somewhere. I don't know where he's gone, but he's out and about. It's Peter Cushing. So obviously stuff's on timers. Anyway, so she's working out the different noises. There's a whir and a click, and there's a buzzer, and there's a bell. And the whir and the click is a switch. This switch that he throws when he turns the power off. And so she says, well, if we listen for that, they go, bell means food, buzzer means pain. It's like whir and click means the power's off. Twang click. If they listen for that, they know it's safe to go. So anyway, they're going to have an intimate moment. Anyway, right. So the policeman's basically not doing anything. He just keeps showing him just to show that the police are not doing anything. Right. So anyway, so they hear the twang and click. So they think, right, we're going to run for it. So they go running for it. Poor little doggy there, look. Oh, there it is. Poor little doggy. So they get out, they run for it, and instead of just running off and getting away, Chuck says, I'm going to deal with that old bugger. So, but he's having troubles of his own because he doesn't notice. Actually, I should go back a bit. There we go. He doesn't notice, does Martin. When he goes back in, he feeds the animals and stuff, does all that stuff. But he doesn't notice, for some reason, that the panther decides to come out. There we go. And he turns the power back on, but the panther's out. You'd have thought that had happened before, wouldn't you? But it just happens now, at this critical moment. They come running out, and he says, I'm going to deal with him. Like I say, he's dealing with this panther that's stalking him up the stairs, and he falls down into his own trap. There we go. Falls down into his own prison. And he says, "Oh, get me out!" So he just leaves him. He closes the trap door, does Chuck, and he comes out, and he comes out, and they go running off. What's that car? Don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to see the makes of the cars. That's an Escort, isn't it? Is that a Mark 1 Escort? I think it is, isn't it? Mark 1 Escort, Ford. I think that's, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. And they both go running off. There they are, running off back home. Because her car's parked just around the corner, so they're going there. Here they are, going back home. And they get home, but they don't notice there's this on the doors, which was seen on the doors in Martin's place. There we go. They go back home, and we all know now that they're going to be trapped in their own home. They think they've escaped, and everything's lovely. But suddenly all the doors are electrified. There we go. He notices that and sees that the house has been rigged. He allowed us to escape on purpose, so they're still in a prison. So they're trapped in their house now. There we go. We'll never get out of here ever. So they're screaming the top of their lungs, but nobody will hear them because they're in the middle of nowhere, even though they're quite close to a main road. But anyway, I'm sure they won't stay there forever because surely that policeman will check on them at some point. He'll know where he lives, won't he? It'll be on record. But anyway, they're screaming away. And also, he's stuck. He's stuck in his own prison, so they're all going to die. They're all going to die. And all the animals are going to die as well because there'll be nobody to feed them. But anyway, and there we go. And that's how it ends. There we go, to the end. Not really a horror one, that. I thought that was more like a Tales of the Unexpected episode than a Hammer House of Horror. But it was still fun. It's still great to see Peter Cushing being an amazing actor again, rolling his eyes like bloody hell, like he does. But, yeah, and Brian Cox as well. Nice to see him in an early role. A lot of fun. A good episode. I enjoyed that one. But not really horror. I don't know. It'd be like... That's it, like a Tales of the Unexpected, or like one story in a Amicus anthology movie, like Tales from the Crypt or something like that. But anyway, Justice says that was a good one, interesting. Yes, it was. So anyway, so that's that one. A lot of fun. I really enjoyed that one. But as I said, not particularly horrific in my opinion. Right, so I'll sort the next one out. The next one is Children of the Full Moon. If I can find the bugger, there it is. Oh dear. Oh, heck, I'm yawning. I didn't know I was so tired. What am I doing? Oh, I'm full screen. I forgot what I'm doing. Bear with me. I've got these little bottles of water and they've got very loud caps. Look. There, dear. Anyway, whatever. Right, where were we? So, Children of the Full Moon is the next one, starring Diana Dawes. Right, and Christopher Cazenove and Celia Gregory. This is the werewolf one. Right, off we go. So, we begin. There it is. A tree. We hear a little girl playing. Has a tree fallen over? That's a tree's stump, isn't it? A root. But we hear the sound of a little girl playing. We hear some growling and all that, and we see some Alsatians. Sorry, German shepherds. When I was a kid, we called them Alsatians, and then for some reason, they started calling them German shepherds again. There used to be German shepherds, didn't there? I think until like either the First World War or the Second World War. I can't remember. But in the UK. They stopped calling them German shepherds because of the war. We started calling them Alsatians instead. But now we've got to call them German shepherds again for some reason. But anyway. And we see a little girl and she's singing away, and we see that there's a dead lamb with its throat ripped out. And she turns round and there, and there we go. She's got all blood round her mouth going, "Arr." So she's obviously killed it. And then that's our stinger to get us into it. Din din. I've got to listen to it again. Scary statue. Children of the Full Moon. Starring Christopher Cazenove. I know he's a famous actor, but I'm blanking on what I've seen him in. What have I seen Christopher Cazenove in? Just let me have a look. Oh, we're in A Knight's Tale. I've only seen that once. Three Men and a Little Lady. Yes, we're in that. He's been in loads of stuff. What else has he been in? Tales from the Crypt TV series he were in 1996. He were in Iron Eagle 3. I think I've only seen the first one of them. What else has he been in? Oh, we're in Dynasty, as you would say over there. We call it Dynasty, but you've got to call it Dynasty. And he was also in Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense. Which I've never seen. I've never seen Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense, but he was in that as well. And loads of other stuff. Zulu Dawn, he was in Zulu Dawn, which is the not very good prequel. Oh no, it's all right. Not as good as the Zulu, but anyway. Right, Celia Gregory. I don't know what she's been in. And there we go. Special guest star Diana Dawes and Robert Urquhart. And that name rings a bell, and I don't know I'm going to have to look at Robert Urquhart now to know what I've seen him in. Yes. Curse of Frankenstein. That's what I've seen him in. He played Paul in Curse of Frankenstein. The Hammer film. Yes, that's where I know him from. Frankenstein's assistant, wasn't he? Anyway, right, and the lovely Diana Dawes. Back in the day, she was Britain's Marilyn Monroe, Diana Dawes, but she had problems and stuff. But she was always amazing. Directed by Tom Clegg, who did some of the Hammer stuff. Right, an aeroplane lands, a TWA, and people coming out of an airport. And there's Christopher Casanova, Robert Urquhart. I forgot what the characters are called. Tom and Harry. No Dick. As far as I know, is there? No, it doesn't say. So here they are. They come back from they're lawyers, apparently. They're the lawyers and, international jet-setting lawyers. And they just come back from somewhere or other where they've been very successful. And he's saying, go and stay, you deserve a holiday, go and stay in my cottage in the West Country, blah, blah, blah. That's what he's saying. That's what Harry's saying to Tom. So off he goes over the road. By the way, sorry. Is it going to show the outside of the airport? Where is it? I'm trying to find a shot of it. Is it going to show it? We've got an establishing shot. We haven't, have we? Never mind. We do see it later. You can see a bit of it there, but we see a wider shot of it later. So we'll do the what it looks like now then. Right. So anyway, there they are. He's running over. There's his wife, Sarah, played by Celia Gregory. Again, another one of those faces that probably seen in lots of stuff. But she's got this mad hair. She's lovely, but she's got this centre part and this mad hair that just like these two tufts there. It does me head in. But anyway. So they're going to call home and then go into a drive out. So they're in London. So they've got to go drive out to the West Country, which is like Cornwall, Devon, that area, Somerset. There in southwest England, that's the West Country. So it's a fair old drive. I know you think that everywhere in the UK is like 5 minutes from everywhere else, but it's not. It's a several-hour drive. So off they go, driving away. But suddenly something goes wrong with the car, and I'm not sure if it's supernatural. It kind of suggests there's something supernatural going on, but not really. It doesn't expand on it. And by the way, for some reason, she's dressed in like mid-19th century clothing or something. I don't know, but anyway. Suddenly, like I said, the car's speeding up. He says the accelerator's jammed and the brake's not working and all that stuff. He tries taking the key out and it just breaks. It's like just one thing after another. And he can't stop the car. And then eventually something just breaks in the car and it kind of slowly grinds to a halt and they're not dead. There it is, look. And they're not dead. In their BMW. So, right, so they've got to get out of the car and try and find help. Oh, there's a little skip there, isn't he? Woohoo! Oh, it's kicking it. Kicking the car. So anyway, right, so they're going to go for a walk through the woods and try and find some help from somewhere. So off they go. There they go. Oh, and by the way, this is... let's find out where... hang on, where are we? Here we are. Let's find out where this happens. Right, where are we? That's the airline, the airport on Russell Road, Transworld Airlines terminal. And that's what it looks like now. I don't know what it is. It's just an office block. But back then, it was an airline terminal. But it doesn't look very nice now, does it? But anyway, never mind. Oh, what are you doing? Stop it. And that is where they're driving about. Oh, what have I pressed that for? I've done something. I don't know what I've done. National Cycle Route 57, Great Hampden, England, apparently. That's what it looks like now. Should be, I don't know. Anyway, whatever, so that's what it is. Tom and Sarah driving to Hampden Road. There it is. And Tom and Sarah driving number 3. And we saw that probably. Let's go. Let's check if we did see that. There's like a fork in the road, didn't there? Did we see that earlier? Let's check. Oh, stop it. Was there a fork in the road that they bombed down? Is it coming? Is it coming? No, not got far enough. Come on. There it is. There it is. There's that fork in the road. There we go. Where were we? There it is. So that's that fork in the road, which is Unnamed Road, Great Missenden. Did a lot of filming in Great Missenden, didn't they, for this Hammer House of Horror? But anyway, there it is. You can see it there. Look, that's the fork in the road. What does that say on that side? Can we get closer? No, not farther away, silly bugger. Can we get even closer? What does it say? Can't tell what it says. Can't tell what it's. Oh, I've gone too far. Oh, there we go. Oh no, you're going the wrong way, silly man. Where's it gone? Where's that sign gone? No, stop it, stop it, stop it. Come around that way. Great Hampden Centre, whatever that is. No idea. More driving, and where do they come to a halt? There we go. Bryant's Bottom Road. That's where the car eventually stops in it, which is here. So there we go. Right, so the Ardoy House is where we're going next. So we shall get on with that. There it is. Right, so where were we? The car stops. There we go. And they head out, looking for help into the dark woods. There we go, through a gate, into the woods, following the path. Kind of spooky, foggy, misty. And they find an old iron gate. And in they go. Find the Ardoy House. There it is. Did it say what it was called? I've forgotten already. Where is it? Here we go. It is Hampden House in Great Hampden in England. Oh, there it is. Again, must be no street view of it. Oh, I keep forgetting about that. Hampden House. I think, yeah, we've seen this before, haven't we? They've filmed there before, haven't they? So this must be another part of the house that wasn't filmed at. Yeah, I think we saw this in one of the other episodes. Don't ask me which one, I've forgotten. But anyway. Right, so here they are at the Ardoy House. This is where we're going to meet Diana Dawes. Hang on, where is she? There she is. The lovely Diana Dawes. She died when she was only 52. She had cancer, I'm afraid. But back in the day, as I said, she was Britain's answer to Marilyn Monroe. Got a photo of her here. In her prime. There we go. Well, hey, that was Diana Dawes in her prime. Blimey, O'Reilly, eh? But obviously she had the problems and she piled weight on, when she was in like her 40s. And then passed away in 1984. So not long after this, really. She got cancer and passed away, unfortunately. But anyway, there she is. If you like horror films, she's often played like horrible people. She was in one of my favourite Amicus anthologies. That had Peter Cushing in it as well. From Beyond the Grave, she was in that as well. Which were fun. Right. Anyway, so she welcomes them in. She's Mrs. Ardoy. Welcomes them in. Oh, come in and have a cup of tea, and she's all like that. But she's talking in her West Country accent and all that. That's how she's talking. So it's all been welcome, and there goes using the phone, and I don't think the phone's working or whatever. There we see the dogs that we saw earlier on. There you go. She's giving them some sherry or whatever. And she's going to tell them all about her kids. She's got about 8 kids, but they're not all hers, she says. Some of them are Mr. Ardoy's from previous relationships. So, anyway, so he's Tom, yes, Tom, is going to go back to the car, and because she says he can stay here for the night. I think that's what she says. Oh, we'll meet some of the kids there. Kind of creepy. And he's going to go back to the car to get the bags and stuff. And but she's meeting the rest of the kids. And I say they are kind of weird. And Bit Children of the Damned sort of thing. And there's one playing the flute for some reason, just because for. I don't know what he's playing. Why not? Maybe it's I forgot his name, from Jethro Tull. Maybe it's him. Oh God, what do they call him now? Ian? No, don't sound right. I can't remember. Anyway, right. So anyway, there we go. Kids all dressed in old-fashioned clothes. We learn that they're a family of Hungarian descent, apparently. Let's make sure we're still going, by the way. Let's make sure we're still going. Yes, we are. Everything's hunky-dory. It is. Right. Oh, where's it gone? There you go. It turns around. All the kids have gone. So, that's it. Supernatural? Don't know, but whatever. He's gone as well. Right, so she's looking around, and we see like a shadow passes by her. Is it here where this shadow goes by? We see photos of attractive women in this place, just on the walls or on mantles and stuff. I think these are supposed to be Mr. I forgot his name already. Ardoy's wives. Anyway, is it a shadow? She sees a shadow go by. Have I missed it? Have we gone by? Hang on, where are we? Oh, there we go. There we go. Hang on. There we go. A shadow goes by. Don't know who it is, but she can hear children giggling and stuff like that. And then Mrs. Ardoy appears and says, no, it's just the children and all that stuff. Yeah, there we go. This weird hair, just this bit of hair here is kind of doing me head in. But anyway. She says, I'm going to go and see if I can find Tom. So she says, take the dogs with you. They know the woods. She says, I'll stick to the path. Smart lady. Beware the moon and all that. So anyway, so off she goes. And but I don't think she gets very far into the woods. Tom comes running up. Says, let's get back, because he's seen something. And they run back in the house. And he's saying, there was like some creature out in the woods, not quite human and all that stuff. Have I put subtitles on? There we go. Creature, look. And it looked half human. It was a werewolf, by the way. Oh, surely not, my dear. I'll tell you an accent.
Human, don't you think?
It was covered in grey, spiky fur. Its hind legs.
What is it?
A stag.
A stag. Anyway. So she's telling him, he saw a stag. So anyway, he's all scratched up, so he's run through the woods. But anyway, so they're going to have a drink and stay the night and all that stuff. And they're having some mutton broth, apparently. There you see, like I said, photos of women all over the place. Saying, where's your mum, Sophie? This is my mum, and there's one of the others' mum, and all that stuff. Anyway, so say my mum was pretty. And then we hear a noise, we hear a crashing, and one of the girls says, I'm getting clumsy again. So apparently it's a full moon as well. And they hear a howling noise, and he says it's a wolf. I don't think we've got many wolves in the English West Country, but anyway. Never mind. I know a wolf when I hear one. And she says, it's dogs. Anyway, so they're in their room. So she says, stay in your room until morning, because the children tend to wander, and I don't want you to scare them. And Tom's like, us scare them? Like the other way around, more likely. Anyway. So they're going to have a nice old time. But then she comes back with the cases that one of the kids brought back from the car with their clothes in. Anyway, tonight's a special night, because she tells me they're all from Hungarian descent, and tonight's some special rituals night. I don't know what night it's supposed to be. Does it say? Hang on, let me check. Does it tell us? I don't think it says, does it? No, it doesn't say. Never mind. Oh God, that keeps going off, doesn't it? Anyway, and he says, like Christmas Eve. I don't know why he says Christmas Eve. I think it's just say Christmas. He says, yeah, something like that. Anyway, so they carry on getting ready for the night. But she looks out the window. I think we hear the howling again. She looks out the window, and there we go. And she sees that. Da, da, da. Werewolf Break. Remember that film? There we go. She sees a werewolf out the window. Ag, she says. Ag. It's a woman. She'd be going eek, wouldn't she? But anyway. She says, oh no, I saw it. It was horrible and all that stuff. But anyway. So I think he falls here. He climbs out and I think he falls. Here he goes. Oh, maybe not. I thought he fell. Somebody's coming in, and there we go. She's gonna get got, isn't she? I think he falls here now. Please call him off, and she just shuts the door. We're guessing it's Mr. Ardoy that is there with her. He's gonna fall now. There we go. He falls. Please, swoon. He's fallen. He's knocked out, and then I think there's a fade to black. Is there? Yeah, fade to black. Fade in. They're somewhere else. I think they're in a hospital somewhere now. And she's saying, it's been so long. I don't know how long it's been. Welcome to the land of the living. Car crashed and they ended up in hospital with concussion. I don't know how long it's supposedly been. So she's saying, there was no house. She said, I had this dream. Or this house and they're a werewolf and all that stuff, and she's saying no, that didn't happen. The car's a write-off and all that stuff. Anyway, so she's saying you must still be concussed, but it's not real. So basically, she's in on it, isn't she? We know it's all real. Anyway, so he goes back to work. Look, he's got like a broken arm or whatever. Yes, she is with child. We learn that in a bit. Anyway, so he's telling, he's gone back to work. He's telling Harry that the car's a write-off and he's going to get a new one and all that stuff because they're loaded apparently. Anyway, so they start talking about work again. He's telling him about his dream about this house and all that, and all these kids in this house and this like a werewolf and we learned that he had a concussion. She said the concussion caused the dream. But Harry says he used to be in the paratroopers and he's had loads of concussions. And apparently if you get a concussion, you don't have dreams. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what he says. Pictures of the women tip me off. Yes, that's a bit of a clue, isn't it? Anyway, like bow ties, don't they? Well, bow ties a thing in 1980. Peter Cushing had a bow tie in his episode, didn't he? Anyway, so the upshot of this conversation is suspicious, is Tom. He thinks something did happen. But anyway, he's got to fly over to America for a business thing. It might be 3 weeks. There's going to be several weeks over in America. He goes to boss, getting Concorde over to America, then fly up to Maine. Tell you, can't be bad. So here he is telling Sarah that he's going to be away for a few weeks. He tells Harry that he and Sarah, she's kind of gone a bit animalistic in the bedroom department. She can't get enough because she's not the same, is she, as she was before. But anyway, look, she's kind of having a go at him about. He doesn't seem a fan of her cooking anymore, but apparently she's just making steak all the time. And he says, you used to make all these different things, now you just eat steak every night. But anyway, he's telling you're a marvellous cook. He says, when you come back, I'll make something really nice. And he says, let's go to bed. He says, no, let's do it here in the kitchen. Tell you, women, eh? Right, so... There he is. That's not Concorde, is it? I think this is him on his way back again. He didn't get Concorde back. He came on a jumbo jet. And then we see the outside of the Trans World Airlines building, which looks very plane now, doesn't it? Anyway, here he is, comes running across to their new car. There it is, and they're going to drive home. This is where we learn she's pregnant. She says, "Do I look radiant?" And he goes, "Are you pregnant?" She says, "Yes, I am." There we go. And I think she says 8 weeks. Is it? Yes, 8 weeks pregnant. So yay! So anyway, so there we go. So she's cooked him something, but she's having raw meat. He's having fish. She's having raw meat. It's delicious. Oh, and they're talking about baby names, and she wants to call the baby Mark, and he's saying, I like Andrew, and they're going through all these different names, and then he just has to throw in T-Bar, which is the name of Mr. Ardoy, the werewolf that we saw. He says, how about T-Bar? I've never heard that name before. They go, Mrs. Ardoy's child. Oh, no, I thought T-Bar was the werewolf. Obviously not, one of the kids. One of the kids. And she goes, who's Mrs. Ardoy when she's at home? But anyway. Right. She's packing a bag for hospital when she has the baby. She says, you're months off that yet. And she says she doesn't want to sleep with him, until they have the baby now. He says, you're only 8 weeks pregnant. She says, I don't care. I don't want to take any chances. So she's being all funny now. So now he's telling Harry all about it, that she don't want to have sex with him anymore. So he suggests the new temp. It was a different time. Oh dear. So he's telling her all about that. And anyway. So he's saying there's something wrong. Anyway, so he's going home. He goes home. And I'm sure I've seen this row, or this muse, or whatever you want to call it, in something else. But I've looked it up on IMDb, and it's not been used in anything else. But it looks very familiar. Should have seen it in another Hammer thing, or something. I don't know. But according to IMDb, it's not been. No other places filmed it there apart from this. Dear. But anyway. But any road up. Anyway, so what's his car's? What is it? Come on, stop blurring. I want to see what Reggie car is. Why is it just blurring all the time? Whatever. It's a V-Reg anyway, which is 1979. So it is a newish car. Another Beamer he's got. And he's got a big Teddy. He's been to Harrods, look. Got a Harrods bag. I used to have a Harrods bag. Somebody got it for me. Who had it now? Somebody went to London. A family member went to London. I can't remember my sister. I think it was my sister and her boyfriend at the time. And I think they went to Harrods, and all they could afford to buy was a carrier bag. And they got a Harrods carrier bag. Anyway, been to Harrods, bought a big teddy bear for Sarah. There we goes in. Sarah, hello, darling. Rightfully darlings. We're all very posh. Ha ha ha. But she's gone. She's sodded off. I was looking round. She's in a car eating raw meat in the car. Don't do this at home. Don't eat raw meat while you're driving. I wonder what it is. Obviously, it won't be raw meat. I wonder what it is she's eating. Is it like gelatin or something? I don't know. It'll be something that nice and sweet, I imagine, won't it? But I can't imagine she's eating liver or raw liver or whatever it's supposed to be. Anyway, she's eating that. We all know where she's going, don't we? There we see her bag's gone. Then the phone rings, and it's Harry. Pardon me. And Harry wants to talk to him about some business thing. He says, Harry, can I call you back? Sarah's sodded off. And he says, where's she gone? He says, I think I know. So off he goes. He's going to follow her. There she is in her car. What is that? It's a Ford Fiesta. I think it's a Ford Fiesta. There we go. So he sets off. In hot pursuit. There we go. She gets to the gate. That's T-Bar, isn't it? That must be T-Bar. He lets her through. And they hide her car there. He's chasing after them. He's covering her car up. They should have shown some other cars, all rusty and all covered in twigs and branches and stuff, shouldn't they? But yeah, they don't. There you go. She's going, oh, crikey. Remember, it's only been about 8 weeks or thereabouts. So I did mention, by the way, did Tom, that she'd been to the doctors and the doctor said she's fit as a fiddle, but he's never seen an embryo grow as fast. So there we go. And she's nearly time to have her baby. So anyway, meanwhile, he's got his sat-nav outlook. Remember the days when we used to use atlases? Remember when you used to have to buy a new road atlas like every year or 2 years? Oh, that's a thing of the past, isn't it? They still make them. You can still buy paper road atlases. You must be able to. Anyway, right, so he's taking her to the house. There we go. Off they go. They're all waiting, ready. Oh, it's nearly time, my dear, she says. He's nearly there. Right, so they take her up to the birthing room. What's going on there? What? Oh, that's his reflection. I wonder what's happening there. It's a reflection of his hand on the steering wheel, isn't it? A ghostly hand coming out of his mouth. Ah! But get it on Nuke's top 5. Then he's checking his map again. Nowadays it has been turn left and you have reached your destination. Bing bing. They've got a photo ready. Look, they've got a photo. They've somehow got hold of her headshot from her agency or whatever. When did they take that photo? I don't know. But anyway. So she's getting ready to give birth. Right, he arrives. He goes into has a look round. And then he heads into the woods. Oh, look, it's really peaceful here. She's going, oh, I'm going to have a baby. Anyway, so he goes running off. Heads off into the woods through the gate. I don't know if he finds a car or not. Does he find her car? I don't know if he does or not. I'm guessing not. Does he just run past it? Does he see it? Anyway, no, a woodsman arrives. Because, Britain's full of woodsmen that just appear out of the woods. Justin says, always have a road atlas, you never know. I've got one over there somewhere. Probably not been opened. Probably out of date. Probably out of date now. All the roads will be all different. Oh dear. All just Roman roads on my road atlas. Watling Street and all that instead of the M1. Anyway, where were we? Woodsman arrives. Who's the woodsman played by? And he's not made of tin, he is the werewolf. The woodcutter, Jacob Whitkin. What's he been in? Because he's got one of those faces again. He does a voice of... Oh, he's Morgan... Not does a voice, he is Morgan Catan. Kyle Katarn's dad in Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. He's also in Showgirls. Oh, right. Which I've not seen. Evil Bong. High Five. All right, fair enough. Ginger Dead Man. Eve versus Evil Bong. Still not seen Ginger Dead Man. Anyway. Yeah, there's been loads of stuff. Terminator, Sarah Chronicles. Puppet Master. Oh, there's been loads of stuff. Anyway, right, where were we? Tom and Sarah driving, by the way. I forgot to do that as they were driving through, where are we? Holland Road in Kensington. I bet James May lives in one of these areas. But there it is now, Kensington. A leafy suburb of London. Tom and Sarah's place is Napier Place, Kensington. I'm sure I've seen this in maybe in Dracula AD 1972, in Johnny Alucard's pad, one of these sort of muse places. Oh, that film Scandal with Joanne Worley. They lived like a muse, didn't they? I'm thinking of films like that, or Who Dares Wins. Anyway, whatever. I don't know, but that's what it looks like today. Very nice. I bet them houses are like, £10 million each or something. But anyway, so there, well, that's that. Right, we'll get rid of that now. Right, where were we? Woodcutter, right. And he's all friendly and stuff. And he's, attract friend. I'm looking for a big house. Oh, no big houses around here. But anyway, so they head off into the woods. There she is, getting ready. Not much longer now. A few more minutes, and she's going to have a baby. And anyway, it's telling the woodsman all about what's going on. But anyway, off they go through the woods, and it starts getting misty. Look, And he's saying, what would you do if you were a werewolf? And all that. And would you lure women into your house and mate with them, and so they have your kids, and then bump them off, and But anyway, he's saying, yeah, well, in theory, fair enough. Wolves live in packs, and there's always a lead wolf, like an alpha, who mates with lots of different women. So I suppose they would act wolf-like. And then he says vulpine, I think he says. Where is it? Vulpine. But that's like foxes, isn't it? Lupine is wolves, isn't it? But anyway, whatever. Justin says, it does look like that a bit from AD 1972, a bit, doesn't it? But according to IMDb, it's not. I'm going to look it up now. Sod it. Sod it. Look up Dracula AD 1972 and its filming locations. Right, Dracula AD 1972. Right, scroll down to filming locations. Cause we're live and I don't care. Excuse me. Oh, pardon me. What am I like? Hang on. It's 4 more. It doesn't say where Johnny Alucard's pad is. No. Which is poo. Come on, IMDb. You're rubbish. Anywho, where were we? Vulpine. Anyway, so they carry on walking for a bit. But he's going to turn around. He's going to start turning into a werewolf now. But as we can see, it's basically telling him now what's going on. Any father would want cubs with a cheerful foster mother and all that stuff. There we go. He's turning now. Look, he's getting all werewolfy. Oh, I remember you now. So he's going to try and run off, and he just grabs hold of him. And he don't like struggle or anything. Is he just frozen with fear? Maybe he is. I don't know. I suppose I would be if I could see. If I saw somebody like just suddenly sprout loads of hair on the face, just instantly, I suppose I'd be frozen with terror. And he's going to chop him with his big. Is it a silver axe? Because it's got a hallmark look. So does that mean it's silver? I wonder if it says in the trivia. Let me check. Let's have a look at the trivia. No, it doesn't say. But that looks like a hallmark, doesn't it, there? So is it a silver axe? Could that kill a werewolf? Probably. Or maybe it's gold. I don't know. But anyway. So he's going to... hang on, where are we? I missed it. There we go. He's going to swing his... Oh, in a minute. And swing his axe at him. Arrgh! So that's the end of Tom. Tom's been axed, so to speak. Much like Shooty Gatwa from Doctor Who. Apparently, that's the news going around, isn't it? But anyway, then here goes. She's had a baby, all nice and clean. A nice, clean, no blood and puddings on it, as you usually find with newborn babies. But never mind. The baby's fine. Now, little boy she's had, oh, he'll be fine. And they're all and it's just like his dad, who we've seen. And they go over, they see Sarah's dead. They cover her up. There we go, to show her that she's dead. And there's he's turned into the werewolf again with all Tom's blood all over his, wherever his axe is made of. And he's going to howl now. In a minute, hang on. He's going to look up at the moon. Oh, and look, hang on, we'll have a listen. What is that? Is that the best you can do? Oh! That's the only second time, by the way, that Hammer have done a werewolf thing. The only other werewolf thing they've ever done is Curse of the Werewolf, back in, 1962, something like that, with Oliver Reed. So there you go. The only other time they did the werewolf thing. That and this. Anyway, so there we go. So that's the end. Boom, done, done. And that little boy will grow up to be. So are they all? They're all werewolves. All the kids are werewolves as well. Justice says, did not like that one. Hate those endings. Too much like real life. Bit of a downer, wasn't it? Bit of a down. But I like that one. I think this one and House That Bled to Death are probably the two most famous ones from Hammer House of Horror. Probably because it's got Diana Dawes in it as well. Who's super famous in the UK is Diana Dawes. Or she was. Anyway, so there we go. So that's the end of that one. Oh, shut up. Shut up. So there we go. I do like that one. I think it's a lot of fun. And nice to see a werewolf. A nice bit of makeup effects on the werewolf. For a TV show. It looked fine. So there we go. That's another 2 episodes done and out of the way. Yay. Welcome to episode 135 of Friday Night Appointment with Fear. And we're carrying on my reviews of Hammer House of Horror from 1980. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We're nearly done. We've got 2 more episodes to look at tonight. Carpathian Eagle and Guardian of the Abyss, which should be fun. Let's just get on with it. Right, we begin with some nice legs and kind of cowboy boots going on. By the way, we'll also be doing what I usually do now with these Hammer House of Horrors. We'll be looking at the real life places where it was filmed. They're all kind of filmed because it's Hammer. They're all kind of more or less filmed in the same area, down in that just outside London, Great Missenden and places like that. Hampton House and places like that. But we'll look at that. Yes, I ruined it for the entire world just because they got a bit overexcited over a copyright claim. Anyway, Justin's here. Says hello all. Hope everyone is well and happy Friday. Yes, happy Friday to you too. I don't think you're going to like these 2 episodes, Justin, because they both end on downers. But anyway, here we go. What we're seeing here is a sexy lady walking down the road. There she is. It's Suzanne Danielle. I don't know if you know her. If you're a sci-fi fan, you know her from the 1980 Flash Gordon film. She played one of Ming's sex slave women. The one that Dale Arden gave the drink to, and she got drunk, and and takes her place, does Dale Arden, and then Ming comes in and goes, "You!" It's her. You'll know when you see her face. We don't see her face here, though. She's walking down the road. She gets picked up by this chap. Oh, wow, this fella does a proper... Hang on, where are we? He does a proper... Whoa! At that, look. Whoa. Proper, carry on. Cool. Anyway, so he goes up, picks her up, and so they're off to his pad. That door looks familiar. I'm sure we've seen it, probably in another episode, because they're all filmed in the same places. Justin says, "Oh no, that's okay. I come to see you guys, so it's worth it." So we're in his pad. He's got all curtains up to hide the fact that it's probably some living room somewhere that it were filmed in. But anyway, so here he is saying it's his secret place that not even his wife knows about. So he's up for some rumpy pumpy with girls other than his wife. When I say girls, I mean women. So anyway, so there we go. We're getting ready now. Here he is. We don't see her face yet. There she is. She says she's got like this Eastern European accent, so she's like giving it, "Close your eyes," but in a sexy woman voice. And we learn that she got a big, massive knife. Are you ready for this? Ah! She stabs him, and then we cut to dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna do it. Spin it on a bit more. There we go. I love this music. I never get bored of it. Anyway, Carpathian Eagle. I don't think it's got anything to do with Vigo the Carpathian. Scourge of Carpathia. Terror of Moldavia. Whatever it is. From Ghostbusters 2. It's not him. That's not a knife. Oh, we didn't see it, did we? I don't know if we saw it. We see it again. It's actually not a knife. She's like, well, yeah, she's using a knife, but they describe it as a hook later. But anyway. So it stars. Oh. And Justin34 has given us a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. For you, friend. Appreciate you and everyone. I appreciate you 10 times more than you appreciate me, Justin. and Win Grace and everybody. Hey. because she's a hooker. No, she don't play rugby. That's a rugby term. Anyway, sorry, got to mute that. Oh, that scary statue again. Right, so here we go, starring Anthony Valentine. Remember him? In the UK, he's obviously a super famous actor. He's been in loads of films and stuff and TV. I know him from, he used to play in a series when I was a kid, a series called Raffles, the Gentleman Thief. He was like a cat burglar in the Victorian / Edwardian times. But he was a good guy, you know. Nobody ever got hurt. I think he just robbed from super rich people. But he played Raffles. He was also in Masada. He played like a Roman tribune in Masada. I love that series, Masada. I thought it was really good. He says, Lady of the Night. Bow wow, chicka wow wow. And as I said, Suzanne Danielle, as I said, she's been in loads of stuff, but I generally know her mostly from, she played that slave girl woman in Flash Gordon. You'll know when you see her face. Oh, also with Sian Phillips. Who's been in loads of stuff, but she's probably most famous for she played Queen Cassiopeia in the original Clash of the Titans. I've no idea who Barry Stanton is. Right, so off we go. Directed by Francis, I don't know how you pronounce that, Megacut. It's probably Irish, isn't it? So it could be pronounced anyway, because Irish names are weird, aren't they? It's probably pronounced Smith or something. But anyway, what's he done? Or she? I presume it's a he. Where are we? Wrong one. Where are we? Director Francis Megacut. I shall open in a new tab. I know you can't see this. I'm having a look. He's not Irish. He's from Manchester. But anyway, what's he done? Bit of Lovejoy, bit of Minder, a couple of films in the 70s. He directed a video about Ayrton Senna. It must be a couple of them actually. It must be into Ayrton Senna. What else? What else has he done? Another one there. It must be really into Ayrton Senna. Yeah. I don't think he's directed any other Hammer horror films. So mostly TV stuff, it seems. But anyway, off we go. Right. So, here we go. The scene of the crime, a blood-stained sheet. There's Anthony Valentine. He plays Detective Inspector. Can't remember. So bear with me. Detective Inspector Cliff. Does he have a full name? I forgot his name now. Clifford. Detective Inspector Clifford. I imagine he's got a first name. And this fella here, at first, hang on, I'm going to check again. At first, I thought he was, I forgot his name now. Poirot, David Suchet, but it's not. It's not. Does he have a photo? No, he doesn't. I'm looking on IMDb, sorry. No, don't know. It's not David Suchet. He kind of looks like David Suchet. Or he also looks like a Thunderbird puppet. He could play Parker in a live-action Thunderbirds. Maybe he did. I don't know. But, I don't know. When he takes his glasses off. That's the detective sergeant, whatever. Anyway, so they're investigating the scene. And there he is. Looks like a Thunderbird puppet. You know? He could play Parker. So they're saying it's like, you know, they don't know what's happened. They don't know if it were a man or a woman that he was with. The signs of, you know, sexual activities gone on. But anyway, so they're gonna. He finds a clue. There's the detective sergeant Tone. I think it's called Tony. I think. Does it say Tony? Yeah, it doesn't say. Doesn't say anything else. What else does it say? Never mind. They find another clue that leads them to a bar where people hook up in this bar. But we know that he didn't meet her in a bar, did he? He picked her up at the side of the street. But anyway. Right, so he goes home and he's listening to the radio. I'm talking about Natalie Bell. Oh, she said the most beautiful lady writer we've ever had on the breakfast show. But you can guess who she's played by. but she's having a book published about some murderous medieval woman or something, like Countess Dracula sort of thing. But so he decides he's got to go and have a talk with her, because he thinks it's a clue somehow. I don't know how. Let's have a look, see what it says. Having a book published. Who was real enough? I have no idea. Somebody was real enough. They're talking about this woman that she like used an eagle to kill people. But damn, guess this is a round of famous sitcom deaths. First George, and now Loretta Swit. Was Loretta Swit? I thought Loretta Swit had died a while ago. Am I thinking of somebody else? I thought she died a while ago. Loretta Swit. I'm gonna have to look it up now. Or am I thinking of somebody else? Loretta Swit. Have a look. Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. Oh yes, today, yes. Did somebody else from MASH die recently? I don't know. I thought she died a while ago. I'm having a Mandela effect thing going on now. I'm sure I saw that she died a while ago. From MASH. Over another one. Anyway, yeah. Rest in peace, Loretta Swit. Not that I were a MASH fan, but anyway. Alan Alda is not doing well, but he isn't dead yet. All right. Well, I wouldn't have got them mixed up. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes, talking about this woman from the olden days in Eastern Europe, and she used to seduce men, and then she had like this eagle that had come in and kill them or whatever. So she's writing a book about that. So he wants to go and talk to her about it. So he phones up the office. Back in the day when we had leads on his phones. And then goes to meet her. She's all frumpy because we're not supposed to think she's this beautiful woman. So she's got her dressed all frumpy. Pardon me. So he's gone to see her, and he says we've got to go and talk to this heiress woman that's from Eastern Europe, who's played by Sian Phillips. So they're gonna go and talk to her. There we are. So we're in this place now. Where's this? I will tell you. I think we've seen it before in other episodes. And by the way, that junction that we saw with the fella in the Mercedes that picked her up is National Cycle Route 57, which we have seen several times in Hammer House of Horror. I won't show you that. But anyway, Mrs. Hensker's house. Mrs. Hensker is Sian Phillips. It's the Chiltern Hospital. So I will show you. I will drag this over here. I'll show you. Here it is. I'll get rid of me thumbnails. Oh, where are we? My bookmarks, I mean. Hide bookmarks. There we go. It's on in Netflix and stuff. Where were we? Hang on. Let me. There we go. Do that. There we go. So that's what we're looking at. It's there, and that's where it is in real life. Great Missenden. Everything's filmed in Great Missenden for these Hammer House of Horror stuff. I keep forgetting that. So that's where it is. There mustn't be a street view of it, but there it is. The Chiltern Hospital. So there we go. That's where it is in Great Missenden. As I said, everything's filmed in Great Missenden. Right, can I drag that back now over here? Yes, I can. Right. So they've gone there. That's where Mrs. Hensker lives. Here we go. There. She's got a big eagle there. Look, there she's, Sian Phillips, telling them all about the tale of this countess back in the olden days. She part of her, it's, in legend, she's an ancestor of hers, or descendant. She's a descendant of the count. The countess is an ancestor of hers. Whatever. And she's the last of her line, apparently. She says. So she's telling her the story, what I've just said. There you go. Falconer gave her a baby eagle, and she reared it and trained it, and she used it to kill men and all that stuff. So there we go. Why they branded her with iron as an adulteress, etc. Blimey, Justin's at it again. Look, another $2. Thank you very much, Justin. Calm yourself. It's usually appreciated. It is, really, really is. Hey dear. Where were we? There you go. Locked her up in a tower and blah 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 blah. But then, all right, a Countess's eagle swoops in and gets the nasty man who'd locked her in the tower, etc. And it was just a tale from the old country. But she said nobody'd really heard of it after the 1830s. Until, what's the face here? There, Suzanne Danielle. I can't remember the name. No, Natalie. Is writing a book about it. So there we go. So they're the only people really that know about this story and the way that, luring men into a bedroom and then murdering them with a hook-like knife thing. But it just looks like a regular knife. It's that. You can see it there. It's just a knife. Anyway, right, so there we go. Blah, blah, blah. She says, how many in your family? I'm the last one. It turns out she's not. But anyway. I have no grandson. Right, so, he says their goodbyes and takes her back up. It's trying to make her look frumpy, even though it's Suzanne Danielle, who was very lovely. We'll see that later. But there we go. But this is it Tadak? I forgot his name. I think it's Tadak. Yes, Tadak. Played by Jonathan Kent. So, Superman's human father. Turns out he's her nephew, so she's not the last of her line. There's obviously, she's a sister somewhere, but apparently he's her nephew. Maybe they've died. And he's, defected from East Germany. He was a dancer or something in East Germany, and he's run away and defected. So essentially he's in this country illegally. He's snuck in. But anyway, so suspicion's supposed to be falling on these two, by the way, of who's doing the murders. Meanwhile, in some pub somewhere, where they sell Yugoslav Riesling and other stuff, there she is. We're not supposed to know it's Natalie, I don't think, at the moment, because she's got sunglasses on. Oh dear. But anyway, so where we're going to hear her sexy Eastern European voice.
I'm not interested in names.
Oh, makes you quiver, doesn't it? With anticipation. Anyway, so he thinks he's chatting her up, but she's chatting him up, really. But anyway, so they're going to go back to his pad, but the barmaid sees them leave. So there you go. Andy's the name, Randy's the game. It's the 80s. So right there you go. They go back to his pad, where he's got a daft bed with feet and I don't know what they are, boobs. I don't know what they are. And a road sign to show that he's a bit of a character. He's stolen a street sign, which I think means no parking at any time. I think that's what that means. No stopping, something like that. Just failed my highway code test. He's got his music playing on his record player. So he's waiting for her. There she is, getting undressed sexily. And so she keeps saying, close your eyes. I've got a surprise for you. So there we go. So here she comes now. Keep your eyes closed till I say. And they always do. I wouldn't dare. If I just picked some woman up in a bar, I wouldn't be closing my eyes. Just in case they're a murderer like she is. And here we go. She's got a big knife, look. And she kills him. Oh, like that. I think she cuts the hearts out. I think that's what she's doing, cutting the hearts out. Anyway, so I'm guessing they found his body as well. I don't know. Is she calling the police? I don't know. The bodies are found instantly, it seems. Yes, it did. A fatality, yes. But anyway, so he's Detective Sergeant Tony, whatever his full name is, I don't know. He's questioning the barmaid, so she saw him leave, but she doesn't know where they went, obviously. but they don't help. But Detective Inspector Clifford is still talking to Natalie. We know she's the baddie now, don't we? Really. Although I was watching it, and I was thinking, because there's a bit later on, I think, hang on, is she in two places at once? Does she have a twin sister? No, she don't. Anyway, so they're having a drink at this pub. He's having a nice white wine. She's having red wine. Bit of a girl. He should have a pint, shouldn't he? But, whatever. Wow, we've got another one of these. Here we go. We'll do another one of these. Here it is. That's where they are. Where are we? There it is. At this pub. Let me move this over. And this pub is there. Now then. Hang on. Let me drag that round. Where are we now? I'm not sure. I think it's either this building or that building. I don't know which building it is. Because we don't see it. I don't know if we get a wide shot of it. I'm looking at this window here, and there's a drain pipe next to it there, isn't there? And the brickwork. So, right. We can't see the brickwork. They've painted over it. There's that drain pipe there. So, but that's not the same window, is it? So I don't know which. I'm guessing it's supposed to be this building. Does it say what it is? Hang on, where are we? Wine bar is 80 High Street, Hemel Hempstead. Right. So can we make out a house, number 80? Which is number 80 then? It says there, 78. It's either authentic Thai cuisine. Oh, there we go. That's 78. Right, give over. So which is it? Give up. Stop it. Which is that one? Can we read that? Which way are we going? I think that'd be 74, wouldn't it? Stop. So is that 80? Can't see a number on it. So it must be that then. It must be that building. So is that window, the window there? Is that window? But there's a door there. that door. I don't know, but whatever. That's where it is. Where is it? In Hemel Hempstead. Never been to Hemel Hempstead. I'm sure it's lovely. Right, where were we? I'll be doing this a lot, by the way. Because I find it interesting. Film and TV locations in real life. Not that I ever go to any of them. I just like looking them up. Anyway. So they're talking about who could be doing these murders. By the way, it's not public knowledge about what's going on. They're keeping it, on the hush-hush because they don't want a scare that there's some crazy woman going round. Or a man. They're open to it being a man because we've got that Tadek has got to be a suspect. So they think it could be a man dressed up as a woman. But they're talking about it, saying, they're getting different descriptions, maybe. Because she just changed her appearance, doesn't she? Anyway, so she says, come and see my psychiatrist friend or psychologist friend. He might give you some clues. So there they go meet him. He's got one of those faces, and I've seen him in loads of stuff. So they're talking about maybe it's somebody with like multiple personality disorder and stuff like that. Blah blah blah. They go the unconscious mind, etc. It's just wasting time. We all know it's her, but anyway. So they don't really get anywhere here, but the Boston Strangler and stuff like that, as I said, multiple personalities. A person who can be calm and, got all their faculties and super amazing, but then something can twist them, and at the drop of a hat they'll become, a violent, murderous person. Not like me. So there we go. So off they go. And this is where now, I think they're at Natalie's now. Yeah, they're at Natalie's house now. She says, do you want to see my manuscript for my book? And he says, yes, I would. Because, might be some clues in it. So they kind of make a dinner date. So they're going to meet for dinner the next day, and she'll, get her manuscript. She said it were at the typist's. So this is the days before the internet. So there we go. Meet for a drink. So they're going to have dinner tomorrow at 6:30 or 7. I think she says 7. Tomorrow at 7 at that pub. She says at that pub. So I'm guessing the one where they were just at. Right, he's on his car radio to Tony. Tony's staking out Mrs. Henska's house. Does it show it? At least I think he is. Or is that later? There he is. In his bright yellow comma van. I've seen one of them for years. K Reg. What's K now? Now then. So M's like 74. So L will be 73. So 1972. Probably 71, 72. I don't know, because they overlapped. Because we're weird. Anyway, so there he is. He's staking out Mrs. Henska's house, watching the comings and goings. Because I think they've checked up and they found out that she does have a nephew that has, defected from East Germany, and she's like hiding him. Anyway, so there he's keeping a watch. So he's just parked there outside the house. There we go, and he's arrived and says, "Right, I'm going to go in." She's not going to be offering me a cup of tea. There's the photos. Look of Tadek going in. So there you go. He confronts her about it, and she says, "Oh, you should leave." And so there we go. He's asking about Tadek Kaczynski. So we learn that he's defected, and she says, "Oh no!" But he says, "I'm not interested in that. I just want to talk to him." And all that, and we learn what he's up to. This is why he defected, because he were being persecuted in communist Eastern Europe because he dresses up and pretends to be a woman on stage. He says he's not singing it. He says he's miming to a female singer, and his makeup's not covering up his 5 o'clock shadow very well, is it? But anyways, this is Tadek, by the way. He'd be like, I don't know, a drag artist. Is that what you call him? I don't know, but he's not being comedic. He's just singing on stage. Anyway, so there we go. So he's singing away. And then he comes backstage. Somebody's had an accident with that wall, haven't they? Oh, maybe it happens now. Because he asks him, "Are you Tadek Kaczynski?" And then a fight ensues. And but he says, "Calm down. All I want to do is have a chat." So they have a chat. There he is. He says, I thought you were a spy. But says, "No, I'm not. I'm just here to sort out this crime. And, and I'm not here to kick you out of the country, deport you, and I'll do my best so that because he's nice, he's Cliff. Things haven't been easy for you and all that, so he just wants to eliminate him from his inquiries and all that stuff. So there we go. There he goes, telling him come to the station tomorrow and give a statement and all that stuff. There you go. And I think he says, I'll protect you. He says somewhere. There you go. Needs names and corroboration, blah, 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 blah. There you go. No one is leaning on you, and I will make sure that they don't. Because he's nice, he's Clifford. So he's looking after him. And he even sticks up for him with Tone, because Tone realises he's a drag artist, so he's like, making jokes and stuff. Oh, did he eat it with his handbag and all that? Because it's the 80s and all that. So, and he sticks up for him, says, "Well, I've none of that." Anyway. But they're still thinking it's Sian Phillips, it's Mrs. Henska. They're thinking she's the number one suspect at the moment. But because of the similarities between the story of her ancestor and the murders that's going on. There you go. "Stop me for the sergeant. Now stay out of sight." Anyway, right, so there she is on the high street. We're going to get a wide shot. But we're going to do another one of these. Now then, where is she now? Keeps doing that, doesn't it? I keep having to make this smaller and drag it over. Stupid Windows. Ooh. Now then, never mind that road. That's that road that he drove down. Which road was it? National Cycle Route 57 again. And there he is again, driving the same route. They used it a lot. Oh, by the way, Tadek was singing in the town hall in Hemel Hempstead. That's where it was filmed. That's the town hall in Hemel Hempstead, apparently. Right, here we go. Natalie walking on station approaching Great Missenden. It's always in Great Missenden, isn't it? All these episodes. And that's where it is. So, now then, can we recognise the shops? Not really. Not really, because we don't have a wide shot, do we? Let's have a look. Can't really tell, can we? Can't really tell. Is it that shop she's walking past? I don't know, because it's all changed, hasn't it? It has all changed. Oop, steady. Anyway, so that's where it is. It's on Station Approach in Great Missenden, which is, I think this is the same street that, remember the episode, I forgot the name of it now, with Denham Elliott in, where it were all a dream, and he kept having the same dream over that episode. I forgot what they called it now. I think it's the same street that his office was on. But he's on the corner, wasn't it? So it's down here somewhere. There, look. That's Denham Elliott's office in that other episode. But she's walking up the street. Yeah, so them buildings there, look, remember them. Anyway, right, so that's where that is. Oh, we haven't got there yet. I'm getting ahead of ourselves now. Let's put that back over there. Now then, where is she? Right, she's walking up the street. There, she's going to a motel. It's just a big sign that says motel. Don't have a name or anything. So here she is. There she is, going to a motel. It looks more like a lock-up, doesn't it, than a motel? There's these steel doors. It doesn't look very, inviting, does it? But anyway, she goes in. There you go. She's got all her clobber look. So we now know that she definitely is the baddie. She's got all her stuff. Blonde wig and all that, and then we see her in the shower. Ooh, it is cheeky. And out she comes, getting herself dressed. Ooh, now she's out and about. And then this fella appears. Excuse me, madam, you know the way to such and such. And he says, it's over there. And then he says, this chap, actually, I just wanted to talk to you because you're so amazingly beautiful. Come back to my pad and we'll do it. And all that stuff, basically. So off they go. He's got another one of these faces that looks familiar. But I don't know the character's name. So I can't help you. By the way, there is a super famous, the most famous actor in this, by the way, is coming up, and it's a blink and you'll miss it part. But we'll get there. I'll not say it. I'll just, when we get to him, I'll pause it and see if you recognise him. You will. But he's young, obviously. Anyway, so he's going to be the next victim. There we go, back to his pad. And there you go, she's getting herself sorted. And he's getting all excited. But he's going to pop some zits on his nose first. So he's getting ready. And but she's saying, get on the bed and close your eyes and all that. She's thinking he's doing that. She's not checking. And but he's not ready yet. So when she comes in, he's not laying down. He's there ready with the knife. So he runs off. He shuts himself in the bathroom or the closet, whatever it is. There you go. Don't touch me. I'll give you anything you want. So she runs off. There you go. She scarpers. Out she goes. I don't know I don't think there's a thing for this. Let me check. I don't think there is. Hang on, there might be. By the way, he picked her up. Where he picked her up was on Cheney's Parade in Little Chalfont. I didn't know there was a town called that. Little Chalfont. That's where we picked her up in the car. Oh, it is, right. And this house is on Sycamore Road in Amersham, England. So, again, Amersham has been used a lot in Hammer House of Horror. Again, there's no street view, so I can't show you a picture of it. It just tells you where it is. There, look. Oh, for Pete's sake. There it is. It's so there's no street view, but it's that house. Hidden behind sycamores, I imagine. But anywho, and that's Little Chalfont. It's a great name, isn't it? Anyway. Right, let's pop that back. Make sure we're still going. Yeah, we are. Right, so she's legging it, by the way. There you go, she's scarpering. His driver comes back. He'd sent his chauffeur had gone away. They weren't going to be disturbed. His wife were out somewhere. and his chauffeur were off having tea with his mother-in-law, and he's just coming back now in his. Is that an American car? Looks doesn't look like a British make, does it? I'm sure Grace and Justin know exactly what type of car that is, but I have no idea. But she's run out. There you go. She gets away. Right, so there you go. So Tadek is eliminated from the inquiries. One of the killings happened when he was with Auntie. So I think that eliminates him or whatever. But anyway. Right, so we're seeing he's talking to his chauffeur, and they say, we won't call the police because we don't want my wife to find out and all that. We'll just forget about it. The chauffeur's saying, she might be a loony, she might be out killing people and all that. Right, here we go, the famous person. I will go up to, who could that be? Who do you think that might be? Hey? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. That's a clue. No, it's not Sean Connery. Just he says, looks like a Dodge, maybe an old Plymouth. I said, I don't know. Anyway, so here we go. Here's Pierce Brosnan, a young Pierce Brosnan. I don't think he has a line in the episode. This may be his earliest screen appearance, for all I know. Yes, he was young, because this is 1980. So there he is. Anyway, he sees her. So another, she's a tasty bit of crackling. There she is, look. So, but we don't see what happens to him. I don't think we do. Let's skip it forward. And we're getting distracted watching this. I think my son was distracting me, and sometimes I kept forgetting to pause it. So, but I think it just cuts away. I think we just see him approach her. There you go, chatter up. And now we're going to learn that he's dead. Here he is. He's gone for his. Supposed to be. So this must be 7 o'clock. The next thing. They're supposed to be meeting at that pub. So this must be 7 o'clock the next day, or the next evening. She doesn't turn up. She stands him up. She's not there because she's here with Pierce Brosnan. Oh, maybe he does have lines. Does it? Oh, he does. Tell you, so my son must have distracted me, and I missed this bit. Listen, I wonder what he sounds like. Let's go back a bit. I missed this bit.
Listen, I live over there.
Sounds just like Pierce Brosnan, doesn't he? Sorry, forgot to knock. Live over there. Let's go and do it. Come over for some coffee and you can murder me. That's what he's saying. So she says, okie dokie. I mean, I fancy you. See, he's forward, isn't he? Why mess about? So there they go. See, I missed all this. Look, missed all this. Right, this must have a location. It blooming don't, does it? Hang on, does it? The park that they're in on the swings is Lowndes Park in Chesham in England. And by the way, he's the last victim, although he isn't, but never mind. This is Park Road in Chesham. There we go. So hang on, let me drag this over. I'm saying there we go and not showing you, am I? Drag that over. There we go. So that's where we are now. They're going into that building there, which is there. Look, it's this big old house here. That's where they're going. Up them stairs there, I imagine. Is it? Looks like it, doesn't it? Unless there were a gate there at some point, I don't know. But anyway, so it's there where they are. Have they changed? No, the same windows, aren't they? Are they? Yes, they are the same windows. Look, they haven't changed the windows. You thought they've had double glazing put in. Maybe they have. I don't know. But anyway, so there we go. So that's that one. Right. Right. So up they go. Now I think we're going to learn that he's going to wind up dead. There you go. He's been stood up. Know the feeling, mate. So off he goes. Goes back home. I don't think he's got a wife or all like that. I don't think it mentions her. Anyway, so there you go. She's back at her motel, putting her stuff away. Or is she back home now? I don't know. But anyway, he's heading out. Yes, no, she's at the motel. Look. She goes back home. I think here we're learning that they found another body Is it this way on the? I'll be at home the rest of the evening if you need me. And then they say something along the lines of, there we go. Galton, let me take that with you. It's another one. I don't know how they're finding all these bodies so quickly. Because she's murdering people in their bedrooms. Unless somebody's hearing a commotion, hearing them screaming as she's cutting out their hearts or whatever she's doing. I don't know. But anyway. Now then, what does she do here? She hides something here. I'm watching it earlier on thinking, what is it she's hidden? It can't be at the knife because it's not big enough. She's looking out the window here. And then she hides something under there. There. What's that? Is it a key? Oh, it's the motel room key, innit? That's what it is. She's hiding it under there on like a magnet or something. Right. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. That's what it is. Just figured it out. Right. So he's gone to see her. And, no, you didn't turn up. And she says, oh, I got busy with my book. Just fobbing him off. It's C4. What's our joke about C4? I can't remember what it was now. Can't remember. It was something that, if B is for something, what's C for? Plastic explosive. Anyway. There you go. So she fobs him off. She says, oh, I was doing my book and I was just in the world of my own and I lost track of time, blah, blah, blah. So, anyway. So she says, well, I'll make dinner. And so go get yourself changed. So there she is making dinner. There you go. She's, I don't know, she got the key for... I think it's the key... No, it's not the key for the motel. It's the key for the big case, I think, isn't it, that she's got. I always want to choose C4 in the vending machine, just in case. Justin's been looking up cars. A Dodge Polaria 4-door, but we'll bet it's the Plymouth. But we're past that bit, Justin. Oh dear. I don't think it tells us. Sometimes in like the trivia section, it sometimes says, doesn't it? Let's have a look, see what it says. If there's anything in the trivia section of this episode. No, the inspector's kitchen is the same kitchen as that of the married couple in Children of the Full Moon, which we did last week. No, that's it. That's all it says. Apart from the Carpathian Mountains, or Carpathians, are a range of mountains forming an arc across Central Europe. Yeah, okay. I think we all know that anyway. Yeah, there's no other trivia. Don't tell us what the cars are, unfortunately. But never mind. Sorry, I'm an automobile guy. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to say it's the Winchester's car from Supernatural because it was the same colour. Plymouth Rock. Cue laughter. Don't worry about it. Anyway, where were we? He's offering to help. He's freshened himself up. She's going out for some wine, she says. She says, oh, no, I'll go for it, some white wine. So off he goes for some white wine. There he is, going for some white wine. He gets on the blower to Tony and all that. He's got a plan that we don't know about. I think it's because she stood him up, so he's now suspicious because somebody were murdered when she was supposed to be meeting him and she didn't turn up, and that's when somebody got murdered. So now he's suspicious. So he's asking Tony if Morgan is with them. And we learn that Morgan is a WPC, a woman police constable. Anyway, so there he is, buying some wine, cigarettes, 2p, 2 pence off. There we go. Per 20 packet. 2p off. Manufacturer's retail recommended price. 2p, yeah. I bet the packet of cigarettes were about 10p or something like that back in them days. I don't know. They're really expensive today, cigarettes. Not that I smoke, but really super expensive. Benson and Hedges. When I used to smoke, I did occasionally smoke Benson and Hedges, but not very often. Anyway, where were we? Right, so he goes back. he goes back. There we go. And somehow he just ends up in bed. So I guess they've had dinner. Yeah, they've had dinner, and now they're going to canoodle. And she says, "Are you ready, darling?" He says, "Yes, I'm ready." So she's coming in. Now we can see the female police officer waiting to pounce. So in she comes. But she hasn't got a knife with her, if you notice. She's not going to murder him. But there we go. Gonna go on, Morgan, search her. So now, there we go. They're looking at all over her house, trying to find, the murder weapon or whatever, or some clue. But obviously they can't find it. Tone looks out the window but doesn't find the key. There we go. Has a look. But obviously they don't find this big massive case that she's got, which is what the key. Excuse me, which is what the key's for. But anyway, so what's in this case? Don't bother asking. Unless she's got that well hidden. Maybe it's under the floorboards or something. I don't know. Why don't you just put the key under there as well? Why don't you just hang the case out the window? Crying out loud, I don't know. But anyway, there we go, going through her drawers and all that. It says, "Oh, the house is clean." The female police officer says, "Would you like to make some tea?" Who is she? She looks familiar. It's not Linda Bellingham, is it? I doubt it very much. Morgan, does it say? Policewoman. It's Diane Adderley. That name rings a bell. I don't know where from, but she hasn't got a picture, so she mustn't have done much. Justin says, "Yeah, cigarettes are expensive, menthol especially. Like $13 around me. I don't know what they are now. For us. In pounds. I imagine a packet of 20 will be around about £10, I imagine. Let's look it up. How much are cigarettes in the UK now? Just out of curiosity. In the UK, a pack of 20 cigarettes typically costs between £12.90 and £17.75. Bloody Nora. Christ on the back. I didn't know they were that expensive. Jesus. I'm glad I've stopped. A long, long time ago. Anyway. Right, so they've not found anything. So he thinks, they've eliminated her from the enquiries. But she's not happy, as you can see. So she tells them all to get out. Don't speak to me. Get out, all of you. Says, "I'm sorry, but, I'm just doing my job, basically." But, she chews him out and kicks him out. So, anyway, so I think, well, that's that then. All right, he comes across her in the street. I don't know if this is another one for us to look at. Is this? Oh, that's where. Oh, I'm just looking at the shops that he went to when they were out buying wine, which is in Amersham again. As I said, filmed like 10-mile radius, probably all filmed in those different towns. Natalie's house is also in Amersham on Boys Lane. Boys Lane. But anyway, right, and this is where he is. He's in Great Missenden now. I'll show you. I will show thee. There he is. Oh, for Pete's sake, stop doing that. Over there. Oh, no, don't go full screen. Bloody hell, Windows. Just because I went up to the top of the screen. There he is, looking in there. And it's these shops here. It must be this one. Must it? Must be. Yeah, it must be that. Obviously, it's not a shop anymore. It's just a house by the looks of it. The old bookshop, it says, but it hasn't got a window, has it? Like that. So they've obviously renovated, but you can see the door. They've still got the original door frame. So there we go. So that's what it is. Which is in, I forgot where it was. All right, Great Missenden on the High Street of Great Missenden. So I'm guessing, Denham Elliott's office is down the road somewhere. Anyway, right. Yes, she comes out of here. There you go, talking to her. I want to say I'm sorry and all that, but she don't want anything to do with him and all that. So, I just doing my job, but she's not happy. But they do kind of, she softens and She invites her to his pad to make some lunch, which is, big mistake. Here he is, rustling up some lunch, and he's saying to her, "You seem different. I've decided not to be angry anymore." But so they're gonna canoodle. There we go, canoodling, kissing and all that, and so they're gonna get down to it. So I'm gonna get ready, and so get on the bed and close your eyes and all that stuff. There we go, getting ready, and she's doing like this amazing transformation. She's got her hair in curls now. Is it a wig? I don't know. Is it a wig she's put on? I don't know, but she's put that on, and she comes out for some reason. I don't know why, dressed as some Victorian governess or something. I don't know why. It's just this out of nowhere. She's supposed to be dressed as the Countess from the olden days. I'm guessing she is. From the Carpathian Eagle story, from Mrs. Hensker's, ancestor. I'm guessing that's who she's supposed to be dressed as. But all the others, she didn't bother, did she? But she does with him, and she gets the knife out. Hang on, where are we? There you go. Gets the knife out. Slow. Oh, crazy woman. And he's like, look, blood's coming out of his mouth and everything. And then she's happy. And here we go. She even kisses the blade because she's evil and mental. And then there's some passage of time, and obviously she's legged it, and they're at his funeral. And she's gone to his funeral. Yes, that is a wild outfit, yes. I think she's supposed to be dressed as the Countess from the old story. I think that's what it is. Anyway, she goes to see Detective Sergeant Tony, whatever his name is. And, said there's been no clues as to who killed him or anything. They don't know what happened. It said the last time they saw him... No, he says, I think he went off by himself, which he wasn't supposed to do, or he'd never done before, or whatever. I don't know, but anyway, so he thanks her for coming and all that. So off she goes. I don't know who these are. Are these just members of the crew? I don't know. What does it say there? KBS TV. What the hell's KBS TV? But they're filming her for some reason. No idea why. Are the crew members? Are they not supposed to be there? And we get some behind the scenes. I don't know. Is it a mistake? I have no idea. But they're filming her. Maybe they're from local TV. I have no idea. But anyway. So, and she's talking to that Bobby. In she goes. Right, so, with Tadek now. Oh, she's gone to see Mrs. Hensker. Apparently it's out now. So they must have been the local news crew or something with a massive camera. And so the word is out now that there's a murdering woman going about, and Mrs. Hensker thinks she's the cause of it all, and she's afraid to sleep because she thinks when she goes to sleep she becomes like Jackie the Ripper. There she is. And but she says, and now Natalie says, I'm going off now, but I don't know when I'll be back. I'm doing a new book. So I don't know when I'll be back, so I'm going far, far away. So and then cut to this place. Is it in here? By the way, the funeral was at the Great Missenden Parish Church, by the way, in real life. And this hospital, it's Hampden House, which has been in loads of these Hammer House of Horror things. And another famous actor we're going to see now, who's been in Babylon 5, Star Trek, loads of stuff. There's been loads of stuff. Here he is. There he is. W. Morgan Shepherd. Was he ever young? He's always been old, hasn't he? Anyway, so she's talking to him. He works at this. It's a hospital for the insane people, and she's writing a book about one of the nurses at this hospital that would lure men into her bedroom or to their bedrooms and strangle them with a silk scarf. So she wants to go talk to her. And she says, I'm writing a book about him. Writing a book about her. Justice says, I could deal with these types of endings. The story's really good. This was okay, but still hate it. It's not the best, is it? But, you know. Anyway, so this is what she's going to be next. She's done with the Countess thing now. She's moving on. And there she goes. She's going to be a strangler in sexy clothes. There she is. And now she's going to strangle herself for some reason, just to show her how she's going to strangle. But there she is. That's the end. So there we go. Pierce Brosnan, look, as last victim. But he won't, was he? Because the last victim was Detective Clifford. But never mind. So there we go. So that's the end of Carpathian Eagle, which were all right. You know, I didn't hate it. I thought it was fine. But not the best. But, you know, it was, we'll use the word, it was fun. And but not a happy ending. Unless you're into the killers getting away with it. Which she did. But that's what it's all about. But yeah, it was all right. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind that one. Because, you know, Suzanne Danielle's always nice to look at. I wonder what she looks like now. Obviously, she's been knocking on a bit now, won't she? Is she still alive? I don't think she's still alive. Suzanne Danielle, English film actress. Yes, she's still alive. She's 68 now. Look at images and see if there's any recent photos. I'm just curious what she looks like now. Blimey. Blimey. She's still, actually, you might say, when's this from? When's this from? Yeah, a very recent picture. I shall open image in new tab. There it is. It's not the best picture, but, you know, there you go. She's still a handsome woman at 68. Blimey. There we go. Yeah. It was okay, says Justin. It was okay. It passed the time. It was fine. I like Anthony Valentine. I've got that name right, haven't I? I said it and it sounded wrong. Go back. Yes, Anthony Valentine. For some reason I thought that were wrong. I like Anthony Valentine. I think he's a good actor. I liked him in Masada, even though he was kind of a baddie in that, but not really. It's good as Masada. If you can get a chance, watch it. There you go. Jonathan Kent as Tadek. Oh, it says Tada there. It's Tadek. They spelt it wrong, haven't they? Bless them. Superman's human father. But anyway, there we go. So that's that one. So that's that one in the bag. Not bad. Not a bad episode. But not the best. I've done something now. And I don't know what I've done. There we go. Right, next up is, what's next? Guardian of the Abyss. Guardian of the Abyss is next. Right. This one stars Paul Darrow. Oh, I can't say it stars Paul Darrow, but Paul Darrow features in it, who played Avon in Blake 7. And there's also a face that Star Trek fans will know, Rosalind Landau, who played, I don't know her name, the Irish woman in that Next Generation episode with the Irish colonists, that one. She's in it. But anyway, so there we go. And Ray Lonnan, and he's got one of them faces, and I've seen him in other things. What else have I seen him in? Harry's Game, that's what I've seen him in. There we go. Yeah, that's where I know him from, Harry's Game, which had a haunting theme by Clannad. Anyway, Justice says, yes, she's very attractive. She is a Suzanne Danielle. She was very attractive in Flash Gordon as well. Where were we? Yes, I'm adding the next one, aren't I? Here we go. Right, so we begin on the Blu-ray, which I've got here, in the special features, because I put the episode on, Guardian of the Abyss, and it came on like this in 4:3, and I thought it was supposed to be widescreen, because it says, special widescreen thing of Guardian of the Abyss, but it's in the special features section on the last disc, on disc 3, and there's no subtitles with it, and I don't know why, but in this there's subtitles with it in the regular version. I thought, bloody hell. Not that it makes much difference. The widescreen versions, there's not much difference. Not any different, but anyway, right, off we go. We're at some house somewhere, and there's a ritual going on. There we go. You can tell it's some sort of satanic ritual because they've got an upside down cross, inverted, I think is the term, and there's a fella in a mask giving it all they've got, and they use this is about a scrying glass. This episode is essentially, oh, pardon me, I'm burping. This episode kind of is for me anyway, I'm watching it thinking, this is kind of a remake of The Devil Rides Out, you know, that Hammer film from 1966, 67, whenever it came out, with Christopher Lee and others, Charles Gray. And it's kind of a remake of that, to be completely honest. But I don't think they say that. But what's how fat? Hang on, where are we? Do you think the Sheffield United of horror? No, I don't. I have no idea what you're on about, mate. Anyway, where were I? It's kind of, to me, I think it's like a remake of The Devil Rides Out, you know, based on the Dennis Wheatley book and all that. Sort of. But anyway, it's about this scrying glass, you know, the mirrors that you look into. To see spooks and stuff like that. So they look into this mirror, now he takes his mask off. This is Randolph, not Randolph Scott, Charles Randolph, that's it, Charles Randolph, played by John Carson, who's got an amazing voice. He sounds like James Mason, but he's got a great voice. He's the main baddie. There we go, he's looking in the scrying glass and some things appeared, the flames appeared, and then a scary face comes on in a bit. It says, "Bring her!" So they're bringing this young lass. There she is. She's the sacrificial victim. He says, look into the glass. He's got a weird voice. Can we hear him? Speak. You're an empty chalice. This quote reminds me of the feral... Here we go. I thought it was going to be another one of these. Hey, you've waited, haven't you, for this one? You've waited for that one, haven't you? Hey, how long have you been waiting for this? Unbelievable. Where are we? There we go. There we go. Nothing better to do, have you? Nothing better to do. Anyway, where were we? Right, so, there we go. She's got to look in the glass. There you go. So she looks in it and she sees a terrifying thing. In a minute. There we go. And it appears essentially what he had on his mask. But it's not, you know, it's the real thing. It's called, I forgot what they called it now. Never mind, we'll get to that. It's a demon called, begins with something like Chalazon or something like that. I can't remember. But it's, you know, it's the real thing, and she sees that, and it drives her crazy, and she goes and bashes her head on this pillar, because she's gone mental. But anyway, to make sure everything's okay. Yeah. Anyway, right, so where were we? There we go, she's smashing her head. She don't kill herself, she just bashed her head in a little bit. There we go. She says, "Take her away," in his James Mason voice. And then it begins again. Din, din. Then we see Willie Rushton up on the roof, guardian of the abyss. And, yes. Where is it? It's down here somewhere. Chiggle Wiggle. Left a message earlier on. I had to star it so it didn't disappear. Left a message, I don't know when it was, before the show. Said, "Guardian of the Abyss, my favourite episode, as usual, a depressing ending. But at least Paul Darrow was in there." Yes, he was. I said, "There's another one that doesn't have a happy ending." Julian. Guardian of the Abyss has widescreen treatment on the Blu-ray. It's pretty pointless, I thought. Though the Blu-ray quality is stunning. Yes, it does look nice. That's it. For some reason, it's in the special features with no subtitles, and I don't know why. But anyway. So there we go. So thanks, Chiggle Wiggle, for that. Justin, but is that Julian? Who the hell's Julian? I mean, Justin. Justin says The Devil Rides Out is good. It had some good effects. Some. Some of them weren't that good. But it's a great film. I think it's one of the best Hammer films. With Christopher Lee playing a goodie for a change. And for some reason, they overdubbed the lead character's voice. I forgot the name of the actor now. Leo. Was it Leon? Whatever. They overdubbed his voice with the voice from Patrick. I forgot his name as well now. Somebody else. For no reason. I don't know why. But anyway. Probably all the DS9 you're watching. Oh, what is probably all the DS9 I'm watching? I don't know. Yes, the ending was wild. Oh, for Julian. Oh, aye, for Julian. Yes. Julian Bashir. Oh, there's another one. Look, there's another one appeared. There we go. They've been sat waiting for like 6 months. There must have been, because I've got it set for subscribers. You've got to be subscribed for 6 months. So they've been waiting for 6 months to leave silly messages for no reason. Unbelievable. It's probably somebody I know. It probably is. Being an idiot. Anyway, whatever. Where were we? Oh, wow, that scary thing. There we go. Ray Lonnan, Rosalind Landau. You'll know her face when you see her. Right, so off we go. Directed by Don Sharp. He did something famous and I forgot what. What did he direct? Don Sharp. Was it one of the Planet of the Apes films? Was it the... No, it wasn't. To the Devil a Daughter. He directed that. No, it wasn't one of the Planet of the Apes films. Jules Verne's Rocket to the Moon. I'm sure he directed a super famous film. Well, he did To the Devil a Daughter. That's famous. 39 Steps. The one with Robert Powell in. He directed that. I thought he'd done something else. I must be thinking of somebody else. Never mind. Anywho, where were we? Right, off we go. Right, we're in an auction house now where they're selling off stuff. There's Paul Darrow, which you know as Avon from Blake 7. This is... I've forgotten the name. I've forgotten the name of the character. Where is she? Laura, played by Barbara Ewing. Again, another... I've seen her in other things. She's from New Zealand. She's playing an Australian in this. She's been in some Hammer films. Dracula's Risen from the Grave and stuff like that. What else? Yeah, I've seen her in Hammer films. That's where I know her from. She's playing Laura, who owns an antique shop and she's buying stuff. There's Ray Lonnan. He plays another antique dealer or something. But she's bought loads of stuff. There we go. And she's going to buy a big box full of stuff for £3.50. Oh, for Pete's sake, another one, look. How long have they been waiting? How long? Get rid of them. Right. Where were we? She's bought a load of stuff and she buys a big box full of stuff for £3.50. And she's happy. And Paul Darrow's listening in. Oh, yes, we also learn that Ray here, well, Ray Lonnan, no, what's the name of the character? I've forgotten. Michael Roberts. Because she's into astrology, so she's always asking people what sign they are, and she says, she knows the French, so she knows his birthday, and he's born on the 21st of June. So he's and born on the equinox. So she finds that all interesting. Paul Darrow's listening in, by the way, but she also knows him as well. His character is called Simon something or other. Simon Andrews. Right, so she's bought that. Right, so meanwhile, back at the evil place, she's not looking well. She's gibbering and drooling and all that, and says, "That's no good. We're going to need another one. We need another sacrificial victim. That's what we need." So he's going to go through his gang and pick another one. Don Sharp did a lot of Hammer stuff, says Justin. Kiss of the Vampire, and Don Sharp was a sound editor for Hammer and also Aliens. There we go. Cool. Kiss of the Vampire's a good one. But it's not Dracula in that one, is it? Oh, for Pete's sake. There we go. Don't say you look it up on Wikipedia. It's got to be your knowledge. Anyway, right, so he's going to go through his gang, and here he finds Rosalind Landor. There she is. Kind of weird. She's kind of, she's pretty, but in a weird, I don't know, ethereal way, isn't she? I don't know, she kind of looks something about her. Pardon me, kind of like a doll, isn't she? But anyway, I say Windgrace knows her from TNG, that episode. What it called? Up the Long Ladder or something like that. One with the Irish colonists. I think she ended up throwing herself at Commander Riker, didn't she? But anywho, so she's going to be next. She says, "No, I don't want to." But he says, "Prepare her." Anyway, I was trying to help. I know, it's fine. And you did. Right, they're coming out of this auction, and they're going to. She knows Simon. He's an antiques dealer as well. At the top, is that what she said? Is that one of her lines? I can't remember. I just remember she had all these knitted clothes on. She looked very nice. But there we go. She's in this box of stuff that she's bought. There's this. An old scrying mirror with symbols on, and it's all weird. She doesn't know. And he offers her a £5 for it. "I'll give you a £5 for it," he says. And she ums and ahs, and there's, "Oh, look, there's stuff on it." And he says, "All right, I'll give you £50. There you go. Takes out a big wad of £5 notes. There they are. Old £5 notes. Because back in 1980, £50 were a lot of money. But she says no, and he says, you should have this valued. It might be worth a lot more than £50 if he's willing to go from a £5 to £50 just like that. So she says, "Oh right, I will have it valued." So he's a bit put out. Meanwhile, she's running off, and they're chasing after her. I think this is filmed at another popular Hammer House of Horror location. Chorazon, that's it. Chorazon is the name of the demon. Hampton House, like I said, we saw it. We just seen it played at hospital, didn't it? At the end of the last episode. So that's where they are now. At Hampton House. Where were they out? We just saw them outside there. Auction. Just says unknown location. I don't know why they bothered. Oh dear. Anywho. Shahrazad. See, you've said that now and you're thinking, I'm thinking, do I know that word from somewhere? It rings a bell, but I can't think of where I know it from. Anyway, they're chasing her. Here they are, running after her. So it keeps showing her running off, but they're chasing after her. Oh, there she is, legging it. He turns around and says, "This way!" and nobody follows him. But anyway, she's running through the woods. I'm guessing this is probably Black Woods or somewhere like that, or whatever they call it. Around Bray Studios, maybe. I don't know. Does it say? Let's have a look. Does it tell us? I don't think it does. No, I don't. Oh, is it a Pokemon? Oh, right. That's probably where I've heard it then. I've never played Pokemon, so I know of it, but I've never played it. Anyway, so she's running through the woods, blah, blah, blah. They're chasing after her. She hides. She falls over. Then she hides. She ducks down in here. They just run past her because they're very unobservant. There they go. They're just running past. Don't see her. Right, so Laura's heading back to her place with the stuff that she's bought. She bought some table and chairs and stuff and that box of junk, along with the scrying glass, and he's going to get it valued for her. He's wheels within wheels. He goes over to him and says, I'll give you 250 quid for it. You can tell her you got 100, make a profit for yourself. And he says, bugger off. So he drives away. Meanwhile, she's still running away. But then he's got the scrying glass there next to him, and he kind of gets hypnotised. He's really easily hypnotised in this episode. Is Michael? I've forgotten already his name. Yes, Michael. Really easily hypnotised because he's looking down and a thing appears in it. There we go, smoke appears in it, and he starts going, ooh, woozy, and he nearly runs her over. In a minute, he's driving down the road. There we go. He sees that flame appear, and then she's suddenly she's in the road in front of him. Oh no, you almost didn't hit me. And he said, what do you think you're doing? Help me, there's men chasing me. And he looks up there and says, nobody chasing him. But he says, probably thinks, I'm in here, get in. She sees the scrying glass there. She says, what's that? Puts it out of the way. And then she just falls asleep in his car, as you do. And then he just takes her home in a day for night shop. It says, wake up. We're at day for night. Come in for a drink. He says, okay, I will. Everybody's really trusting, aren't they, in these hammer things? Anyway, so gives her a drink. And she's looking at the scrying glass, and she knows all about it, and she just tells him that it may have been made by John Dee, the Elizabethan astrologer, scientist, everything, alchemist. He did everything, didn't he? For Queen Elizabeth. So it could be worth lots of money. But anyway, she says, can you put some water in my brandy? So he says, yes, I can. So I haven't got much in his fridge, has it? A pint of milk, a couple of eggs, and I'm guessing that's a can of lager. Looks like a can of old lager. And a carafe of water, because we all keep have carafes of water in the fridge. But he's talking to her, and then suddenly she stops answering, and he's like, oh, she's run off with it. She's run off with the scrying glass. So, anyway, so he doesn't know where she's gone. So he goes to Laura's antique shop. This'll be there, won't it? Hang on. So, here we go. Next to Pickford's. Right, where are we? By the way, the place where he nearly ran her over was Rignall Road in Great Hampden. His house is Peterley Manor in Presswood in England. Doesn't show it on Street View. And this, no, that's not that one. Antique Shop number 1. No, it's not that one, is it? They've got that wrong. They showed a picture, they said Antique Shop number, they showed a picture of Simon's Antique Shop, but we're looking at Laura's Antique Shop. There we go. Which is here. Right, so we'll have a look at that. Drag that over. Bear with me. There it is. There we go. Laura's next to Pickford's, and that is in Amersham in England, and that's which is the shop. I think it's that one, isn't it? The All Floors one. I do believe. Hang on, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. Let's have a look. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Stop zooming in. That's their antique shop. Next to that shop there. Right, so let's scroll down and see if it looks the same. I've no idea. There's a door there. Look for a door. Oh, look, I'm doing the wrong thing. I have no idea. I'm guessing it's that one. I'm guessing it's that shop. But I can't be entirely certain. It could be that shop for all we bloody know. I don't know. Do we get a wider shot of it? Oh, there's that. Look for that windows up there. Oh, did it? No, it's that. Stop it! It's there, yeah. So it's this shop here, isn't it? Because of that window there, I think. No, it's the second shop away. Nah, hang on. So it's not. It's that shop there. The European Bathrooms shop. That's Laura's antique shop. Right, we got there in the end. Pickford's is now on all floors. Wasn't Pickford's in other Hammer films? Probably. I don't know. Wingate, surprised you haven't been making tons of videos about all your favourite Doctor Who characters coming back tomorrow. Oh, I haven't even watched it. I haven't watched a single episode of this season of Doctor Who. Anywho, back to this. Right, going to Laura Stevens Antiques. So I was telling her that she ran off with the scrying glass. So got to find a way to. She wants to call the police because she's stolen her property, and he say, "No, we don't want any police." I don't know why I don't want to call the police, but he doesn't. He says, "No, leave it with me. I'll find her." I think this is where he's going to Simon's antique shop now, which is here. So we'll drag this bugger over now. There we go. We should stop doing that. Obviously, there it is. Still got this old building there, look, and that old arch, which we're going to see in a minute. There it is. Antiques. Oh, wherever I put it. There it is. There we go. So it's there. Now it is a Gershon and Sons cheese and provisions. It's a posh grocer's shop, isn't it now, by the looks of it. There we go. Look at it. Oh, stop doing that. So there we go. Next to these old buildings. What are these old buildings? A pub or something? I don't know. Hang on, it says there. Wyvern. Is it a pub? Don't know. Oh, it's a restaurant. So yeah, it'll be one of them posh pubs that does food and all. So there we go. So that's what that looks like nowadays. Right, so this is Simon's shop. He's going to check out on that. So in he goes. This attractive young lady comes out. She's got one of those faces that I've seen in loads of stuff. I did check. She has been in loads of stuff, but mostly TV. There she is. She looks really familiar. I'm sure she's. I don't know, but anyway. So he's saying, come to see Simon. He wants to know something about something or other. Have I put subtitles on? I haven't, have I? No, I forgot to put subtitles on. So in he goes. He goes to see Simon. It says I'll still offer you that 250 for that scrying glass. There you go. But it says a client might go over 250. He says I'll take 1,000. He says, well, I have to speak to my client. But then he says, actually, I haven't got the glass. But anyway, then he goes, and then he's got to find out who his client is. And they've got the Choronzon Society. We're going to give me the address for the Choronzon Society. And he tricks her to give him the name of the head of the Choronzon Society, Charles Randolph. So now he's hitting the books, because remember, this is no internet. So he's got to, luckily, he must have all the books he needs in his library to find out all about the Choronzon Society. Because they always did, didn't they? We're always there to hand. But anyway, there we go. Hang on, I've seen it there. The ritual of raising Choronzon, that mighty devil, and where we learned that not Victor Crowley, Alistair Crowley tried raising Choronzon and all that stuff. So, so this is where he's telling all about it, and that. The glass was used for this ritual, pardon me, to summon this demon basically and bring him into our world. Anyway, and they're saying there's major problems with the ritual because everybody seems to go mad. Who does it? So, and they've got to be born at the solstice. One of the victim. The sacrifice of it must be born at a solstice. Remember, we learned he were born at the solstice. told us that way at the beginning of the episode. But anyway, so he's having. I thought they were going to sacrifice her, but he's not. He's using her to find Alison. Alison is the girl that stole the scrying glass. I thought we were going to sacrifice her, but he's using her to find Alison, which she does. There we go. Here's a picture of her. Because she's still running. She just spends all the episode, well, nearly all the episode, just running about in the English countryside. And she tries throwing it away. She tries throwing it into this bog, marsh, whatever, river. But is rubbish at it and just drops it. And then she sees Charles Randolph and screams and then covers it back up and takes it back to Michael. There he is, he finds it there. And she says, I brought it back. So she hugs him. They're after me, they're going to kill me, blah, blah, blah. He's still looking at it. I think he sees Michael's face in it now. So anyway, so they're gonna become friends, if you know what I mean, now. She tells him all about the Choronzon Society and what they're trying to do, blah, blah, blah. And so she's telling him all about it, that it were horrible, that she were there, she didn't want to do it, and well, perhaps there's evil in me. But he's still giving it all that. Oh, aye, now he's going to use some voodoo dolls. Just came out of nowhere. So I was watching it, I was thinking, it's blooming his dark helmet off Spaceballs, playing with his dolls. Because he does it, look, he's doing all that. Because he's doing that, and they're going to end up kissing, look, because he's using his dolls, look. And they're like, women always go after men with money and power. But anyway, so they're at it. And he's still using his dolls on them. Going to show it. There we go. And where is it? Does it show it? In a minute. Anyway, he's using the doll, so that they're at it. So they think they're in love, but he's controlling them. There they are. There's the dolls. Puts a knife down, and now they're going to sacrifice a chicken. Don't worry, no chickens were harmed. It splashes on the doll of Michael. And then doing her picking up the knife, but she wakes up when it splashed on the blood splashed. There we go. When the blood splashed on the doll, he went in his sleep, and then she wakes up, gets a knife out of the kitchen, and she tries to kill Michael, but luckily he wakes up just in time. He rolls out of the way. She's stabbing the bed, but obviously she doesn't know what she's doing. She stops. Oh, what's going on? I thought, now he's pouring her. He's like, I'll pour a nice glass of orange juice. And I watching it, I thought, oh, what a nice man. And then he just drank it himself. I thought, oh, fair enough. But she's asleep. But anyway, then there's a knock at the door, and it's Charles Randolph's come to see him, and I don't. What's going on behind him there? I'm guessing this is filmed on location in this house, but have they got like a sheet of plastic or something over the door? Was it raining maybe outside? I don't know, but it's like this sheet of clear plastic with all these scratches on. Look, and what's going on there? I don't know, but anyway. Anyway, he comes in and he hypnotises Michael. He keeps saying, offer me some wine and bring me some bread and salt and all that stuff. He's hypnotising him. There we go. Ooh. He's like going, oh, look, I'm all hypnotised. And he says, offer me a glass of wine. Would you like a glass of wine? Yes, now get me some dry bread and salt. And so he's bringing that in, and he's... just puts it down, but Alison comes out and kicks it all out of the way. What do you think you're doing? Never give a magician, or whatever they're supposed to be. A black magician, she calls him. Something like that. Dry bread and salt for some reason. There you go. How does it say? You must never give a black magician bread or wine or salt in your own house. Why? I have no idea. They don't elaborate on that. But they go, "Has he got you half hypnotised?" No. And then he says, "Get out." But by the way, he were warning him about Alison, saying that Alison's, could be a danger to him, and she's a disturbed young lady and all that stuff. And so we invited her to join the Choranson Society, which is a little historical group, to give her an outside interest to help her with the therapy and all that stuff. But anyway, and then he just ends with, "Alison is mine." Anyway, right, so we're back in Great Missenden, or whatever the hell it is, at Laura's store. There he is, there they are. Oh, and he takes Alison to stay with Laura. He wants Laura to look after Alison. So she agrees to. She's asking what sign she is and all that. It's Capricorn. And this goes, see, she was born on the winter solstice. He was born on the summer solstice. She was born on the winter solstice. Anyway, so off he goes to do whatever he's doing. She's still got the scrying glass, by the way. It's in the back. Because Simon comes in. Oh, no, in a minute. Back at Simon's shop. The phone had gone. Laura had phoned Simon, saying, she's willing to sell him the scrying glass. So over he goes. There you go. "Simon, I was hoping you'd get my message. Do you have the mirror here?" So, she's offering, she wants 1,500 quid for it. So he says, "Right, I'll write the cheque now." So he writes the cheque. And she's hiding it. She said, "No, you can't have it." Because we learned that Simon is part of the Choranson Society. So she's hiding it. "Where's that mirror thing?" She's on it behind her back. Anyway, she picks up a vase. She says later it's a Japanese lamp. But it's not, it's a vase, you can see it there. And she hits somebody with it, but we don't know who. We assumed she were hitting Simon with it. But apparently not, because Michael arrives back. I can't remember where he'd been. I don't think it's important. And he sees... hang on, where are we? He sees Laura and Simon drive... Not Laura. Alison and Simon driving away. Is that Paul Darrow? Is it a stunt driver? I don't know. In his Ford, I don't know, Cortina or whatever it is. Driving away. And then Alison... I'm getting them all mixed up. Laura comes out, all covered in blood. "Oh," said, your girlfriend hit me with a Japanese lamp. I'm sure she says. Where is it? 1,500 quid. Anyway, whatever. She said, hit me with a Japanese lamp, but he wanted it with a vase, wasn't it? But anyway. He says, "Got to go after him." She says, "I'm bleeding to death." He says, "Call an ambulance." So anyway, so he goes over to Simon's shop, but Simon's not there. It's just closed. So he basically bursts his way in and forces, goes through Simon's drawer. She tries to stop him. Looks for the address of the Choranson Society. So off he goes to the Choranson Society. Right, so they brought Alison back. He was, "Master, I've got her, she's here." And they've got the scrying glass. It's very good. "Prepare her." Not for our pleasure, not like Ming. "Prepare her for our pleasure." Not like that. Just preparing her for the ritual. Meanwhile, Michael's arrived and sneaking in. There he is, sneaking in, look, as you do. Don't know, I think this is Hampton House again. Let's have a look. Shops. Yeah, it doesn't say. I think it's Hampton House, because we saw it earlier on, didn't we? Oh, pardon me. Let's make sure we're still going. Yeah. So I'm checking Rumble and Twitch. Yeah, we're still okay. Right, so he's sneaking about in the Choranson Society, who have nice fire alarms, nice modern fire alarms, all this oldie worldy stuff. But anyway, never mind. "Master, the girl is ready," says Avon from Blake 7. But he finds her. She's asleep under an inverted cross. But they're not Satanists, are they? So why are they using inverted crosses? They're like trying to summon, one of the old gods or one of the demons from long before Jesus and all that. But never mind. Just to show us that they're evil, I suppose. But anyway, there we go. Gives her a kiss, wakes her up like Prince Charming. And there we go. He's got the scry. Takes the scrying glass from her, and says, "I've got to get you out of here." But she gets up and she rings a bell, a bell on a rope thing. So what are you doing? Letting them know you're here. She's all in on it now. And so some henchmen come in and grab hold of him, and Randolph and Paul Darrow come in, and she gives him a kiss. And this where he said, he came of his own free will. Yes, he came to rescue me, and he holds the scrying glass and all that stuff. And he's born on the solstice, so he is going to be the sacrifice. He is the chosen one. So here we go. They've got him strapped down, and they're going to sacrifice him. And he's going to stab him in the heart. But Paul Darrow says, "I want to do it." So okie dokie. And it goes on a little bit. You think, something going to happen. But no, they just stab him. There we go. No, stab. There we go. Stabbed him. And then all wind happens. There we go. He's all bleeding. Look. All wind happens and things get blown about and all that. We go, woo! And when they look up, look, he's changed. Michael's changed into I forgot the name of it already. Choronzon, whatever the hell it is. Changed into it. And as they look, he turns back into Michael. But now he's the possessed. Choronzon has possessed Michael. He goes, "Master, you have done well." He just sits, all right, pulls the knife out. No blood anymore. And he just sits up like that. Because he's probably super strong because he's a demon now. He says, "You have done well." And I think they've changed his voice. I don't know. Does it say? Let's have a look. Let's go to all cast and crew. No, it doesn't say. His voice sounds like Patrick Allen. That's the fellow I was thinking of earlier. It sounds like him, but I don't know if they've overdubbed him. Have a listen. In a minute.
You have done well.
You have done well. Anyway, sounds like him. So he's now Choronzon. He says, "I am here to take over the world," and all that. "Master, blah blah blah," and she's there with him now as his evil bride, and that's it. It's the end. The end. Is the world gonna end? I have no idea. But there we go. That's Guardian of the Abyss. They summoned a demon, and it possessed Raylon, and so there we go. Okay, to be honest, a lot of people like, why did this get a widescreen version? I don't know. As though this is like the best episode. I don't know. I don't think it was. It was all right, but I preferred the one with Suzanne Danielle, to be completely honest. But this was all right. It was fun. Nice to see Paul Darrow doing something other than Avon from Blake 7. I say she's been in Star Trek, which is cool. And he was in Harry's Game. So yeah. It was all right. Didn't mind it. That was not too bad, says Justin. Yeah, it was all right. But I say kind of a remake of Devil Rides Out, sort of. Where they're summoning a demon and all that stuff. And a pretty girl escapes from it and all that. That's what happened at Devil Rides Out, wasn't it? So anyway. So there we go. So that's another 2 episodes done of Hammer House of Horror. Carpathian Eagle, starring Suzanne Danielle and Anthony Valentine, which I actually quite enjoyed a lot. And this one, Guardian of the Abyss, which were okay. As I said, remake of Devil Rides Out. But it was fun. And neither of them ended good, did they? Or ended well for the good guys. To be expected, I suppose. But anyway. Right. Welcome to episode 136 of Friday Night Appointment with Fear. And we're on the final part, finally, of my Hammer House of Horror series. We're doing the last 3 episodes tonight, and then we can move on to something else. So, the episodes we're doing tonight are, I'm just reading, it says there, Visitor from the Grave, The Two Faces of Evil, and The Mark of Satan. All of them probably the worst episodes of the series, to be completely honest. In my opinion, I didn't particularly like any of them, to be completely honest. Right, so off we go. What we're on now? Visitor from the Grave. Probably the best of the 3 episodes, in my opinion. It's like from those Amicus horror anthologies from the 70s. It's like an episode of one of those, and it's pretty good. I think this one was written by John Elder. We will see. Right, so anyway, we begin on a lake at night, even though it's middle of the day, but they're trying to make out it's night. And we're going to see somebody. There's what's her name? Catherine Lee Scott. Have I got that right? Yes, Catherine Lee Scott, who apparently were in Dark Shadows, the TV show. I didn't really watch it, but I think I've seen one of the films. They brought films out about it, didn't they, in the early 70s? And, whatever. I don't know if she were in that. I have no idea. But there she is, lying awake in bed, and she sees somebody by the window. There he is. And something happens that is never addressed at any other time in the episode, but we'll get there. There she is, going and checking. I think somebody's knocking on the door, and she won't let him in, obviously. It turns out she plays a woman called Penny, who's an American living in England, and she's got some mental health problems. She's recovering, but anyway, we'll get into that later. Anyway, so somebody's trying the door. Said, "Let me in! I want to get Harry," and all that. Hang on, we'll put the subtitles on. Let's put the subtitles on, and then that might help us out, mightn't it? Anyway, so we go to this, what do you call that? French door? No, what they call French windows? I don't know. It's like a door that's a window, if you know what I mean. I think they're called French windows, don't they? Or not bay windows. Whatever. People like me don't have windows like that in the house. But anyway, there she is. She's very pretty, by the way, isn't she? At first I thought, from that picture there, that's, you see there, that's on the thumbnail, I thought it was Linda Bellingham. The Bisto, is it Bisto? The Bisto lady from UK Adverts. But it's not, it's Catherine Lee Scott. Anyway, here we go. It comes bursting through this window. Never addressed at any other time in the episode. There he is. That is Charles Willoughby, played by, I'll tell you in a minute because I can't remember his name, Stanley Lebor, I don't know how you pronounce it. I thought he looks familiar, so I looked him up. And I think I know him from Flash Gordon, the 1980 Flash Gordon. He played the Doctor on Mongo that brought Flash back to life for Princess Aura. You know, that Doctor. That's where I know him from. But anyways, here he is saying, "Where's Harry? I want him. He owes him money," and all that stuff. But she says he's not here, so he's kicking off, and then he decides he's gonna take it out on poor Penny, and he's going to grape her. So he's gonna do that. So she grabs a shotgun that Harry gave her. Says, "You won't shoot me," but she does, and shoots him in the face. And he gets up and runs out screaming, and then she freaks out, and then we get the opening titles. We will play it a bit, because I always do. Hang on, have I lowered it down? Oh, I have. There we go. Great music. Still love this theme. Don't know why, I love it. And that statue still scares me. Right, so anyway. So there we go. Catherine Lee Scott. Simon McCorkindale. It says Simon Acorkindale there. The M's behind me. We may know from... There's been in loads of stuff. Sword and the Sorcerer. Jaws 3. Loads of stuff. Manimal. He were in Manimal. He were in Quatermass, the ITV version of Quatermass with John Mills. He were in that. He were in Beasts. Nigel Neal's Beasts, which we're going to do one day. That's another series. Only 6 episodes, thankfully, I think. We'll do that one day. I love Beasts. But anyway, Simon Corkindale. Gareth Thomas. Mia Nadassi. Poor Stanley Lieber, or Leber, I don't know how to pronounce it, doesn't get a credit until the very end. And he's like one of the main characters. Obviously, he doesn't have a very good agent. But anyway, Gareth Thomas, you may know as Blake from Blake 7. Also in the beginning of Quatermass and the Pit, one of the men that dig up the skeletons and the London Underground. Anyway, who wrote is this? Yes, screenplay by John Elder. That's a pseudonym, is John Elder, for Anthony Hines, one of the bosses of Hammer. His dad, whose name I can't remember, was one of the co-founders of Hammer Films. And he went on to become, a big wig in the company. But he wrote a lot of films as well. Wrote a lot of screenplays, sometimes under the pseudonym John Elder. So there we go. Directed by Peter Sasdy, another Hammer stalwart. Right, so we're here at the cottage. Looks familiar. I think I've seen it in another Hammer film, but I'm not sure. But anyway, maybe one we've done recently. Well, is it the same cottage that we saw in Plague of the Zombies? Don't know. Probably not. But I'll tell you where it is, because we're doing that again. We're here. Here it comes. Cult film locations. Link is in the description. Let me just shrink this down a bit. Remember the lake at the beginning? Hang on, I can see you. Remember the lake at the beginning? That is Shardalow's Lake in Amersham. Again, it's all filmed in... The whole series was more or less filmed in the same locations over and over again. But there it is on Google Earth. Mustn't be a street view of it, but there it is. There it is, near a main road. But that's that. Anyway, here's the cottage. Harry and Penny's house on an unnamed road in Great Hampton, another popular place where they filmed this stuff. But there it is. Oh, cracky! There it is. Nowadays on Google Earth, it's had a paint. Oh no. Well, it's had to spruce up, hasn't it? It's had to spruce up in the paint. And some of the ivy's been trimmed back, but it looks more or less the same. Is that tree there that's been trimmed? Don't know. But anyway, there it is. So that's still there. And there's a... Don't know. Do we see that over there? Don't know. Anyway, whatever. So there we go. Right. Pop that down there. Where were we? Right, the Range Rover. This is not Harry's. This is Charlie's Range Rover. Because we're going to meet Simon Corkindale now. There he is, arriving in his Jaguar SJ. Is it an SJS? Does it say? I'm not very big on motoring cars. Does it say it on the back? I think it's an SJS. What the Saint used to drive. I forgot. Ian Ogilvy's Saint drove one of them, but a white one, didn't he? Is it going to show us the back of it? No, it didn't. I think it's a Jaguar XJS. That's right. Is it XJS? Whatever. One of them, innit? So here he is. He's arrived home. He sees blood everywhere. Say, Penny, what on earth has gone on? Penny, darling. They're all frightfully posh. What's gone on? And she's freaking out. There we go. And then he says, I think I killed him. So anyway, so they go looking. And he sees that the shotgun has been discharged. Hey there! That's a great pause, isn't it? Anyway, so he's going to look. He's following the trail of blood. She follows him, obviously. There you go, following the trail of blood. Out into the woods they go. And they find him. Can't have got far bleeding like that. Out into the misty woods. I think they've been going about with a fog machine. Looks like it, doesn't it? Justin's here. Yay. Hello. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, my friend. Anyway, there we go. So they found him. He's there. He has expired in the woods. So they check him out. It turns him over. Ooh, nasty. So she's like dry retching against a tree. It's Charles Willoughby, an acquaintance of Harry. Anyway, so they go back home. And he decides that they can't call the police because his shotgun, because it's his shotgun, is not licensed. Because in Britain, you see, we're sensible. Generally people don't have firearms. But it's not licensed anyway. So he decides that they're going to cover it up. They're going to cover up her killing Charlie Willoughby. But she says, I need one of my pills. Because remember at the beginning I said she's recovering from mental health issues. So he's got some pills for her locked up in that wardrobe. So he gives her a pill, some sort of sedative. Is that the right word? Tranquilizer, something like that. She's anyway. So he says, right, what we're going to do? We're going to clean. He says, you're going to get dressed and clean up this house, and I'm going to go out and bury the body and deal with everything else. There. So, and says, if anybody asks, we've never seen Charles Willoughby. So off they go. Anyway, so she's been kind of hysterical. But anyway, so off he goes to his shed. Gets a shovel. There we go. Oh, it's a spade, isn't it? Not a shovel. But anyway. So, right. So, and he tells her, burn all the bedclothes on your night and anything with any blood on, basically. He's digging a hole. I don't know why, to be completely honest. For reasons. No, I'm not going to spoil it, because I usually spoil it, don't I, early on. But you'll know when we get to a certain point what the twist is. Anyway, so he's digging a hole and he's burying Charlie. She's burning the bed sheets and scrubbing up the blood and just making it worse by the looks of it. But anyway, there she is cleaning up, and so he's now going to take back to that lake, which is like a photo of it, doesn't it? He takes the Range Rover and seemingly drives it into the lake. I will say that, seemingly drives it into the lake. Sorry, I thought I just saw something behind me there. I hope I'm not freaking out. Never mind. Anyway, we don't actually see him drive it into. We see him start to drive it into the lake, but we don't actually see him drive it into the lake. Again, another clue for later on. But that's what he's going to do. He throws the shotgun shells out of the rifle, throws them in the lake as well. And there we go. And then for some reason he gets in. I thought he did like a what's his face? A Norman Bates. I didn't say Norman Wisdom then. I thought he'd do a Norman Bates and push it into the lake, but he doesn't. He gets into the driver's seat, and I'm like, he's going to jump out at the last minute. But as I said, we don't see him actually drive it in. We see it like go to the edge like that, and then it cuts away. So you can guess what's going to happen later now, can't you? There she's tidying up. I think she was going in there to try and get another pill, but she doesn't get a chance. He's getting changed. And we learn that she's rich, by the way. She's very rich. She's from a wealthy family. And we learn that, if she something happens to her, they'll put... She'd be in a mental institution by the sounds of it. And they'll put her away again. So anyway, here he's changing his clobber. Anyway, so he's saying... she's asking how does he know Charlie Willoughby? He said, he knows him from when he worked as a croupier at a casino somewhere in London, and we learn he was fired. So we're learning he's not entirely he's not an inscrutable character. Is that the right word? Don't know. But anyway, maybe he's not the nicest person. But anyway, right. So. It tells her now that they've got to carry on as though nothing has happened, because they try and think that nothing has happened. And she's got to go to the bank for whatever reason, we don't know. She's got an appointment at the bank. He says, I can't do that. You've got to, because you've got to carry on as though nothing's happened. There you go, that's what it's saying there. So there we go. We don't actually see her go to the bank. We assume she goes to the bank at some point, because now it's night time. And there they are. They're asleep in bed, and she sees him. There he is. He stood outside, and he comes in, sees the car. Look, and then he comes into the bedroom. Oh, for Pete's sake! Hang on, where is it? I'm gonna show him. She sees he stood there in the bedroom. There he is, going and she screams and says, "Wake up!" But obviously he's gone, and he looks out, and the car's not there. So what's going on, we ask. Anyway, for some reason, the next day she decided to go and have a look at the lake. I don't know why. And then the policeman arrives in his Mark II Ford Escort. Panda car. I don't know how they call them panda cars. They don't look anything like pandas, do they? But anyway. Maybe it's an acronym. Police and... nearly detectives' automobiles. I don't know, but anyway, here it is. This is Gareth Thomas playing a police officer, saying, "Hello over there, Simon McCorkindale," because she starts walking away. She's like as though she's not heard the policeman. So Simon McCorkindale, Harry, intervenes. And so the policeman's come to ask questions. He said, do you know a man called Charles Willoughby? He says, yes, I know him. He said, all right. Yeah, by the way, there you go. She's Penny Van Bruten. So, do you know a man called Charles Willoughby? Yes. When did you last see him? Last week sometime, in London. There you go. They ask him into the cottage. They say, come into the cottage. Like bloody cottage is like bigger than my house. But anyway, never mind. So, he tells him that, he saw him, a while ago, about a week earlier, at a bar in Covent Garden, and that was the last time he saw him. And then apparently word has got out that he said he was going to sort out Harry, and that was the last time that anybody saw him, 2 days earlier. So they said, well, he hasn't been here. And she says, no, nobody's been here, looking very suspicious, There you go. No. So he said, okay, thank you, and all that stuff, and off he goes. And then there's a clue. There you go. He says, we have to eliminate every possibility in an investigation. And then he quotes Conan Doyle with the Sherlock Holmes thing. There we go. Sherlock Holmes said, when you've eliminated the impossible, all that remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And then he says, you should have been an actor. Another clue for later. He says, oh, you should say that. My inspector says that as well, whatever. Right, so off he goes. Not the last time we'll see him. I'm not saying it's the last time we'll see the policeman. It's not the last time we'll see Gareth Thomas. Anyway, there you go. She says, I'm not going back to that institution again. So she's obviously been locked up in the loony bin. And he does say to her something like, I don't know if it's here or if it were earlier on or if it's yet to come, if they go to the police and they own up to what happened of her killing Charles Willoughby, although it was in self-defence and all that, but with an illegally owned rifle, he'd go to prison, and he said, they'll probably put you in Broadmoor. And she says, what's that? It's a hospital for the criminally insane. And it is Broadmoor in real life. And it's kind of Britain's answer to Arkham Asylum. But anyway, it's where the Yorkshire Ripper, he were in Broadmoor for a while. Crikey Moses, thank you very much, Justin. Justin with a $10 super chat, and he doesn't say anything. He just walks in, puts 10 big ones down, and moonwalks back out, as Eric July would say. Thank you very much. That's very generous, hugely appreciated. Thank you very much. I can say now, by the way, it's greatly appreciated the super chats I get, and the ad revenue that I get, and the members stuff gets me just enough ish from YouTube to pay for StreamYards. So you're covering the cost of StreamYards for me, just about. So it's hugely appreciated. It really, really helps. For you, friend, enjoy it. Thank you very much. Anyway, where were we? I forgot where I was. Broadmoor, right. Telling them about the put her in Broadmoor. So it says, we've got to carry on as if nothing's happened. Oh, and then he says, but we've got this party to go to at Margaret's. He says, I'm not going to a party. He says, yes, you are, and you might even enjoy it. So they're off to this party. There's Margaret. Oh, pardon me. I think she's supposed to be like Greek or something. I don't know where she's supposed to be from. But she's supposed to be from exotic. Because she's got an exotic accent-ish. I think it's supposed to be like a gypsy or something like that. I don't know. But anyway. So she's talking to Penny. And she decides to do a tarot reading for some reason. Because she's one of them sort of people. A tarot reading for Penny. So off they go to do that. She says she's psychic, Justice says we have to try and help each other out in this life. Yes, well, if possible. And it is hugely appreciated, the help that you give. It is. Anyway, where were we? Right, tarot. Right, she's doing a tarot reading, and do the old stuff, death and all that, blah blah blah. Like Junon, the high priestess, wisdom, somebody that you can call on, etc. That's another clue for later. But anyway, Harry comes in, and when she brings out the death card, there it is. Says, "Oh, you'll be freaking her out. Come on, Penny, we're getting out of here." So anyway, so they come out, and she says, steady on. But then she gets a drink. A waiter appears in a minute. There we go. Screen left. A waiter appears. She gets a drink and looks at him. Oh no, it's Charles Willoughby. She screams, "Ah!" And then he legs it. So you can guess what's going on now, can't you? You can really guess what's going on. There's some sort of shenanigans, isn't there? Obviously. Remember, she's rich. She's had mental health issues. She's living. I don't think they're married. I think they're just in a relationship, her and Harry. He's not entirely honest, I don't think. He worked as a croupier in a casino, got fired for whatever, we don't know. But anyway. So, she's showing off the death card or whatever. Oh no, the devil. She's showing off the devil. I saw him. It's the devil. Anyway. Something like that. Right, so he takes her home, and then she's asleep. He's out shooting pigeons, but not. But anyway. So she gets up, and there you go. She wants to get a pill. I don't know if she has one or not. It's lovely as this cottage, isn't it? I bet that costs an arm and a leg these days if they sold it. But in he comes. I've been trying to shoot pigeons for a pie. Never had pigeon pie, but probably tastes like chicken. But no luck though. Anyway, so she's trying to say, she did see him there, and says he's walking about. He's got out of his grave somehow. So he decides to go and check. I think it's this bit. Or is it not? No, it's not yet. So he's reading the paper, and she wants to go and see Margaret again, because she's Junon, the high priestess, and she wants to do like a seance to contact Charles Willoughby. And he says, so he begrudgingly goes with them. Takes her to see Margaret. But anyway, so off they go to see her again. They want to get in touch with her, so she's going to do a come back and we'll do a seance to contact the spirit of Charles Willoughby. Right, so here they go into town. It's a very nice town. It's a very quaint English town, which is, I'll tell you in a minute, because we'll get to it. Where have I put it? There it is. Now then, steady. Scroll. There we go. It's Chalfont St Giles. Chalfont St Giles, the High Street, but that's where they are. Look, and that's what it looks like today. I think. Hang on, where are we? I think that building there is that building there, judging by the white wall there. Can we move that way a bit? And yeah, I think so. And I think that they've had the roof done, haven't they, on that building? So I don't know though, is it? I'm not sure, to be completely honest. Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, they've had that building's been changed dramatically, hasn't it? That one. Oops, did it? Then I scroll up again to look at that. Yeah, because that white build, that is definitely that, isn't it? I'm sure it is. Yeah. Because there's that building in the background, which is there, isn't it? I think. I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest. Anyway, but it's here somewhere. It's somewhere around here. It's one of these shops. Looks like that is that Shire Antique shop, in it. That's there. So there. Anyway, Chalfont St Giles. What is it? I forgot already. Chalfont St Giles, wherever the hell that is. It'll not be far from the Bray Studios or wherever the hell they filmed. Justice says, fun note, me and my brothers went to see Dogma at the theatres. 25th anniversary, 25-year anniversary release. It was fun. It's a good film, this Dogma. I haven't seen it for a while. Probably, I don't know, it's probably the best or the most well-made or the most, I don't know, what how could I put it, main line of the View Askew universe films, I suppose you could say, maybe. But it is good. It is a good film, this Dogma. But been a while since I've seen it. Anywho, where were we? Oh, yes, they've gone into town. And he's going to go do something, I can't remember what. She's going to look in this antique shop. I'm guessing he's going into this other shop here that says Marlborough's on. I'm guessing it might be a bait store. You know, you can get fishing bait and stuff for reasons we'll see. I don't know, but but she goes into this antique shop, and she's looking round, and then we see she looks out, and she sees the car again with him sat in it with his face still all blown away, smiling at her, and she screams and runs out. He must have been to the what do they call them? Laundrette, whatever, where he's had his clothes pressed. You don't see that much nowadays, do you? You know, like there's obviously a paper shop or something with the cards in the windows, people selling, you know, fridge for sale, etc., stuff like that. Old bicycle for sale, wheel missing, etc. Don't see that these days. Anyway, she comes, I saw him. She's freaking out. There you go. She's freaking out in town. People are getting concerned. Oh, look, all these people look like models. I saw him. But obviously he don't believe her. Takes her home. You think I'm making it up? He says, yes, I do. Anyway, so he's going to go out into the woods and dig him up. So he grabs his shovel, off he goes. She follows him, and we have a jump scare. Ah! There we go. And he's dug a very, very, very quickly as well. Dug a very quick, almost artistically accurate rectangle. What's the word? I saw it described on Mystery Science Theatre 3000. It's like a grave digging savant or something like that. Justice says, yeah, I agree, it's his best made film. Yes, Dogma, yes. Great cast and interesting story. I still say Ben Affleck was a better actor at one time than Matt Damon. I think they're about equal, to be honest. You know. But anyway, there he is. He's in the hole with all maggots on him. That's why I mentioned the bait shop. Obviously, the shenanigans going on, but there he is, still in the hole. So there, look, he's still there. Right, so they're going for the seance now at Margaret's. I think she tells him to go and you know, turn out the lights and go and wait in the next room or whatever. So she's calling on Charles Willoughby, and then we hear his voice. I am, and you know, I will be revenged, and all that stuff. There we go. Don't say I will be avenged. They say I will be revenged. Don't you mean I will have my revenge? Is revenged a word? I don't know, but anyway. I will be revenged. And saying, oh, leave her alone. No, I will be revenged. Blah, blah. So she's freaking out again, obviously. And Margaret faints. And that spirit is evil. So they've got to get in touch with some Indian mystic. Does she say who it is? Whatever. Anyway, some Indian mystic who's been over here trying to set up a centre in England, but he ran out of money. Remember, she's rich. There we go. Swami Gupta Krishna. Could they get it any, you know, stereotypically Indian? Anyway, Justice says Ben Affleck stole the show in Dogma, and so did Alan Rickman and Chris Rock. They all did pretty well. I think Salma Hayek kind of stole the show, much as she did in From Dusk Till Dawn. But anyway, but curiously, but a weird coincidence on my Instagram, because I follow Salma Hayek and loads of other people on Instagram. I just put on Instagram on my phone, and she was at the top, and she'd done like a GIF, animated GIF of her dancing as that character from Dogma today. Spooky. But anyway, maybe because it's the 25th anniversary, I'm guessing. But anyway. Yes, Alan Rickman played Metatron, didn't he? The voice of God, and Chris Rock was some prophet, wasn't he? And Salma Hayek played a muse, didn't she? Anyway, where were we? Oh, the Swami Gupta Krishna. Got to get him over from India. He says, I'll pay anything. There you go. He wants. Oh, where is it? I've lost it now. Anyways, I'll get him. He needs the money for his English centre. So he says, I'll pay anything. So they get him to come over, but they need £150,000. I think it's 150. Josh Temple's here, harpoon at the ready. Might need it today for these baddies that's in this. Anyway, so 150,000, which were a lot of money in 1980. It's a lot of money now for me, but anyway. So they're going to do that. There you go. She's, he's left the keys in the little cupboard where the pills are. Is she going to take some? I can't remember if she did or not. I probably looked away. She's picked up the bottle. Is she going to take any? I don't know. See, hang on. We're going to have to see, aren't we? I think she's put them back. Yes, she's put them back. Right, so, Margaret's phone back. There you go, it's where they learn. It's 150,000. Hang on, where are we? There you go, 150 grand. So she says, I'll pay it. So, right, so I guess she's been to the bank, so she's got 150. Lloyd's Bank, I think they've shut down now. I could be wrong. We used to have one in town, but not anymore. There you go, she's got a bag with 150,000 knickers in there. And also something else. She got some flowers or something. I don't know. She got some bunch of flowers as well. Why? Don't know. She just has. She was good. I remember why it came out in '98. People, when it came out in '98, people protested. It was a hot button movie. I can imagine. Yeah. Because like I say, with its religious themes, much like Life of Brian in when did that come out? '79 or whatever. If you bring out like a comedies based on like religion, it's going to rub some people up the wrong way into it. But anywho, plus it didn't help. I suppose the Buddy Christ didn't help, did it? But anyway, right. So she's got £150,000 in her bag. What's she doing here now? I don't remember this bit. The Swami Gupta Krishna. An Indian. Yes, of course. She's looking at a picture of an Indian, just to remind the viewer what an Indian looks like. A Sikh, with the turban on. Right, so she's getting ready for all this. So, and he's checking, making sure it's their cottage, but he's checking, making sure they haven't rigged anything up. For fakery and all that. But, she's taking a pill, look, she's taking a pill, she's going to take it, a handful of them, a fistful of pills, is she going to take them, I can't remember if she did or not. She blooming has, she's taking them. Lloyd's is still around, is it? I don't know. It's not in my town. There was one in my town, but the buggered off. It merged with another bank called TSB, in the UK, became Lloyd's TSB, but I don't know if it's still going. But anyway, she's taking a fistful of her pill tranquilizers, wherever the hell they are. I don't know, but there she is. She's one of them. Look, take a pill. I bet she throws her head back as well. Anyway, she puts the pills back. She's got the shotgun shells out for some reason. Don't know why, but she has. We know why later. Anyway, here's the Swami Gupta Krishna. Looks very familiar, doesn't it? Imagine him in a policeman's hat. It's obviously Gareth Thomas, so this is where we know it's all a big con. So anyway, so they're going to do the seance. Here we go, lighting the candles. He tells Harry to go sit in the next room and be quiet. And anyway... the spirit of Charles Willoughby appears. We can see smoke rising here. And his face appears here. I don't know how they did it, but it does. as they're talking. They wanted him to leave her alone and cross over and all that stuff. But is it going to appear? There we go, doing all the seance stuff. Appear to us, there we go, appear before us. But now it's who calls me, who disturbs me from my slumber. There he is, look. In mirror image. Is that a clue? Is that how they've done it? It's all done with mirrors. Because it's the wrong side of his face that's all manky, isn't it now? But anyway, so I will be revenged again. That word, revenged. But she freaks out and runs out. And is he there? No, I can't remember. Oh, she can still hear his voice. I will be revenged. Everywhere she goes, and she goes and shuts herself in the bedroom. And remember, she saw the shotgun shells. There we go, they're there on the side. And she's going to kill herself. Which I think she's just done, hasn't she? She's going to show it. For some reason, they've put like a what do they call this? Around the edge of a picture. I can't remember. Oh, it's got a V in it. I can't remember. But it's got one of them round. Don't know why. But anyway. Anywho. Has she done it yet? No, she's still all. Oh, it's the tablets, in it? It's because she's taking all them pills. That's why she's all woozy. That's why they're doing that. So she picks up the shotgun. How many shotguns has he got? Is it just the one, or was it? Anyway, whatever. And they hear a gunshot, and so they break in. And they say, "Oh no, she's killed herself! Oh, but she shot herself in the neck." So I don't done it like that. Whatever. But she has she has taken her own life. She has Minecrafted herself. Why must there be a sad ending? There isn't all of them. They're all terrible. They're not great, are these last three. But it does that kind of end with a little upbeat thing-ish. But anyways. Right, so the police have come and the ambulance and all that stuff. So they've said, we were doing this stuff. And she went crazy. She's had mental health issues and all that stuff. Then the police have gone and they're celebrating. Yay! They've got the money, £150,000. And so they're all celebrating. Oh, he's appeared, look. There's the dead man, Charles Willoughby. Says, I can take all this makeup off now. I'm fed up of lying in holes in the woods and all that stuff. So we're all a big con to get money out of her. You can see that they're actually kissing and canoodling. So, they're evil people. And he's an actor. He does say that I am an actor and all that. And they get the money out. There it is, all the money there. 150,000 lovely smackers. Josh says you can never have enough shotguns. I suppose they're handy if you live out in the middle of nowhere. But anyway. Oh, what have I done there? There we go. So anyway, there we go. They're all celebrating and all that stuff. But then the door. By the way, they never mentioned fixing that door that got kicked in earlier on. But I'm guessing it's been mended now because I think we see it here. There we go. Maybe had some spare doors lying about. I don't know. They just fixed them because the old wind blows. And then we see the ghost of Penny appears. There we go. Looking very sexy, I must admit. Looks good as a ghost. Saying, I will be revenged. That word again. Revenged. And she sets all the money on fire. Like so. There we go. Boom. Sets all the money on fire. Because ghost can do that. How much would £150,000 be today? I don't know. Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out. Let's ask Google. How much would £150,000 in 1980 be worth today? Is that how I'm supposed to put it? I don't know. I'm trying to be thingy. There we go. Value of... for Pete's sake, go away. So it's the accept all stuff. Right, here we go. 150. Calculate. £822,000 today. So, not far off a million squids. So there we go. 800. I will go away. There we go. I shall copy that into the chat for all the chat to see. There we go. £150,000 in 1980, because that's when this came out, is worth 822,032 pence today. Wow. Right, but that ain't because she's burning it. What is it in £5 notes? Looks like it, doesn't it? I think the £5 notes, probably. So they're burning away, and that's how it ends. There we see her there. Look, I will be revenged. There you go, and then it ends. Day, 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 day. Probably the best of these three that we're doing tonight, to be completely honest, and that's not saying much. But anyway, so that's the end of that. She was revenged. They didn't get the money, but they still got away with, her death, didn't they? But anyway, she says, wow, that's a big jump it is, isn't it? It's only, 45 years, and it's, 5 times, over 6 times its value or whatever, isn't it? Something like that. Justice says, that was a good ending. Apparently she's dead, but she is now an immortal ghost, probably haunting Simon McCorkindale for the rest of his days, and Mia Nadassi as Margaret. But anyway, so there we go. So that's the end of that one. It was all right. I quite enjoyed it. These next two are not quite as good, and we'll get on with it. But that one was okay. That one, probably because it was written by Anthony Hines, who has written some really good stuff for Hammer. I think he wrote Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. I think that was one of his. I think, I could be wrong. Or did he step in and direct it? I can't remember. Maybe both. Anyway, whatever. So there we go. Right. Moving on. Where are we? Get rid of that. Set the next one up, which is The Two Faces of Evil. So pause it. Full screen it. The Two Faces of Evil. Oh, pardon me. There's no really famous people in these 3 episodes. Like previously we've seen like Peter Cushing and Pierce Brosnan, people like that have popped up in the odd episode, haven't they? Like famous movie actors, but not that many in this one. Him from Flash Gordon, Catherine Lee Scott from Dark Shadows. But anyway, she died, but she was revenged. Yes, she was. She was revenged. Or avenged. I don't know. Right, what are we up to now? What's this one? Two Faces of Evil, this one. So off we go. Next one. There we go. There's a road. I wonder where that one is. Oh, hang on. I've got to get rid of something. There we go. Let's get rid of that. Where's this one? The Two Faces of Evil. There we go. This is Rignall Road, which we've seen before in Great Hampton. It used to be wider back then than it is now. I will show you, as I am wont to do. Just bear with me while I shrink it down. I'll drag it over. That's what it looks like in the episode, Rignall Road. But as we scroll down to look at it now, obviously it's not as wide now, is it? Is it? No, the road looks about the same width. But the farmer's obviously extended his field a little bit, and now the hedgerow comes all the way to the edge of the road for some reason. And the next bit we're going to see is on National Cycle Route 57, again, which we've seen several times in this series. Obviously, they've got popular places that they like to go and film on. So there we go. Anyway, so here we go. A car driving right down the road. There we go. They're all singing in the cars, happy families. I've no idea that any of these actors and actresses are. Let's have a look. It doesn't even say. It doesn't even say in the Wikipedia. I haven't got IMDb open, but anyway, never mind. They're all singing and being happy. On their way, they're on their way on holiday. That's what they're doing. The family, what they're called, I can't remember. Martin and Janet Lewis and their son David. That's who they are. Look, all singing, oh, we're all going on holiday and having a good old time. Wonder if that sign's still there. Butler's Cross, Stoke Mandeville. I wonder if it shows it on here. Let's have a look. Where have I put it? There it is. Is it going to show it? Stop doing that. Stop it. You blooming thing. That's what I'll look. Oh, not that way. I want to get to that street sign that's over the other side of the road. Here we go. We're nearly there. There it is. Look. Zoom in. Stoke Mandeville, Butler's Cross, but they've changed the sign. It's a newer sign, isn't it? But anyway, so there we go. So that's where it is. What is it? National Cycle Route 57. We've seen that sign before. Look, Great Missenden, we filmed in there, haven't we? And Great Hampden. Speen. A great name, a great English town name. I'm from Speen. Sounds like a vital organ. Anyway. Right, so they're going on holiday. And he's saying to David, which way is it we're going? Because David's the navigator, but he's more interested in his toy aeroplane. So anyway, so he says, go left. It says, right, left. Yes, no, left, right, left. But she looks out and she sees a figure. She's going to see it. Hang on, have I missed it? There you go. She sees a man in a yellow Macintosh standing by the road. What the hell's that? Is it a tree? It's a tree stump, isn't it? It's like the roots of a tree or something. Anyway, they obviously thought it looked interesting. Anyway, she just sees him standing there. There you go. She obviously thinks it's weird. Nobody else notices. And the carry-on, there he goes, disappeared now. The carry-on. Are they in, is this a marina? A Morris Marina. Is it going to show it driving away? Oh, it's not showing us the name of the car on the back. Oh, yes, it is. There we go. A Morris Marina, or is it Austin Marina? Might be in Austin by this time. Because you can tell by the door handles. They used them same door handles on pretty much every make of car that they did back in the 80s. Did Austin Morris. But anyway, right, so they carry on driving. It's raining now. And still on their way. And then the hitchhiker, there we go, just steps out in front of them. They nearly hit him, but not quite. Anyway, so they stop and say, we'll give him a lift. And she's saying, no, we don't give him a lift. But he says, yes, we will. Hop in. And he just opened the door and in he gets. And they carry on driving. He says, where are you going? We're not going far. And he goes, oh. See if it does it. Point. And then he just starts attacking him. Is he going to show it now? Yes, he starts attacking, I forgot his name, Martin. We see he's got a really long nail on one of his hands. Is he going to show it, for crying out loud? There we go. See, he's got a really long nail on his ring finger. But that has no bearing at all on the film, really. But it's supposed to be an identifying thing, but do they forget about it? We'll see later on. So we know what's going to happen. Anyway, they crashed the car. A cool stunt, I must admit. Maybe they just thought it's the penultimate episode. We've got a bit of extra cash. We'll do a car stunt. There we go. Oh no, let's roll a car over. Way cool. And it is like for British TV, you know. You don't see a lot of this on British TV, stunts and stuff. Anyway, so there we go. And the car's just lying there, and then, get the opening titles. There's Willie Rushton up on the roof. Two faces of evil. This is about doppelgangers, by the way. That's a scary start show. Anna Calder Marshall, so she'll be playing, I forgot her name already. What did I say she was called? Janet. She'll be playing Janet Lewis. Gary Raymond is Martin Lewis. Has he been in Space 1999? I'm going to look him up. I'm sure I've seen him in Space 1999. Gary Raymond, film actor. Yes, it is him. What's he been in? IMDb. Come to my rescue. Oh, yes, he's been in Jason and the Argonauts. He played a Castus in Jason and the Argonauts. Who were the kind of the main baddie in that. Yes, of course. He's been in loads of stuff, actually. He's been in House of the Dragon recently, a couple of years ago. Played the High Septon in that. But have I seen him in Space 1999? I want to know. That's what I'm thinking of. I've seen him. But yes, Jason and the Argonauts, been in that. UFO. He played Colonel John Gray in UFO. I love UFO. What we're looking for? Oh, Space 1999. No, I haven't been in Space 1999 according to IMDb. No, I haven't. Right, fair enough. So he's been in everything except what I thought he were in. Right, anyway. So he were a Castus in Jason and the Argonauts, who were the son of the evil king. Anyway. Guest stars Pauline Delaney, Philip Latham, Jenny, don't know who they are. But anyway, who wrote this one? Ranald Graham. I bet he's posh. Name like Ranald. Or I bet he's old crust. I bet he wears tweed and stuff like that. He's got a big beard. Smokes pipes. I'm going to look him up. I'm guessing it's a he. Ranald Graham. Writer. Ranald Graham. Is there a picture of him? He died in 2010. Was Scottish, so with a name like Ranald, I suppose. Wrote for The Sweeney, The Professionals, Dempsey and Makepeace. And he was born in Borneo, of all places, to Scottish parents. There's no photos of him. Let's have a look. Images. Oh, there we go. He's got a beard, not a big bushy beard, and I can't see him wearing a pipe. Oh, there's an obituary here in The Guardian. Got a cigarette in his gob. Anyway, whatever. Where were we? And who directed this one? For Pete's sake. Alan Gibson. We've had him before, and I forgot. Did he do Dracula AD 1972, or another one he did? I can't remember. Anyway, off we go. Right, she wakes up in hospital. There you go. She's been lucky. She's got a bump on the head. But her husband's not quite so lucky. There's the kid. There he is waiting. I'm guessing she's just been overnight. She keeps having these flashbacks to the accident. And to things that may or may not have happened. I don't know if she's imagining things sometimes. But anyway, she keeps having these flashbacks. Which you do, don't you? You do have, like, when something traumatic happens, you do have, like, quick flashes of, the incident, don't you? Anyway, so she goes, there you go, she gets a dressing gown on. They're going to take her to see her husband, who's had to have surgery because something went into his neck. I can't remember what, but he had to have surgery on his neck. I forgot to put the subtitles on, haven't I? So give us clues about what's going on. Where were we? He was very, very lucky. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Glass from the windscreen in his throat. That's he's had to have surgery for that. But he can't talk. Bit of a clue. Remember the passenger. But anyway, and some bruising. But anyway, they don't know anything about another passenger, by the way. So she goes and sees him. There he is. Staples, stitches in and all that stuff. But he can't talk. So anyway, and we see that his right hand is all bandaged up. But there's a doctor who looks like Ranald Graham. Maybe he is. I don't know. But looks like looks like he could be called that, doesn't he? But anyway, he says, "We'll have you out of here in a jiffy," and all that stuff. But he can't see what his right hand looks like. So she's like thinking, ooh, what's going on? Anyway. So, she's telling them all about that. They picked up a lunatic who attacked them and all that stuff. And I think the dudes, somebody else, the other passenger was killed or something like that. Because the police arrive. The police here. They want to talk to her. There's the policeman. So she's telling him all about it. Her son doesn't seem to remember anything about it. Pardon me. So anyway, they've got a body. She's describing what they were wearing. The passenger, the lunatic, and there's what's left of their luggage. Anyway, so they're looking all scattered about and all that stuff. It says, your husband was fighting for your lives. That's what he's saying. So and then she starts thinking back. I don't know if she saw it or not, but look, they seem to be fighting. I don't know if she's imagining it. I don't know. But anyway, they found the body. It was some distance from the accident, and they want her to go and identify it. So obviously she's got dressed now. Look, so taking her down. Oh, she's having another flashback there. Where was it? There it is. And I never saw his face. So they go and have a look, and she doesn't say. Obviously, it's her husband, isn't it? It's exactly the same face as the other fella, with the same scarring and everything. And obviously, but this one is dead. But she doesn't say anything. She goes, "I've never seen him before in my life, never." And she's not remembering the weird fingernail yet. But there you go. She's having another flashback. There you go. I could identify his hand. His right hand had a weird long fingernail. And then he says he can't because he ain't got his right hand. That's missing. Luckily. Or conveniently, should I say. But there you go. It might be taken by an animal. A fox or a badger, perchance. But anyway. There we go. Showing her thinking back. David's doing a jigsaw in the Ward sisters' office. By the way, where is this hospital? It looks to be, I think we've been here before in this hospital. I think it's one of the buildings we've been to before. Let's scroll down and see where we've been. The hospital, yes, it's Hampden House. We've been there many times in Hammer House of Horror. There it is, showing it. But we've usually been on the outside of it, but now we're on the inside, and a bit on the outside later. Because see one of the outer doors that looks nothing like a hospital door. But anyway. Hammer stuff always has dramatic expressions in stuff, yes they do. Bit of overacting, which is cool. Anyway, David's doing a jigsaw in the Ward sisters' office. And she comes to get him. I haven't finished my jigsaw. There we go. So they're going to go and see Dad. And she says, I'll get you out of here, darling, or whatever. She's going to break him out of hospital. I don't know. But she's going out and getting some stuff. There you go. She goes somewhere, I don't know, buy some bags. I think, what are these? But they're just bin liners, big plastic bags. And here she is heading into the hospital. Sees this nurse. That looks like, what's her name? I'm going to have to look this episode up on IMDb. She was in Star Wars. She's popular on the UK convention circuit. Now, I can't remember her name. I've met her loads of times. Apologies if she's watching. Probably isn't. What is it? Hammer House of Horror. Pam something she's called. Pam Rose. It looks like Pam Rose. I'm going to see if it is her. What is it? The two. Oh, if I can spell. There's no P in two, is there? Two Face of Evil. IMDb. Is she going to have a credit? Yes. Pam Rose, nurse, uncredited. She was in Star Wars. Right, I will click on her. She was in the original Star Wars, in the cantina. I can't remember the name of a character. You barely see it, but she got an action figure. Lee Sub Serling. Look her up. She was in that. She's also in Superman. The original Superman, or Superman 2. Maybe both. I don't know. But there she is. There's Pam Rose. Where were we? Oh, yes, she's coming back into the hospital. Doesn't show that... We see the door. You see there, look, that's not a hospital door. It's a big, oldie, medieval wooden door. Hospitals have like electric doors and glass doors, whatever. But anyway, so she goes up. She's taking the carrier bags, bin like whatever, and she's grabbing all their stuff from the car and just shoving it all in carrier bags. She says, I'm doing it. I want to help her. I'm doing it myself. She's a bit crazy. But anyway, she's dragging all these bags out. And they're just watching her. She drags them back to the car. Over all this gravel. They don't burst open. Must be good plastic bags. If it were me, they'd all be bursting open and bits would be flying everywhere. I can't even take a bloody bag out of the bin. Like it's splitting. Anyway. Justy says, I think we're lucky. We had all this stuff. Save physical media every chance you can. The AI news right now is scary. Not so much AI's fault, but those in control of it. AI's going to take over and murder us all. Is AI. But anywho. But not before I get a few more songs done for my song channel. My music channel. But I do write the lyrics myself. But I can't sing and I can't play any instruments. That's why I use AI for that. Right, where were we? Oh, yes, she shoves all the bags in the back of the car, off they go. I wonder what that says. I bet it doesn't say anything to do with the hospital. It looks like conservatory or something, I don't know. But anyway, because it's not a hospital. Right, she heads back to the... I know, she's going to where they were going on holiday. Is this the same cottage that were in the previous episode? It blooming looks like it to me. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm not on that one, am I? Let's have a look. There we go. Now then, does it say hospital car park? Oh, Link Road, Great Missenden. Well, we didn't see that bit, did we? There we go. Janet and Martin's cottage, unnamed road. Hang on. Is it a different cottage? Oh, must be a different cottage, but with a thatched roof, just like the other one. Oh, yeah, because it's not yellow, is it? The other one were painted yellow, wasn't it? So it is a different thatched cottage. There must be 10 a penny down there. But anyway, so that's in Great Hampden. Josh Temple says, need to bounce. My truck broke down. Need to find a way home. Blimey, crikey. Hope you all have a great weekend, or at least one that's better than mine. Yes. Well, best of luck, Josh. Hope you get it sorted out as quickly as possible. And be safe. Be safe. And remember to watch out for men in yellow Macintoshes that might be a doppelganger. You never know. Anyway, best of luck. Best of luck. I hope you get home safe. Crikey. And it's probably, because you're in America, you're probably about 50 miles from anywhere. There'd be bears and bloody cougars running around. Not like in the UK where you're never more than like a mile from another person. But anyway, back to the episode. Right, they've arrived at this cottage. Oh, it's still here, Yardy. It must be early spring. Are they daffodils? No, they're not daffodils, are they? The big daisies or something. I thought they were daffodils. Right, this is I think it's a cottage they were going to rent, because remember they were going on holiday, and this was the cottage that they're renting. These are the people. There must be farmers or something, because if you need anything, the farmhouse is just up the road. So they're helping them out and all that stuff. So there we go. It's a nice little cottage and all that jazz. There you go. If you need anything, cut to the farms up that path there. So okay. And all that. But then now she's just going to burn all the stuff for some reason. I don't know why. But she's going to burn all that stuff. Just get rid of it. Maybe she's thinking it'll get rid of the memories. We don't know what happened to the car. I'm guessing the police have got the car. I don't know, but we never see it again. And she's got another car. I don't know where she got that one either. Maybe she rented it. Anyway, Justin says, I like some of the useful things AI does, but what they want it to do, I'm dead set against. Sorry, getting on my soapbox. I apologise, just care for my human family. We're all doomed. We're all doomed, Justin. We're all going to be in the Matrix soon. Plugged in. But you know, you've got to laugh, haven't you? Anyway, so another flashback of the accident. Let's make sure we're still going. Yeah. Any comments on? Oh, yawning again. Oh, no, well. Oh, blimey, O'Reilly. Oh, dear. Right. Where were we? All right, another flashback of the accident. There we go. She's seeing the lunatics stomping on their luggage. I'm guessing she's imagining that, and that's why she's burning everything to get rid of it, get rid of the memories. So here she goes. There you go. She said, "Now then," she sets fire to this bit of paper here, and then throws the bit of paper on. The bit of paper drops off, falls off, not lit, but then everything lights up. See if we see it. Hang on. You ready? Here we go. There we go. And look, and it's not lit anymore. But then everything else sets alight. It must be movie magic. I don't know, but anyway, everything's burning away. He's watching, thinking, "Burn, burn." Let's have another flashback. There we go. Right. Oh, and she sees. I think David sees his plane burning. I think we get a shot of it. I think, do we? Or maybe not. Oh, there it is. There you go. His plane, because he'd asked for it earlier on. But no, burn the bugger. I'll get you another one. But she doesn't say that. Right. So I think she's getting. We're back with Martin in hospital. He gets out of bed. The other patient saying hello, and he looks at himself in the mirror. But remember, he can't talk, and we can't see his right hand. And I was looking at thinking the bandaged the wrong hand, but I thought, no, because it's a mirror image, isn't it? So whatever. Here's Dr. Ranald. That's what I'm going to call him. I don't know if he's called that. But, asking if he's feeling better. They're basically going to send him on his way. She's going to come and pick him up now. Going to go carry on their holiday. You'd have thought they'd just gone home, wouldn't you? But no, they're going to carry on their holiday. Maybe they're from the other side of the country. But here he comes, bringing him home in an ambulance, and a nurse is going to visit him to change his dressings and all that stuff. But here he comes, and remember, he can't talk. I just keep reiterating that. And an electric cooker. I've got gas. Gas cooker. I've got gas. I know I'm always burping, but anyway. I'm going to be Neo. We're not doomed. I enjoy your songs. Keep writing, bro. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. When I read that, I'm going to be Neo, I was thinking, well, you're going to be near Earth orbit. Neo. The Matrix. I'll be that fella. I forgot his name. Him that wanted to go back in. Cypher. I'd be Cypher. I said, plug me back in. Ignorance is bliss. Anyway. Right, so they're bringing Martin back to the cottage. There they are. Taking him up to his room. Blah, blah, blah. We can see, I don't think his hand's bandaged, but they never look at it. She gives him a bell. Says, because he obviously can't speak. So if you need anything, tinkle this bell. And they're all having fun. Look, it's not showing us his right hand. Right, so it's night time. There they are. Having a nice time. You can tell something's up, can't you? Anyway. But you can say, look, it's not bandaged up now, so why are we not looking at his, he should have a long fingernail. Because obviously now we know this is the doppelganger, isn't it? This is the evil, the two faces of evil, remember? This is the evil version of Martin. The good version is in the morgue. But anyway, it's taking him up to bed. Up this, like a bloody spiral staircase or something. Anyway, so sorts him out. Sorts out. Here we go. David, have you cleaned your teeth? What's he saying there? You still haven't bought any? Any what? Toothpaste, does he mean? I don't know. Let's have a go back and listen. Can't remember this conversation.
Have you cleaned your teeth? You still haven't bought any.
What, teeth?
So get some toothpaste tomorrow.
Right. Do you think he fluffed his lines there? You still haven't bought any toothpaste, I think you're supposed to say. We'll get some tomorrow. But she covered for him because she's a professional and he's a bratty little child actor. Anyway, Justin says, "Ha, Steve, no, but if you want to be in the Matrix, okay, but if people don't let them be free, we'll just be eating that bloody slop, living in hovering submarines, hovercraft, whatever they are, and eating that slop." But anyway, where were we? Right, so takes him to bed. Gets in bed with him. Don't know if she's wanting. Oh right, yes, she does. She sees he's got the fingernail. Yeah, it showed it finally. He's got the fingernail. She's like, no, it's you. And he's like, oh, but then just rolls over. She rolls out of bed. Now she knows that is the doppelganger. Finally showed his long fingernail. Right, so there you go. She's got a knife now. She's going to go up and confront him. More flashbacks. I think she's fainted or something or whatever. I don't know. And he's ringing the bell, and he's. I think he looks at it. I think shows his finger again. I think it's okay. I think does it? Pointing at his mouth. Or is he not? I don't know. I can't remember. I'm sure we see his hand at one point, and he hadn't got a long fingernail. And I don't know, but anyway. Mummy, why have you got that knife? I hate bloody child actors. Especially the really posh ones. I wonder if they're going to be really, in this new Harry Potter series, I wonder if they're going to be frightfully posh in that, because they were in the movies, weren't they? But anyway. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. I wonder if they're going to be like that. Anyway. No, she's still got the knife. So she's all suspicious. Obviously, he's not speaking. His teeth look okay there, by the way. He shows his teeth there. Look, they look fine, don't they? Just saying that for no reason. Anywho. Look, he's lurching about. And he flakes out, because obviously he's not well. I'm going to see his... it's not showing his bloody finger again, is it? Just show it. Anyway, here comes the nurse. The district nurse or whatever. Has come to see him, change his dressings. Maybe we'll get a look at his hand now. We see her faffing about with him. Is it going to show it? Is it going to show his other hand? Because I'm sure it looks normal next time we see it. But anyway, she's asked for some clothes from the hospital that they lent them, so she goes to get them. I thought she'd burnt them, to be honest, but she doesn't. She goes to get them. Is it gonna? Hang on. So anyway, there you go. She's having a go. Oh no, it's there. I think does she trim it? She might trim his nail. I don't know. Why has he got that long nail? Because he's evil, I suppose. Anyway. You know what? I don't remember this bit. I might have got distracted and forgot to pause it when I was watching earlier on. It does happen. Yes, he's trimming his nail. And, it's like a big, massive, manky nail. But next time we see it, it'll look like all the others. Even though it's obviously a false nail. But never mind that. There she is. She's checking that. Trimming that. Anyway. Right, all he needs now is God's clean air. So off we go. Ha, ha, ha. She's off to the local fete or something, like a village fete, or I don't know, she's doing something like that. She looks that sort, doesn't she? Anyway, off she goes. Right, so I think she's going to see his hand and see that he's got a normal nail. But first, she's heading... Have we got more scenery to check? Hang on, let's have a look. Where have we got to check? Yeah, here we go. There we go. Janet driving on Frith Hill. You can see it there, Frith Hill. I wonder if this is near where Richard Adams lived. The writer of Watership Down. Because he had Frith in Watership Down, didn't he? Frith was the god, the creator being of the rabbits or whatever, wasn't it? So there we go, Frith Hill, Great Missenden. So there we go. So what does that look like now? Wow, it's more or less the same-ish. Is there there isn't a street sign now though, is the same Frith Hill, unfortunately. but they've got rid of that. Never mind. Right, so back to the thing. Justin says 81 years ago was D-Day. Yes, it was 81 years ago today. Yes, I usually watch The Longest Day on D-Day, and actually forgot today. Something you should watch, isn't it, I suppose, every 6th of June, either The Longest Day or Saving Private Ryan. Or Band of Brothers, episode 2. Episode 2 that were on D-Day, I think it was, wasn't it? Anyway, right, so she's headed back into town. I don't know where she got a car from. I said, maybe it's a rental, I don't know. Anyway, looking for the ward sister. Oh, she's taking him with her. I didn't know she'd taken him with her. She wants to see, I don't know, the doctor or something. There he is. There's Pam Rose again. Yes, because she wants to go and look at that body again. And she has a look, and she thinks, oh, it's Martin, it's my husband, or whatever. And there's a doctor there now. And he's been all nice and consoling, and then he said, I'm sure it's my husband, and the man who's living with me is an imposter, doppelganger, and he starts talking about doppelgangers and stuff. And then she says, he's evil, and the doctor says, what about your husband's teeth? What were your husband's teeth like? He says, oh, they were perfect. He had good, strong teeth, and all that. So he says, well, this fella here doesn't, and they go and have a look. But they were talking about, that's not your husband over there, or whatever. They were talking about doppelgangers, a creature from another, plane of existence, an evil being that will replace you, etc. But then he asks about his teeth. There you go. Now, what about his teeth? So he's had good strong teeth, so they're going to have a look at his teeth. And then we see, he's got manky teeth, because he's British. And it says, obviously, this isn't your husband if he had good strong teeth. And it doesn't explain it. It genuinely doesn't explain why this one, which is her husband, I'm guessing, doesn't, has horrible teeth. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but anyway. So she's happy now. She thinks, oh, it is Martin at home after all, even though he had the long fingernail. But anyway, so off they go. They're all happy. They're heading back up Frith Hill, and they're all happy, and all that. And I've been so silly. But then he smiles, and he's got manky teeth as well. But we're British, we've all got manky teeth, look. Even though British teeth generally, as a rule, Britain, the UK, dental health are among the best in the world. I think it's like 4th in the International League, something like that. Way above America. I'm sorry, I'm just telling you. That's the truth. Anyway, we see he's got his manky teeth. So it's like, oh no. So they're all freaking out now. So he is now. We now know that he is the doppelganger. There you go. He's going to throw a buffet at her. I've got a buffet that looks a bit like that down there that my brother made. So he throws that at her. There we go. Hey, hoi. And he's going to chase her around the farm. Oh, excuse me. Have a drink of water. We've got another bloody episode to go yet. And so anyway, chase her around. She hasn't got the keys for the car. They're in the house, so they've got to go. I think he traps his hand in the door. But now he's got a normal fingernail. Remember, he doesn't have the long fingernail. She runs off. She says to David, you run over somewhere else, and I'll draw him away. But there we go. They're in the woods and all that. Is it going to show us? Have we got a where they are? National Cycle Route. The farm is on National Cycle Route 57 again. There it is. Forester Garden, or Oxmoor Farm it is, according to that. That's it. This is where they are. It's Oxmoor Farm, where they're doing all this running about. So chasing it. There we go. Help! There we go. They're at the farm now. I'm guessing this is where the old couple are. I don't know if we see him again. Maybe we do. I can't remember. She goes running into a bar now. She sees David in the hay. Says, "Oh, thank goodness you're safe." Sorry, because I know what's coming. And says, "Thank God I found you." And then she looks at him and he goes, "Ah, and he's got manky teeth as well." Hang on. I've gone too far now. He looks and sees dead David over there. Ah, he's got manky teeth. So, doppelganger. So there's obviously lots of these doppelgangers about now. We're realising there's not just one. There's a plague of them. So anyway, so they go and try and get her. These two doppelgangers, we're going to call them. Don't let them near me. Look, we're normal. Anyway, an ambulance comes. Oh, there's the farmer. Who looks really familiar. I'm gonna. I've got it on. I've still got it up here. Where are we? Farmer. Does it? Or whatever. I don't know his name. Mr. Roberts. Yes. Doesn't have a picture. Typical. Never mind then. You do a lot of stuff better in the UK. I agree. Fish and chips. That's about it. That's about all we're good at. And Yorkshire pudding. I saw a video yesterday, speaking of fish and chips and Yorkshire pudding, this chap, there's a YouTube channel called Rate My Takeaway, and he went and had fish and chips and mushy peas and gravy wrapped in a Yorkshire pudding, which was battered and deep fried, and he said it was amazing. Anyway, this episode is freaking me out. Just wait till we get to the next one. Anyway, right, so they've got an ambulance has come, they're taking her away. There's Pam Rose again. Met Pam several times. It's a very nice lady. Bit cheeky though, you know what I mean? You know, eye winking, dirty jokes and stuff like that. Anyway, right, so they got into the back of the ambulance. There's the district nurse and all the others, all there, staring at her. So, "Oh, we'll take you to hospital. You'll be okay now." Have they all got manky teeth? I don't know. It doesn't say. They're taking it off. There we go. "You'll stay with me, won't you?" "Of course, my dear." So off they go in the ambulance. Says, "I'll be okay." But then she looks and she sees the driver of the ambulance. Who could the driver of the ambulance be? It's her. Oh, it's her. She's got her own doppelganger. So it's like, "No!" Dun, 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 dun. That's the end of that. Not a happy ending. Everybody, all of the pod people, they do mention that in the episode. Like pod people. So are the aliens not necessarily, evil supernatural forces? Is it like Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Don't know. But they're replacing people in that town, it seems, and that's how it ends. So they just ripped off Invasion of the Body Snatchers, didn't they? Justice says, "Mushy peas, sorry, can't get into." Mushy peas are amazing, especially if they're done properly. Fish and chips are great. Peas are good, but mushy, no. Mushy, yes. Or chip shop curry. Have some chip shop curry. Is very nice as well, which I haven't had for a while. Although I do have some chip shop curry granules. It's not quite the same, but if in a pinch, I make it do. Anyway, is it something? Is it like something? It is like something. Evil AI will do. Good AI will help us. Hopefully they'll cancel each other out, and all will be harmony. Anyway, so that's the end of that one. I'm not a huge fan of that episode. I've never been a fan of people getting replaced. I don't know why. Even though I do like the film Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and also it came from outer space. But when they do it in stuff like Star Trek, the episodes generally skip. But yeah, not the best episode. Not the best episode, in my opinion. Not as good as the previous one. But we've got worse to come. Which we'll get to now. So, right, the last one is the mark of Satan. So just bear with me while I sort it out. The mark of Satan. I didn't like this one at all. This may be my least favourite episode of the entire series. And I actually went in thinking it was my favourite episode of the entire series. But on watching it, I was thinking, I kept looking at my watch thinking, God, it's got ages to go yet as this. But anyway, it's essentially an episode about mental health, I think. Not like Visitor from the Grave was with Kathleen Lee Scott. Have I gone? Am I back? Am I back? I don't know. Maybe it's. I don't know. Maybe I've got mental health issues and it's just a bit too too close to the mark. Anyway, off we go on the mark of Satan. It's all about numbers, by the way. This episode. The protagonist of the episode is seeing connections with numbers, essentially the number 9, repeated over and over again. And but it's really about him coming to the conclusions that it's all to do with evil and an evil virus. But is it? It doesn't make it clear. I think it's. We'll get to that at the end. Anyway, so we begin. In a hospital, a man's been operated on, and at first I thought this was the main character because he actually kind of looks a bit like him, and I thought it was him, but apparently it's not. They're operating on his brain. I'm sure it is. I'm sure this is the fella that plays the main character. I wonder if they changed the script. I don't know. Anyway, they're operating on his brain. Apparently, he tried to kill himself by drilling a hole in his head. To let out the pressure, let the evil out. And this apparently this is a doctor as well. I forgot his name, Dr. Holt, I think. Where are we? The Mark of Satan. The story opens with surgeons operating on a man's skull. The patient is Dr. Samuel Holt, a neurosurgeon himself. I don't remember him saying that in the episode, but anyway. That reminds me of the Jim Carrey movie about numbers. Yes, number 23. Was it 23? 26? I can't remember. That's to do with all them like famous people, isn't it? That died at the age of 23? Something like that, wasn't it? Whoa. And the cat's fighting outside. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes, they're operating on his brain. And they're all, we're going in now, suction and all that stuff. But then he starts saying, leave my soul alone. I haven't put subtitles on, have I? There we go. He starts muttering, leave my soul alone. And then he dies on the operating table. There we go, there's saying it there. Hang on, where are we? Leave my soul alone. And then he just dies. He expires. 23, you're right. Underrated movie. I've only seen it once, and I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was alright. But I like Jim Carrey. I'm a Jim Carrey fan, even when he's doing his kind of more serious stuff. But I've only seen it once. Never got round to watching it again. Anyway, so he passes away. I'm sure he's played by the same chap that plays the main character. They look very much alike. Anyway, we see him again as a dead body. And I'm sure it's a different person. But anyway, right. Off we go. The Mark of Satan. Who stars in this one? Again, the only person I know in it, and there was Georgina Hale, who you'll recognise when we see it, if you remember Cockneys versus Zombies a few weeks ago. She was in that, obviously, as an older woman. One of the old people home residents, Georgina Hale. She's in this, but obviously much younger in this. Anyway, who wrote this one? Don Shaw. Do we know who Don Shaw is? I don't know. Let's list of episodes. Don Shaw. What else has he done? I'm yawning again. Survivors, Doom Watch. People go on about Doom Watch, and I don't think I've ever seen it. I think it was a 70s British sci-fi horror series, wasn't it? Or mini-series. I never got around to watching it. TV stuff. TV stuff is... written, and directed by Don Lever. Do we know Don Lever? Has he done any others? Has he got a link? Oh, yes, he has. What else has Don Lever done? TV stuff, Avengers, Touch of Frost, Prime Suspect, stuff like that. Let's have a look. Anything else? Any movies? Has he done any movies? No. Fair enough. Right. Directed by Don Lever. Right, well, we're in hospital again. I bet this is Hampden House or whatever the hell they call it again. Oh, hang on, I've got to get rid of that one. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see if we're in Hampden House. I bet it is. The inside of it, should I say? They're going to tell us. They don't actually tell us. Maybe they didn't. No, it's not on that website. Don't tell us where the interiors of the hospitals are. I bet it's Hampden House. The exterior, which you'll see, is actually a hospital. Pardon me. But we'll get to that. Truman Show. Yes, that's good. Man on the Moon, which I've not seen. I've not seen The Majestic either. Where his best serious films. To be honest, I think I don't think I've ever seen any other serious films of his apart from Number 23 and Truman Show. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen Man on the Moon because I want a big, I can't remember the comedian's name now, Andy, what's his face? Andy Kaufman. I've never been a big fan of his. I want a big fan of Taxi, so I never got round to watching that one. And The Majestic, again, never got round to watching it. So, anywho, so they're in hospital. Right, this fella is apparently a nurse. By the way, this is the main character. Here he is, who he's called. I can't remember. Edwin Bord. No, Rod. It says Bord there. Wikipedia, you've got it wrong. Edwin Rod. They've got some winnings from the sweepstake. They must have like a, what they call it, where they all put money in and pull a number out, and whoever wins, gets all the money, gets the pot. And it's supposed to be £16, but he says it's not. He says, no, you've got £9. It should be 16. Says, but there's been a mistake. There we go, it's £9, not 16. So anyway, so he's fed up to start with. He's Edwin. Anyway, by the way, he used to work in the operating theatre. He's an orderly in the hospital. He used to work in the operating theatre, but he's been moved to the mortuary now. He keeps looking up at this weather vane. Keeps looking up at that, and I'm thinking, because then we start here. When he looks up at that, we hear like voices, like a radio, and I'm thinking, did the writer of this, Don Shaw or whatever he's called, did he hear the stories of people hearing radio transmissions through their fillings or something like that? Because that's what happens when he looks up at that. Anyway, so here he's in the morgue. Doing his work, putting the body in the fridge, or getting ready to do that. There's the body. Oh, and he takes the label off the shroud, and goes into the office and going to fill it in the book. And then this other fella comes, whose name is something or other. Markham, I think, is it? Yes, Markham. Tells him, no, you shouldn't do it there. You shouldn't take the label off the body. There he's filling it all in. It's the 10th of April, 1980. For some reason, or is it? No, it could be the 4th of October, couldn't it? It's probably the 4th of October. We're not Americans, are we? It's the 4th of October. Shows him writing that down. Samuel Holt, sex male, age 46. Oh, what was that? What does that say? William Cunningham died at 72. I'll not make that age. Anyway, plays pop with it. Says, but don't take it off. You've got to do it there. Take the ledger there and fill it in there. Or I'll just try and remember it. But anyway, so he's telling him, go put it back quick before the doctor finds out. He says, put him in number 9. That's empty. So there we go, number 9. All the number 9s are coming out. We've got £9. The sweepstake. Now he's writing number 9. In white pencil, not in chalk. But anyway, I said that because later on we see somebody try and rub it out, and it doesn't rub out. But because I'm now thinking, yeah, because it's not in chalk, it's in white pencil. But anyway, so that's on then number 9. Right, so later they're back in the mortuary getting ready to do an autopsy on Samuel Holt, I think. And here comes the doctor who's doing the autopsy, who is called Dr. Harris, who's a jovial kind of man, quipping and joking and all that stuff. And saying, let's get on with. Oh, I've done that again, haven't I? Tell you, what am I like? There we go. Anyway, so they're doing the autopsy, and he's watching. Live and learn. Watch and learn, and within a couple of years, he could be an assistant and earning loads of money, like Mr. Markham here and all that stuff. It's where we learn he's trying to drill into his head, and to get the evil out, and all that stuff. He said, why would a man want to try to kill himself by drilling into his head? But anyway, so he's a bit curious about that. But anyway, so there we go. They're taking his brain out. They didn't show it. It's not that gory. But anyway. So now there he's sewing him back up again from, I don't know, whatever they took out from there. I don't know. Maybe it's his Y incision. I don't know. He's always telling him he's doing stuff wrong. His Markham. He says, "Oh no, you're doing that wrong. It needs to be 9 stitches every 3 inches." There you go. So the number 9's popped up again, and 3 as well, which is the square root of 9. Anyway, so he's doing that. Oh, and then he pricks his finger. With the needle. So he runs it under the tap, puts some iodine on. There we go, and a plaster. And then he comes back. And he says, "What's up with your fingers?" And I pricked it. He said, "What, sewing up after the autopsy? Get yourself to casualty." The emergency room. And they'll deal with you. Need the tetanus shot, etc. So off you go. So, anyway. And he tells him about Holt. He sees Dr. Harris again, and Dr. Harris has learned from the police that the reason for Holt's self-operation was to relieve some evil or something, an imaginary pressure within his head. He thought it was like an evil virus or something like that. There you go. Brought on by what he thought was an evil virus. And apparently it was going to eat a baby. Apparently we're going to learn that later. Right. So only way he could relieve it was to drill into his head, much like Egon in Ghostbusters. Did he think he had? Because he was going to drill into his own head, wasn't he? Apparently. Anyway, so that's set his mind. His mind's a whirl. He seems quite rational at the moment, but then suddenly, something flips inside him, and is mental for the rest of the episode. We've seen more 9s there. Look, 99 there. There's Holt's brain in a jar. He's asking about his mum. He must know his mum. Because Edwin still lives with his mother, who apparently is deaf or nearly deaf. She's got a hearing aid. But anyway, so off they go. He looks up at the weather vane, hearing the noises. Have I missed it? There he is, looking up at the weather vane, hearing the distorted voices. Anyway, so off he goes. And he starts seeing people in sunglasses, and he kind of thinks that people in sunglasses are evil as well. Anyway, then he gets home. He lives at number 9, much like that TV series, Inside Number 9, one of the best shows on the BBC have ever made. Reese Shearsmith and Steve Pemberton, Inside Number 9. I'm sure it's on BBC iPlayer or I don't know, BBC America or whatever. I don't know what you have over there, but watch them. There's a few seasons of it or series of it. Amazing stuff. Inside Number 9. Anyway, he goes home. He lives at number 9 with his mum, and they rent out other rooms. They've got another. This is where Georgina Hale lives. She rents a room from them. There she is. She's got a baby. And don't know what the baby's name is, but she's saying, "I've got the rent. I've got that job and I've got the rent and all that stuff." But she wants to look after him. There's his mother. She's horrible to him, always having a go at him, and all that. Don't want to talk to her. We had names for fluses like her in my day. Yeah, we used to have names for things like her. Anyway, I said, "Did you get me my batteries for my hearing aid?" Yes, I did. Anyway, she's going on at him, and he's going, "Shut up, leave me alone, stop talking." And he's thinking back about leave my soul alone, because the story had got round about it. Holt on the operating table saying that. Anyway, he goes upstairs. What's he doing there? Don't know. Cleaning the sink or something. I don't know. Got some vim. Why is he cleaning the sink? I have no idea. Oh no, he's scrubbing his that's it. He's putting some bleach, because vim is, is cleaning stuff, on his injury to clean it out. Because he thinks he's been infected with the virus now, and he kind of gets all obsessive and I think crazy about it, if you ask me. I'm sure. I've just noticed it now. When I was a kid, I'm sure we had that. That thing hung up in our living room. Or somewhere in the house. I'm sure I remember seeing that somewhere when I was a kid in our house. But anyway, back to, can't remember her name. What's her name? Stella. Doing some ironing. He goes up to see her, I think, to get the rent off her. She goes and knocks on the door. She says, "Oh, hello, Steve." "Oh, Mr. Rod." I thought it was somebody else. She's got a fancy man called Steve. It's not me. So he comes in, gets the rent for him, and she's got Georgina Hale. That's it, even though she's, I don't know, I won't say she's hideously ugly, but she's not, in my opinion, very attractive. When she was young, but she's got a very seductive voice. See if we can hear her talking.
Oh, please.
If you need warning.
See what I mean? She's got a very seductive voice. She's going to say anything. You can tell she's interested in him. But anyway, he starts. Oh, I forgot to mute it again. He starts telling her all about his theory about this evil thing, and that everybody's in on it, and they're out to get him, and all that. And he's mental, and she's obviously thinking he's mental, saying they want to infect him with this virus, and they're all in on it, and it's all to do with the number 9, and 9 on the body stands for death, and the number 9, the money should have been 16, but it was 9, and he lives at number 9, and all that stuff. It's complete. 3 9s is 27. 2 and 7 makes 9, which is a weird thing, isn't it, in maths or arithmetic. Any number you multiply by 9, if you get 2 digits out of it, which you should do, the sum of them 2 digits is 9. 9 9s is 81. 8 and 1 is 9. It's spooky, isn't it? Only with 9. But anyway. So he's trying to tell, but she's obviously not interested in it. She gives him the money. She says the £10 there. So he's telling her all about it. Being crazy. Being a bit too serious. She's weird hot. Yeah, I suppose so. It's what we would say in America. Yeah. She's not like traditionally attractive, is she? But she's not hideously ugly either. But she's got this weird, kind of seductive voice. Hang on.
Evil God.
It's not speaking now. Typical. Anyway, never mind. Says, "Can't you call the police?" "No, they're in on it," and all that stuff. But anyway, he suggests, he puts his mother. If your mother's horrible to you, put her in a home, and you can, we'll live here together and all that stuff. They go, "I'm giving you facts." He gets crazy, shouting and all that. Anyway, off he goes. She says, "I'll look out for the sunglasses." The voice and attitude makes her sexy. Yes, I suppose so. Anyway, here comes Steve. Oh, there he is. I know. There he is. There's Steve. And he goes up. She says, "Hello, Steve." And you're laughing and giggling. And he thinks they're laughing and giggling about him. Anyway, goes back in with his mother. Gives her the rent. That's his dad, who apparently died many years earlier of meningitis. But we learn. So anyway, now this is the bit where he's wanting to rub out the name on the look. He tries to rub it, not rubbing it out at all. I think it was supposed to be chalk, but they give him a white pencil. Anyway, right. So they're putting this coffin. I think Holt is in there. Dr. Holt is in there. They're putting him in the back of this hearse, which he notices the number plate on it. There we go. Oh, it's got 927. I wonder if that were a coincidence. Or is that not a real number plate? I don't know. But did the hearse that they rented just happen to have the number plate of 927? Number 9, 2 and 7 is 9, obviously. I don't know, but does it? Do I have a? Oh no, I'm on a different one, aren't I? Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, whatever. He notices that. So that only adds to his paranoia. There we go. 927. And then that chap comes out from earlier on. There we go. Gives him £7. It says T for some reason. I don't know why. But £7. They had a meeting, decided, to give him the other £7, to make it up to 16. So he says, "Oh, then you're not one of them or something. I thought you were one of them." Or he says, "I need to talk to you." He says, "Oh, well, I've got to rush. I've got stuff to do. We'll talk later, okay?" And I don't think he ever does. Looks up again at the weather vane. There we go. And so now he's doing some workings out now. He's working out. He's doing some numerology. So he's done the alphabet into numbers, obviously to get one number for each, letter or whatever. And he's working out his own name and Holt's name. So what's he got? E equals 9, because that's the numbers. And Samuel Holt's, his name adds up to 9 as well. It shows it in a minute, because I think it's 36. I think his names add up to, his numbers add up to. There we go, 36, which is 9 as well. Maybe everybody's does. I don't know, but that only sets him off again. Right, so he's mopping up in the morgue. Anyway, so talking to Dr. Harris about it again. Oh, he's asking him about what are the symptoms for meningitis, and he says, vomiting, headache, sudden onset. Why? No reason. So off he goes. So he thinks that they gave him meningitis. Why has he got his tax disc right in the middle of his windscreen? He usually have them in the corner here or there, but usually there. But right in the middle, look. It runs out in 1981, in June 1981. So his car's taxed. Puts the radio on. You just hear the police band on the radio. You don't really hear anything. He goes to visit Samuel Holt's grave. He hasn't got a proper headstone yet, because he's been buried. And he goes into the church, and then we see that the vicar or whatever he is playing the organ, and he gets all overacty here now. Are you ready? Right, here we go. Hang on. It's that stupid, is it? Oh, I laughed out loud. He says, "Can I help you?" And he does that.
Cure me!
Cure me! As I said, it's an episode about mental health, isn't it? Anyway, he starts telling the vicar, whatever he is, all about what's going on, and his dad, and he thinks they killed his dad of meningitis, and obviously the priest doesn't believe him really, and it reads him from the book of Revelation, because he says it's all to do with the number 9. He says no, the number of evil is 666. And he says, "No, well, don't you understand? 666 is 999 backwards, and 3 6s are 18, and 1 and 8 makes 9, and blah, blah. It all goes back to number 9. There you go. So he says, "Oh, no, I'm going." And as he's leaving, he looks round and sees the hymn numbers, 9, 18, 36. So that, get in on it. So he goes running out. He goes, I get overacting again. He goes running out of the church. Look. Oh! Oh my God. Oh, that's the priest saying that. Oh my God. Right, so he's gone to the library now and he's reading the old newspapers about what Holt did. Apparently, it must have been a big thing 'cause it's in the newspapers. This neurosurgeon, but voices were telling him to eat a baby that'd get rid of the evil. There we go. So that eating the baby would drive out the devil within him, and he was going to do it, but the police stopped him. So there we go. So I'm guessing there must have been some sort of trial or whatever. I don't know, but did he collapse? And before that, I don't know. Or maybe when the police came to arrest him, that was when he drilled his head. I don't know. It doesn't explain it. But anyway, he goes back home. Then we see Steve and Stella watching out the window. But then they're arguing. And he says, I'm going, you can have her. So Steve and Stella are broken up. And then she comes down and says, come up. I'll make you. Sexy voice. Are you ready?
You laughed at me.
Oh, not yet. Hang on.
Hello, Edwin. Come up.
Come on, mate. A nice cup of tea. He says in a minute. In a minute. There we go.
Us both a nice cup of tea.
Nice cup of tea. So she's soon got over Steve, hasn't she? She's soon got over Steve. And he goes up, you know. But she's going to make him a cup of tea. And she's saying, put your mother in an old people's home and I'll look after you. Because Steve's gone now. I'll look after you. Because this little room is not big enough for me and my baby. So he decides what he's going to do. He's been all mad and crazy. You see, looking at the baby, by the way, probably. Mother comes home. He goes down and she turns round and he kills her. He stabs her. Like that. There you go. With a knife. Kills his mother. And she comes down. Oh, you've killed her. What are you going to do? There you go. And you get rid of evil. Anyway. So he says, what we're going to do? So they decide to just put her in the freezer. They just happen to have a big empty chest freezer. Did it have anything in it? I don't know. But if it were my chest freezer, it'd be full of fish fingers and all sorts of stuff. Beef burgers. Steak Canadians. I'm into them at the minute. But anyway, they shove it in the freezer and it hasn't got a lock on it, apparently. Does chest freezers have locks on? I don't know. But that one doesn't. And they said, we'll just have to say she wandered off. And that's it. So now Stella's kind of moved into the downstairs part of the house, and then the priest arrives at the door. Edwin's hidden, he's hidden himself away, and she said, "I don't think he's in." So anyway, we learn that this priest is worried about him. Does he have a name? I can't remember. Does it say? Father Mackintosh, of course. Father Mackintosh. Anyway, so they go in and telling him that he's done this story about these numbers and all that stuff, and an evil virus and all that. And hang on, and he says, "Well, get him to call me. I'm worried about him." And anyway, he didn't get her there; just made a jump. Oh, you're there? I thought you were out. So it wasn't you fighting. I heard cats fighting outside. Justice says, this is so crazy. It gets crazier, mate. It gets crazier. Where were we? Oh, she's talking to a baby. She's got a baby. She's going, I could eat you up. I could eat you up. Eat you, and all that. Eating babies. Anyway, right, he's at work. What are they talking about number 9 for? I don't know. Yes. Golf. He's off. Dr. Harris is off to play golf. 9 holes or 18 holes, so they go about 9 or 18, so that pricks his ears up. And like, they missed a trick here, didn't they? They should have had these gloves. They should have been number 9 size, shouldn't they? But they missed a trick there. Anyway, so he goes running off. He goes outside, goes back home, and he's freaking out, as though he's like having a heart attack or something, or some sort of seizure. Anyway, she's there saying, I've been to the hairdressers. Do you like my hair? And then she has a look at her hair. And she just happens to have big, massive 666 curls on her hair. Do you like my hair? And anyway, so he flakes out. There we go, and he comes to. He's in hospital, and then he's like in and out of consciousness, and they're all around him talking, and all the doctors and stuff, and even Steve's there, and they're all that talking as though it's all been part of a plan, and there's some sort of cult, and they've been sort of grooming him to to get this evil virus that they've all got or whatever. But it's not working with him. This priest is putting the mockers on their plan, and she's got this baby. I'm guessing, I don't think it's her baby. It says you've had the baby 3 months, so I'm guessing it's a baby they've stolen or whatever, or kidnapped or whatever. I'm guessing. I don't think it actually says, but we did what was asked. Anyway. But apparently he's in hospital for, is it 3 months or something like that. But they, as though they're doing this cult stuff. There we go. They took him in and tried to get him to eat the baby, but it didn't happen because then the priest is going to come in and save him. Is he dreaming this? I have no idea. They've got, this is real. And the priest comes in, all the lights red. He's got a big massive cross. Saving him, drives them all out, and then like baptizes him or whatever. But then she comes in, does Stella, and tears out the priest's throat. She's all growling and snarling. She's supposed to be the whore of Babylon, I think. But there you go, and it's all scary. And then he's in hospital again. He's dreaming, I think, and then 3 months or something like that's supposed to have passed. It'll tell us in a minute. 3 months, yes. He's been in hospital for 3 months, and now he's all cured. And apparently, he's had some sort of mental break. They're saying, but he's responded well to drugs, and he's ready in a few days to go back home and continue his go back to work and all that stuff. And everything's back to normal, and doesn't remember anything. I think it asked him about does the number 9 mean anything or something. Yes. Does the number 9 mean anything? He goes, no, don't remember any of it. We've removed the trigger. So he's getting ready to go back to work, and they're going to put him back to work in the operating theatre. They're taking him out of the mortuary. So he says, yeah, thanks. Right, so off he goes home. He goes back home. She comes out. She hasn't got her mad hair anymore. She calls him Mr. Rod, not Edwin. So glad you're back. And I thought, is she not going to have a baby now? Because she got this, I thought they were going to make us think that this was the baby, but it's not. It's just a bundle of clothes. But she does still have the baby. There it is. She's been paying the rent into the bank and all that, even though he's been in hospital for 3 months. But he starts having thoughts. Memories and all that stuff. Oh, he's back at work here, and this one's reading in the newspaper about a mystery virus that at the hospital in the mortuary that they've shut down. So I think that sets him off again, and then he starts hearing the voices again. He goes home, something's up, and then he starts having memories of his mother, and so he realises what he did. There he goes, remembering. And she's saying, no, don't go. And he goes and looks. She's obviously still in the freezer. So we don't see it. But he's like, no. Anyway. So then he sees, then obviously his vision's gone. Is this real? I don't know. The sacrament, Edwin. Eat of my flesh and all that stuff. It's the only cure. Eat the baby. But obviously he doesn't. Well, I don't think he does because we don't see it again. Anyways, back at work in the operating theatre, the nurse says, lock up. After you finish cleaning up, lock up and put the keys in my drawer. So, okay. So he locks up and then he gives himself an injection. I'm guessing it's a local anaesthetic in his head. And then gets a drill out and drills himself. There we go. Starts drilling into his own head. Don't you hear the most horrid noise in the world? And then we cut to dissolve to the operating theatre, and now they're operating on his head. I'm sure it was him at the beginning. They decided it was going to be a different person at the beginning, but so obviously somebody's found him. He's tried to drill into his head, and now they're doing the same thing again. And then he's having the same thoughts: "Leave my soul alone," and then it ends. Was it all in his head? I think it probably was. I think it was just he had mental problems. That's what I think. Didn't like that episode. It was more fun going through it than actually watching it. Because it did drag. It did drag. For me, anyway. But anyway, that's probably the worst episode of the entire series for me. But going through it wasn't quite as bad. Wasn't quite as bad. But anyway, there we go. As I said, maybe it was a bit too close to the mark. Maybe I have mental issues, which is why I didn't like it. Not that I'm going to be drilling into my head and eating babies. I don't have any plans to do that. But anyway, that's it. That's all done and dusted. We're finished with the Hammer House of Horror. It's all done. It's all done. There is a Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense, but I've never seen that, so I don't know if that's any good. But we'll leave it there. We're all done for that now. So I can go now. Yes, it was. That was a wild story. It was crazy, wasn't it? It was a bit too crazy for me. But for some reason, I had nice memories of it. And I thought it was one I remembered most, apart from the werewolf one. The one I remember most, it had the numbers, and I've always been kind of into like numerology-ish a bit. But anyway, but whatever. It was rubbish. I didn't like it. It was a fun series. It is, for the most part, is Hammer House of Horror. It is a lot of fun, apart from that last episode. But anyway, we will leave it there. So, I'm going to go now and sort some supper out for me and my lad, because I'm starving. And I'm sure he is. What I'm going to make, I have no idea. Right, so thanks, Justin, for your super kind $10 super chat. Hugely appreciated. And Josh Temple, I hope you've got home safe, mate. I hope you have. I don't think anybody else popped in, did they? No, they didn't. We have no wind grace tonight. He must be busy doing stuff. I'll just check on Rumble, make sure there's no chats on Rumble. No, there ain't. Very rarely is. The one time there was, I forgot to check, which is why I check now. But anyway. Right, so I'm going to go now. And sort some grub out. What are you looking at, princess? She's staring at me from above. I think she's hungry as well. Right, so I'll go feed my cat and my son and myself. Right, so thanks for watching, wherever you are. Don't have nightmares. And until I've got to find my thing, where is it? There we go. Don't have nightmares. Don't pick up hitchhikers wearing yellow Macintoshes that go, what else? And don't do other things. Don't. Every time you see a number, a random number, don't think it's the end of the world. I see a lot of 1111s. When looking at clocks, I see a lot of 1111s and, stuff like that. I do. Which is weird. But I don't think it's the end of the world. Anyway, so I'll say it again. Thanks for watching wherever you are. Don't have nightmares. And until next time, I'll see you.